This is a little scary. No one's looking at Reginator. Reginator!
Might be too overwhelming for the pool and a whiff. Coming as well, so he's ready for the cross there.
What?
He's sleeping on the angle. Hold up.
Taking the fight up close and personal. Flash up and over towards the top. Running them down. In hand.
The knives are out. This is chaos. This is Alligator running out of time. Oh boy.
What's good, everyone, and welcome to the NA VALORANT Console Open. Of course, I'm Golden Boy. That's Mimi. We're going to be talking about some console VALORANT today. I am a console kid through and through, so it's a real pleasure to be here. I'm trying to convert Mimi into being a console kid.
I once was.
Yeah,
but maybe I'll get there. Get back there by the end of today. Boot up the console VALORANT. I mean, I know you've played a lot more of the actual console VALORANT than I have, but this is your first time watching this tournament. I was there for the last one, and I think you're about to be impressed by how good some of these players are.
Hey, I have always been a firm believer in console esports, having competed in it myself for many, many years. So I am very excited to see what we have in store for everyone today. But we thank you so much for joining us. It's going to be a fun show. We got 3 matches lined up for y'all. Our 2 semis as we make our way into the grand finals. But of course, we want to know, the story, right? A little bit of how we, not just how we got here, but also where we were before, because this is our second open tournament for console VALORANT. We had one before, and a certain group of the mightiest heroes might have walked away with the dub in that one. Let's actually go ahead and take a look at NA Console Open 1.
And good HP to keep moving in. The Clone gets skipped over. Khan does get the first pick, but getting out of this is going to prove to be so hard for the side of Alpha Werewolves. Still, they're making it work. Khan with a few more. Kasumo trades one on the front of the site. Psychotic and Khan, the combination might be too overwhelming for Lapool, and a whiff there. Khan sticking the shot. Only heads is what his gun finds.
This is a little scary. No one's looking at Reginator. Free kill. He's going for more. That's a double, and he'll dip back. Reaping Reginator. Incredible. The Bucky closes it out.
They've already won. If you're playing like that, they've already won. It's 12-3. What is the money looking like? Doesn't matter. Operator online. Lig's got it in his hands.
This is devious.
It's done. It's individuality across the board. Everyone's taking solo peaks.
I feel bad for our core observers. They have no idea where the next 1v1 is coming. It's happening too quick. Lig's gonna end the game. Double 13-3. Avengers, your first team in the finals.
Dodged, duped, and avoided. Up into the corner. That's spam from the horns. Yeah, no one inside to be breaking that one there. So the players eventually topple and
the
fall.
The spike teleported B. What is going on? There's 15 seconds. The spike is going into the off.
They're going into the off. They're going into the off. The knives are out. This is chaos. This is Alligator running out of time. Oh boy! What a disaster, man! Oh God, baby! What are we watching?
Lig's just a butcher.
Jacob doing the damage. They found their way onto the site. The spike will go down in just a second, but Jacob is not letting it go for free. Still overextending his hand, reaching towards the skies to block the shots and secure the round. An ace from Jacob.
Before we start off, why don't you go ahead and give us your name and your gamer tag?
Okay, I'm Michael, and my name in game is NBA Lig. When I was like 5, my dad got me like a PlayStation 3 for Black Ops 1, and that just really got me into shooter games. Like, we had Madden one on it, but I still played Black Ops 1 a lot more. It just ramped up. I started playing Siege. I played PC VALORANT, Counter-Strike, and then it dropped on console, and I played the beta with my friends, and then I got like really good at it, so I just kept playing and playing it.
Starting off, how did you find out about the North American VALORANT console tournament?
Okay, so we saw it on Twitter, but it kind of got like big through like a Discord, so everyone was like signing up, so our team all signed up and we just went from there and played it.
What did winning this tournament mean to you and the rest of your teammates?
Well, I mean, it felt great actually, because we're trying to put console on the map more for VALORANT, because the difference between console and PC is very like different. It's not as popular, but VALORANT actually showing love to it and like supporting the tournament definitely like branched it out. We kind of played it like ranked essentially, because our team is kind of like the 5 best people, like Lunley, Renji, Shrimp. Everyone on my team is just known as the 5 best, so we kind of came in there confident knowing we were going to win it. I streamed it. It was literally just us like picking characters right there. I mean, I picked Jet every game because that's what I'm like known for, me playing Jet. So in the tournament, there was like bounties, which you would get more money if you use Teo, like use clips and whatnot. But more people just played him for the money and the bounties. But he's not terrible as like a character. But if you run like 2 initiators, then he's pretty perfect. There was a map we played. We had like 110 assists going for the bounty for the assist bounties, which was I think $200. And obviously we got it with 110 assists. We knew we were gonna win. We've won every other tourney that we have played together, so we kind of just came in there confident. Everyone who even played against us, we had a team that forfeited against us, so it kind of gave us even more of like an ego boost. Not saying I'm egotistical or anything, but it kind of just like, you know, showed that we were gonna win this.
If there was one game mode that you would like to see Riot throw a tournament with, what would it be, aside from just like
competitive? Maybe like escalation, like the whole gun game thing could be pretty cool. I don't really see like another game mode that could really be tournament style, because Swift play is just comp at 5 rounds. So I think it would just be escalation. My plan is to keep streaming and actually making something out of it. Like Riot hitting me up and doing things with them. I get to like release like agent reveals and whatnot, so that's pretty cool. Like they actually come to me and want me to support the game and show people like new skins, new agents, new maps even, and we will see more tournaments soon.
All right, well, there you heard from NBA Lig, who is part of the Avengers, the squad that ended up walking away with the Console Open 1 championship. Mimi, you had an opportunity to cover these guys extensively, and it sounds like from NBA Lig's perspective, there is you know, a lot of confidence, as there should be, because from everything that I've seen, this team looks absolutely incredible.
Yeah, they completely rolled through that first tournament. Their semifinal was 13-3 back-to-back. They 2-0'd in the final as well. I mean, that team was just incredible, and Lig was top fragging pretty much every game. He was so on point when he was playing that Jet. And like he mentioned, like he knows it. The rest of his teammates are just as good as well. And I think they're going to come in with that same confidence and expect today to win a back-to-back title here.
Well, look, I mean, let's go ahead and talk about what's been happening with Console Open 2, because it has been a long road. These players have been grinding, they've been putting in the work, and this is a good old-fashioned, old-school style tournament. Mimi, you and I both participate in events plenty like this. Just one round, a single elimination, no double elim. You got to win in that BO3 or else you're cooked. So there was no room for error for any of these teams. So our top 4 going through the gauntlet to get to this point is really, really impressive.
Yeah, this is already the 3rd day that these players are going to be playing. It started with a really big double elim bracket. Top 4 teams from that got seeded into this single elimination finals. They'll each play a semifinal. We'll broadcast both those games, and then we'll go ahead and see the grand finals. Also a best out of 3 toward the lion's share of the $8,000 that'll be on the line just for winning. But it's not just that. There's bounties as well. Lig mentioned it last time, but there's multiple ways to earn money in this tournament, GB.
Oh, yeah, there certainly is. So, of course, here's the prize pool breakdown. Now, $2,500, apologies, is certainly a good amount of money to have, especially for guys who are young, just playing this game, you know, like stepping into an open tournament. It's always going to be nice when you got something at the end like that. But to your point, Mimi, what you were saying before about those bounties certainly does create a different wrinkle, if you will, because there are going to be a series of bounties. We can go ahead and fly that on the screen when we get a chance to, because you have your event MVP, which is going to be an extra $500 in the pocket for one of these players. You also have the best KD, which is another $250. Best gameplay clip, which we'll be reviewing a few of those throughout the show. And then this one I'm excited for, best OG agent performance. What we mean by that is, because this is a celebration as well, 5 years of Valorant's existence, being around, and Mimi, you and I had the pleasure of being there pretty much at the beginning of this. Yeah. So the bounty is for the OG agents. Phoenix, Brimstone, Omen, Jet, Raze, like the OGs that debuted with the game. If you perform well there, you get an extra $100. So, hey, you know, pop off with a couple of agents and you earn yourself some extra coin there, Mimi.
Yeah, it's crazy how much has changed since the game did come out 5 years ago. Did you have a favorite agent on release? Because a lot of them were very different than they are now.
I was in Sage jail. for a good portion of the early days. You remember when everyone
she was insane at release.
She was insane, but everyone needed to have a Sage. You just couldn't run the game without a Sage. Yeah, I was the Sage player, so you know. What about you? What was your favorite, or the agent that you remember from those days?
I was all about the Raze. Back when she had like double nade, blast pack still did like 80 damage and would insta destroy a Sage wall. Like trying to get used to like the movement mechanics in this game really early on with an agent like Raze was just so fun. So yeah, I honestly hope some of our players roll back the years. First tournament we saw some Phoenix, we saw a ton of Jet and Raze. Maybe we get a Brimstone out there. There's a lot of opportunities to go and try and gun for that top performance.
And we also have no idea how, you know, the meta has shifted on console, because I also think like this is the first time I've covered a game that's had like a PC release and a console release that are independent of one another, and oftentimes you'll see that the console version has a slightly different approach to the game versus like the PC version. So, you know, it just fits whatever works for that community. So I'm excited to see, to your point, what agents they decide to, you know, bring into the fold here, right? Do they get like, you know, a Phoenix out there who you really don't see a lot in like VCT traditionally? That could be pretty fun. There are some really cool things here. Of course, let's take a look at the matchups, the bracket, and what we should be expecting here today, because we got 3 games, okay? It's going to be our 2 semifinals. We're going to start things off with Flow State versus one of the damn best TV shows ever made, the Powerpuff Girls, going up against, well, one of my favorite comic books ever made, Avengers and Kongarna, which is an org that I remember from my Fortnite days, if I'm correct. So, hey, pretty cool. We're going to see some names that we have seen before, like the Avengers Mimi take the stage, but I'm excited to see what we get out of this first match with Flow State and Powerpuff Girls. There are some names on those teams that, you know, you would recognize from the previous event. I believe some of those players were in the Alpha Wolves, if I recall their name correctly.
Yeah, they were. So there's Khan and Colasen, who were both on the Alpha Werewolves last time we had this tournament. That was our runner-up team, who lost to the Avengers in the grand finals, but now they're playing against each other on these 2 respective teams. You also got Kryptonix rocking up to this match. He was on Loopholes, who was a top 4 team in that last tournament. So a lot of returning talent there. If you look down at this other match as well, Avengers still keeping all 5 of the same players. They've added a 6th member, so we'll see what their roster actually looks like on the day. But some returning faces, but also a lot of opportunity for new players, new stars to show up today.
Wow, I got to say, that is kind of wild, you know, to like, cannot stress enough in console esports, okay, but my background, you end an event, you win an event, you all get together with your buddies and you figure out how do you drop someone to win another event. That was how it was back in the day. So it's nice to see the Avengers sticking together here, because I think they've realized like they got a winning combination. A lot of attention is going to be put on them in this tournament for good reason. They are the champions of Open 1, but yeah, I think that this certainly does put a target on their back, because they're not only the most seasoned team in this, they're a championship team, and on top of that, they've retained all of their players. So I would say, Mimi, the pressure is certainly going to be on them here to perform, but if we saw anything in that NBA Lig interview, it seems quite confident.
Yeah, for sure. They're going to be confident. They're going to be ready. But they're coming up as our second game. For this first game, though, I think our players are almost ready to go. So let's take a look at that map, Vito, and see where we're headed for this one. It's the same map pool you're used to if you play the game on PC. And a pretty standard fare here. We're starting on Haven, heading to Lotus, and if we get to it, we'll end on Ascent. Something that I find interesting, GB, watching this tournament last time was, like you're talking about, some of the unique meta stuff on console. I think more so than like any agent, what's cool is how the mechanics differ a little bit. When you're on console and you have that bit of aim assist, if you just have good crosshair placement, even if you have a sheriff or a marshal or something like that, it is almost stronger than it would be on PC, because if you are placing in the right general area, you had that little bit of aim assist to help out, and you can get some of the most disgusting sheriff clips imaginable. So anti-ecos are crazy explosive on console.
Yeah, I definitely see that being not necessarily an issue, but more so an advantage for a lot of these players. But everyone has that same advantage, so that's going to make it much more exciting on those eco rounds, without a doubt. And also, I gotta say, like, it's kind of cool seeing the players, just both teams, just prioritizing those 3-site maps, you know, to start things off, and then like screw it, we'll throw down on like neutral ground on Ascent, and we'll see how things fare out there. But this is going to be an interesting matchup because for me, I really want to know how the game has changed since Console Open 1. New agents have been added to the rotation. We heard NBA Lig in that interview talking about Tejo. We know Tejo is very prominent in VCT. Might be seeing, you know, some change-ups potentially because of some recent nerfs that were put onto the agents.
The nerfs are pretty big.
Yeah, so maybe you won't. But the thing is, though, is that like on console, you might be able to get away with it because movement's going to be a little different on this one, right? You're not using WASD to move, you're using a joystick, so you have like a little bit of that momentum when you're moving left and right. It's always a thing that you're going to notice in like juke battles and stuff like that, like how the joystick, you got to be smart about it and how you kind of like jiggle peek in situations and stuff. Because if you commit too much, you're going to be flying out because you don't have the precise ability to be able to like just hit the button like you would on a PC. As far as what we're seeing though, thus far, Mimi, we're getting ourselves a Clove here, some Yoru as well. So Yoru showing his dominance in console, just like what we've seen over in PC land.
I actually think it might be even stronger on Yoru, because if you think about the biggest disadvantage of aiming with console, it's that you have a constant rate of turn. On PC, you can pick up your mouse and really quickly flick 180 if, say, you hear a Yoru gate crash go off behind you. On console, it's going to be, for I imagine a lot of our players, pretty advantageous to either play a low or mid sense, but that means you have a hard limit on how fast you can actually turn around. So if there's good util, like a Sova Dart and a Yoru TPing in at the same time, it's so brutal on console to deal with that utility and the Yoru at the same time, even more so than it would be a challenge on PC.
Yeah, because it's not only that you are going to be pulling that crosshair, but you also have to factor in that, you know, when you're shooting utility on PC, or sorry, on console, you need to be very accurate with them very quick. Otherwise, you're going to just be a sitting duck. So these are a lot of things that people, I want to see the coordination as well, right? The opportunities are certainly going to be there to really have some cool execution in some of these sites. But I think like in the early goings here, I could see these players really just looking to be real standard, play some defaults, just keep it simple, see what they can like suss out, and then try and build out from there. But it seems like we're loaded up into the server, we're getting ready to go, and I'm really stoked for this. I haven't, and full disclosure, by the way, I haven't casted Valorant in like 80 years, so you know, give a brother a break out here. You know?
It's a 5-year anniversary. We're rolling back to Ignition series when it was Big GB caster every tournament.
Oh man, oh the days. All right, well, 5 seconds ago, we're about to get this thing underway, and I'm already seeing a potential mid push on the defensive side here. So we're already jumping into this one. Let's dive into this and see how this plays out. But as far as I'm concerned, Powerpuff Girls, they got themselves some the early presence, just trying to get out there and get some information as quickly as they possibly can, but they do get tagged.
Yeah, it's interesting. The first time I watched this tournament, saw a lot of teams just going for straight-up executes, straight-up brawls, but FlowState take a little bit slower here. Mid-default into an A-take. They're going to find a practically free site here, but already Powerpuff Girls in a position to try and flood this smoke.
Hedgehog waiting for the opportunity to fly through. And Kanora is going to be in the best possible position. It's going to be a difficult one for them to break through, but there wasn't a lot spent by the defensive side. Here comes that recon, so you got to be mindful about that. Good shot off the sky, and look at the hold here. No opportunity for the Powerpuff Girls to get back in there, and FlowState shut them down.
Yeah, that's just really good fundamentals from FlowState. Playing into that post plant, getting nice crossfire set up, and like I'm saying, I think that on console, there's a really big advantage to holding angles and playing into good crossfires like that, because it is so difficult to spin around and break that crossfire, and also because good crosshair placement, good positioning, it's even easier to get that reward when you're playing on console. You got to know the differences between it and PC, and I think already FlowState showing some nice stuff on that pistol round.
Yeah, indeed they are. Now they're looking to show some presence over here toward the C site. We're going a little fast out of this one. They know that they don't have the guns on the other side to have to deal with this, so they can just go ahead and suss out the information. Big opportunity here for the Psychotic Goat to pop off here, but he's actually going to get pressured over in the back of the site, and Conan's moving in for 2. Absolutely dominating And removing those two factors on the C side, they get the spike down. This is looking like a clean one here. Very difficult opportunity for Powerpuff Girls, and it's going to be potentially all for naught.
And GB, I know you've played a lot of console Valorant yourself. Well, this anti-eco gets wrapped up. Can you talk a little bit for people who are watching who might be PC players or don't have a lot of experience with Valorant console? How does it feel to play the game? How does it feel to like aim? Because the tactical FPS is a pretty uncommon thing on console.
I mean, the last TAC FPS that I played on console was Counter-Strike CSX on the Xbox.
We all know how that went.
Back in the olden days, and it was not the easiest game to play. It was literally just a straight port of the PC game with some minor tweaks. But this one, you know, Rai put a ton of effort into making the aiming feel good, and you can feel it when you play the game. One of the best things that I think they added was the focus aim with the left trigger.
Which is what you see when those little bars pop up on the side of the screen with our players.
Yeah, and it's basically the same as like walking, but you know, on console, right, you're going to be controlling that with the joystick, and it's just going to be a little bit more challenging, right? Like you have the full range of motion with the joystick on console where you can go forward, go fast if need be, and we're already seeing Cryptonic starting this one off nicely with a good headshot there on the hedge. But yeah, I mean, and that's kind of the whole thing, right? You're going to be able to the point that you're saying, right, because of the way that aim assist works on console, and you need it because of, you know, using the joystick, you are going to be seeing players really just tuned in on these angles. I mean, look here, right? The Bulldog was right on the money. It could have actually clipped him if he wasn't careful there. But we're actually getting a bit of a push now happening. Khan's doing some work, by the way. He's been absolutely on fire. 2 frags for Khan again. The aura is real with this one, and they're just dominating on this C site, Mimi.
And this is their bonus round as well. And I mean, you're seeing the power of the Yoru there. Teleporting to back site, all of the attention is focused forward on the players at the choke, and he just run and guns his way through. Gets 2 kills off of that stinger. It's really, really nice stuff. And Powerpuff Girls going to have to change things up a little bit. I think a lot of this half is going to come down to breaking that gate crash, not letting this Yoru run you over, because thus far he has caused some big problems.
Yeah, I think also part of the problem that I'm seeing for them too is that Powerpuff Girls are just not really opting for the fights. It feels like they might have, I don't know, had a few rounds that very much didn't go their way, could have knocked them off of their game a little bit, but I don't know. I would really like to see them try and be a bit more proactive. Don't just let them walk into C like this. Because even when they were on C, just taking a look at and seeing who was going to start pushing forward, they kind of just retreated over to the corner, like right behind the default plant site. So I think that you're going to need to see this team be a bit more aggressive. And maybe with the Sheriffs, they could do so.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, though. Sheriffs are very potent on console. So I'm excited to see maybe some mechanical prowess here. Khan check-in hasn't died yet. Thus far, 6-0. 1 off that dimensional drift now, which is going to be doubly powerful here with that Yoru ult. As they're going back to the well, GB. It's going to be another cease hit here queued up, and only 1 defender for the Powerpuff Girls.
And they're committing. They're going in. And yep, it seems like Clay, the only person with a frag on this team right now, not wanting to play around with that. Khan has that dimensional drift, so is able to see a lot of information backside, so they know that they're clear to go. And now here comes the push. She had a flash come through from the Omen. They're waiting for the opportunity, but they knew that that was going to be a potential blender, Mimi, that they were going to have to run into.
Already out backside. Gold leader trying to set this one up. They have a good crossfire here, but that's a nice start. Okay, so they gotta go. Headshot, get a couple kills on the board, but now from backside, Khan's clone baits them out, and Gold leader shuts it down on the hold. The clone was brutal there. You can see it, like, it pulls the aim a little bit. You get that kind of like magnetic feeling with the aiming on console, but you get that same thing on the clone. It's very funny to see that happen.
The amount of times that I've been in a 1v1 and then like out of nowhere someone pops up and then runs past the screen and just yanks my crosshair to the side. It's just so frustrating. It's happened to me so much over the years.
I did like that change from Powerpuff Girls though that round. They played off-site and had a trip back-site to catch anyone over-pushing, and actually got like 2-3 kills just holding in the chokes waiting for that over-push. Unfortunately, they had bad guns. They still lost the retake, but I think that was a good change. There's a push down long, and that's a reward for John Pork.
Yeah, that's exactly what we wanted to see happen here. And that was Spike, so they do have at least an inclination that Spike was going to be dropped over toward that area there, but they're instead going to drop back. So right at the beginning of C Long, right, they know that this is where more than likely they're going to try and make this push happen, but things have slowed down quite a bit. And it seems like we might be trying to favor some work over here toward the B site. Is Khan's trying to work through Garage, and Clay wisely just jumping around, just waiting to see if anyone's going to come in through the push now. Gold leader knows that there's going to be a trip there. So with that, it's going to really draw that attention toward B, as you could see some of those players moving around here. So really players just trying to suss out where these marks are going to be coming from. Khan actually got tagged there. That's a bit unfortunate. Has to recall.
But they want to pivot this one into a hit into B. There's 2 players set up. This is going to be a stronghold for the Powerpuff Girls.
30
Hedgehog
seconds
Lover
left.
on the angle. Has a crossfire with their clove. This is going to be a very late round execute. These initial kills kind of mean everything in the round. Paranoia misses. John Bork's down, though. What an opener from Khan. And the whiff, it's not
player
there.
standing.
Khan for 4 on the entry.
Ace,
Just
ace,
running down
ace,
this B
ace.
site. Can he do it?
Give it
Last
to the
player
boy.
not spotted.
Give it to the boy.
Inside the smoke.
He's right there. You
Penguin
see him.
Muncher.
He shoots that, shoot him.
Come on, Khan.
it
Give
to
us
the
the ace.
boy.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go. As soon as he got the call, he flew right in there, man. Well played. Khan gets the ace. That's going to be a massive 5 rounds here for Flow State. And Mimi, they are living up to the name. Nothing is stopping these guys.
For sure. Khan was the finalist in the first VALORANT Console Open that we had earlier this year, and he was neck and neck with NBA Lig. NBA Lig, by far the most valuable player of that tournament. But Khan was right behind him and was one of the biggest reasons why they managed to push that team that won it all, and clearly doing that again, even on a new roster here.
Impressive stuff. Exactly what we want to see. The semifinals now, because remember, right, you got Avengers over on the other side of the bracket. You also have Kongarna. This is going to be a good matchup. I'm expecting some fireworks there. So Flow State making a statement would be pretty huge for them in the Console Open to go into the finals if things keep going like this. Of course,
Yeah,
don't want to count out Powerpuff Girls at all. Made it this far.
Yeah, you saw that first pick come out, but it's immediately traded back. Kryptonics worked up towards B. An opportunity here. Spot onto 1. Sheriffs, they're good. Pick up a double kill, and now this is a 4v2.
Very winnable, very doable. You took out Khan as well, which was a big threat from Flow State. So Powerpuff Girls can at least rest on that for a moment there. It's now going to come down to Luski. Got his head on a swivel. Unfortunately, he's going to get tagged by that recon bolt. So they're going to know exactly where he is. But the good news for him is that A site's going to be wide open. So you at least be able, to get this plant down. Didn't see what the
Recons aren't
utility was looking
available.
like.
Will have an ultimate as well later on, but you really need a kill here. Going to try and isolate one onto Penguin Muncher. See if he can get up in this round.
Ooh, the big tag. And you know you're going to get pressed from the left side here. And the jet flies right in. The psychotic goat really living to the name and just flies right in for the kill. Is going to get 3 in that round. And that's finally Powerpuff Girls on the board. Been long enough, but they definitely needed that one, and they get the thrifty.
Yeah, I seem to remember Psychotic Goat from the first tournament. I'm going to look back and see what team he was on, because I do remember that name, and always pretty impressive on the jet. I think we've been really thankful to have a lot of amazing jet players in both of these console tournaments that we've seen thus far. Psychotic Goat really making a round out of that. 3 kills just off the Blade Storm. I think almost single-handedly winning that one through. But you asked for them to be a little bit more aggressive, and you saw in that round. They were prodding up towards C Long, got an opening pick, took a risk out Garage. Looked a lot more confident to get that first round win, as they're going to walk down mid here.
Yeah, this is something that they showed in that first round. And then they backed away, and rightfully so. So they're going to make some presence here. But this is going to give an opening for John to kind of tuck away into this corner. If anyone tries to push, they do not have an idea that John's going to be there. I would be shocked if they don't check it. But maybe John could be good for 1. Meanwhile, Kryptonic and the rest of the team, they're going to be working toward this A side. It's wide open here. And you could see the movement happening toward B because they're thinking that it's going to be going that way, but they're also looking to just regroup out of this fight. They hear all that commotion happening toward A, and now they get ready for the retake. It's a 5v5 retake here. But you have some stuff to work with. You also have a Hunter's Fury. Let's not forget. And the dimensional drift is going to be huge for them, so they're going to get a lot of information off of this. Hedgehog's getting all this info, sees those two players. Really standard cross and hold for Flow State. But now how do you break into this one here? Because Kryptonic's not going to make it easy. Neither is Gold Leader. Gets himself 2 out of that one, but Kaiju's going to find 1. Gold Leader gets 2 again. Really leading the charge in that one without a doubt. And there was no attempt, no way for them to get in. And Powerpuff Girls shut down again. That's going to be 6 rounds earned for Flow State.
That's basically a perfect repeat of the pistol round. Aggression into mid. Powerpuff Girls tries to get something going there, but Flow State is holding a default. They see that push on the Cypher cam, pivot into an open A site, and win out in the post plant. It doesn't take crazy good teamwork. It doesn't take perfectly played Valorant always to win a round. Sometimes it's just the really simple stuff, and they've displayed 2 rounds now like that, where they see what their opponent's doing, make the right reaction, and then just set up good crossfires, and that's enough to win the round. Very well played for Flow State. They take back control, and they head back into C.
Whoa, Hunter's Fury to start off the round here, try and open things up in the back of the site. It's going to move things around and make C available. And we did hear Omen get popped as well, but I think that was more just, again, for more added information. Look for Repeak here on this flank. He's really just trying to get eyes. He's got so much progress, so much space has been taken. He's getting a lot of info for his team. And Gold Leader will be running into the loving hands of the Jet. Psychotic Goat waited that one out and had figured that there was going to be a potential rotation happening toward the A side or just a lurker. Didn't expect that to be the Jet, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, this game state's really weird now. The Cypher is full lurked into a link, but the C site has been taken. Plant's going to come down there in a second, and somehow Kryptonics is the one who wins that out. It's back to a 4-on-4, and remember where this Cypher is. That lurk is going to be so strong in the late round.
Yeah, I mean, Psychotic Goat's got to know, and no, actually has no idea. And he's going to get the neural theft out of that, too. So they're going to know exactly where these 3 players from Powerpuff Girls are going to be located, thus making the push that much more challenging. But wait a minute, Clay getting some big kills here is actually keeping the drive alive for the team. 2 players left now. Repeat, is he going to be the hero of the round? Gets himself 2, and then there's Taluski with the 3rd. And that is going to wrap it up, giving them their 7th. That was looking like Powerpuff Girls had an opportunity, Mimi, but just like that, Flow State turned it around.
Yeah, that was a really impressive spray transfer from Repeak. Again, because you've played a lot more Valorant Console than I. How does it feel to spray in this game? Because I feel like we see most of these players go for a lot of like short bursts, headshots, that kind of thing, just tapping away. Seems like it would be a little hard to get the right spray control.
Yeah, I actually quite like it. I feel like the spread's a little different. That could just be my brain playing tricks on me. But I like it, you know, and especially when you do the focus fire, right? And then you're really able to like tighten that crosshair. But what is happening right now? That was just bizarre. But Repeak's like, hey, I'll go ahead and take these 2. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah,
and that's going to have to prompt the rest of Powerpuff Girls. It's very true. To have to deal with this here and maybe an opportunity to get 1, which he does, but it's not going to be enough to land him the onslaught that was walking through that door. A is wide open. It's just Clay left alive. This round is basically cooked at this point unless Clay pulls off something incredible.
Yeah, the start of that round was very silly. The TP behind from the Omen to get that opening kill against the mid push. Now this clutch situation. Gonna get spotted by the drone. Tries to step up, catch a timing. That's 1. Knows there's a player towards short, isolates out, but the spray coming in. Down to 8 health. Needs his shot and has it. Clay has it into a 1-on-1. Front sight.
No shot.
Gold Leader on the reposition. And the spot is nice. Gold Leader, safe hands.
Yeah, if it was anyone other than Gold Leader in that instance, I would have been like, I don't know. It's actually doable. It's looking good. But Gold Leader has been great in this game. So he was very clean on that 1v1. Big win for them. Able to hold things on. But Clay has been great for them. He's been putting up numbers. He's really been the one that's been was the one to get the first kill for them. So it kind of gave him the the confidence to be like, hey, we can do this. Shot Dark is interesting.
Oh, Clay's going to be in trouble here. Or not! Clay gets 2 out of that?
That was wild. He'll take it, though. Good advantage now for the Powerpuff Girls. They don't have C-site control, but, feels like it's the same script. They'll have to play off of the retake here. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. You're going to get one tag. Might be able to get the second. Yes, they can. Couldn't get away from that one in time with Taluski, and that's going to be Kryptonic going down too. John Parker's getting some big kills, but Repeat could be the hero, but it's not, and instead, Psychotic Goat. My guy, you're down 8-1. They shouldn't be shooting the bodies here, Poppy, but it's okay. We do what we do.
Yeah, you gotta keep the confidence even when you're down 2-8.
Gotta motivate the team.
Oh yeah, gotta do something for it. It's a nice round to get back. If they can get 4, this opens the game right back up because they're playing this double dive composition with the Jet and the Yoru. If they get a little momentum in the heels, still room to come back. And honestly, it's open off Clay. Nearly winning out the clutch in that last round. Gets 2 kills down long to start the round that we just saw as well. They've been looking really nice here. Need to see a couple of these other players start to find their form as well, and maybe we can start to talk about a comeback. For now, though, same execute, shock dart to break the tripwires, and a hit into C.
Now they're going to move fast on this one. Clay knows, he's aware, he's prepared for it. Almost got tagged. You hear all these players starting to push in, and Gold Leader's going to have the number there of Clay, and unfortunately, John Pork is also going to be tucked in the corner, and he will be littered with bullets. And that is going to be another clean C push. I don't even want to say an execute. They're just pushing. They're just going down C and just shooting them in the face.
Well, yeah, it's simple stuff. But again, they're just doing it well. I think double dive has got to be the meta on console. You see both the teams running it here. And it's just, honestly, it's impossible to be a site anchor on console and have a Yoru TPing behind you and a Jet dashing in front of you. Not to say it's easy to deal with that on PC. It's super hard there as well, but I think as a solo anchor, it's even more challenging on console. And I have to give my props to Flow State, to Powerpuff Girls, because they've done a really good job of coordinating the timing on those double dive plays, having Penguin Muncher, the darts coming in, from Taluski as well. It's just looked well drilled.
I also just love these default Xbox Live names that all these guys have.
My personal favorite is
I just
John
realized
Pork.
it. Hedgehog, or what was it? Psychotic Goat 97 or something like that. I love it. I love it. Back in the day, my name was Sergeant Joe 87, so
Sergeant
can relate.
Joe.
Yeah, I was a big fan of this RPG called Suikoden, and there was this duck named Sergeant Joe, and he was awesome, so I used him in pretty much all of my team formations. And then when I started playing SOCOM, I named myself Sergeant Joe.
Fair play.
It was great. I loved it, man. It was fun times. All right, back into the action here. Potential B push. John Pork's going to be able to get a kill off in the off yonder, and actually take out the spike carrier there too. That was going to be right through the garage, so that's quite fascinating. But B's going to be open here. John Pork goes down, but that's going to be a revive now. So John comes back, doesn't have a lot of time here, so needs to be able to get this kill.
Smoke's getting watched though. John Pork is down for the second time this round. And the retake, 4-on-4, Psychotic Goat. That's good. It's going to be mostly coming in from Link. A whiff on the spray, but Repeat swings back in. Has to do the job alone now. 1v2, Repeat on for the ace! Repeat! Another incredible round from him.
Oh my word, Repeat. Brother, what's your settings?
That's crazy.
Your settings, bro. Oh, it's so clean. So clean. Look at this. It just makes his way in. I mean, Khan was trying to get those big kills there, but then he finds that one on a Penguin and then looks for Clay, and it's just so smooth. Repeat holding it down for the team, gives them the 10 rounds. It is an absolute stomping in that first half there, but now things are going to flip around, and we're going to see how Flow State are going to handle things on the defense here.
And honestly, I expect a lot the same. It's another double dive comp. C hits are going to be great. Defaults into A hits are going to be strong as well. The question really on my mind is how much better can the site anchors from Flow State do? Because they have the exact same task here, facing down a split on C.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing, literally. But Repeat and Khan have been dynamic in this game. So they're kind of running into some heavy hitters here. Khan now looking up top, but he's going to wisely enough back away. Repeat gives him one. That's going to make things into a 4v4. Taluski on the push through garage now. That's going to provide the opportunity for Powerpuff Girls to get that spike down. Now, how does Flow State look to approach this? They still have some utility. Barely anything was spent there. Taluski, though, looking to see if he can get the kill, and he does so. Psychotic Goat misses on that first shot. They know exactly where Taluski's going to be, so that pressure is always going to be lingering about. Taluski gets 1, Taluski gets 3, as a matter of fact, and that is going to be a beautiful retake and just good patience, I got to say, from Taluski, because he was one shot dead to rights, hung out in the corner, waited for his teammates to push, and once he had that inclination, he went for it and was able to pick off the pieces. There's your opportunity to say that baiting is not always bad. Waits, takes the right opportunity, wins the round because of it. It was a I got nice
-3
retake,
HP,
so he needed it, you know?
He did, he did. Yeah, but I do think that they showed something there that we didn't see a lot in the first half of just being super willing to vacate the site, play the Flood retake, and yeah, the Flood retake looks super good. Being down 11-3, though, gonna have to be a force buy here. Flow State pretty much staking this map on the buy up this round.
Gold leader. The rest of the team just trying to get what they can. Big round here. Flow State win this. You get to that game point. Gold leader's waiting for this push. Here comes the Owl Drone. He's just going to back away because you know that Owl Drone's more than likely going to signify someone's coming in, and instead it's going to be Hedgehog Lover. Finds Gold leader, pops him in the face along with Clay. So they're going to take out, at the very least, Repeat, who has been a thorn in their side. Gold leader as well. Big opportunity for Powerpuff Girls to be able to lock up this round. John Port gets a kill up top, so that's going to shut down this player. And there you go, Mimi. You were talking about those ecos before. It seems to be coming to fruition here. They'll use the small guns to be able to take out the big ones.
They will. Okay, Clay. Keeping up the form from the end of that first half. Gets a couple big kills. And is going to be able to bring this one now at least up to a third round. You're going to see a bit of a buy coming in from the other side, though, with the Buckies and the Sheriffs. So, and one thing I remember from the first console open was a lot of Bucky rounds, jumping around corners. I mean, you've seen it everywhere, at every level of Valorant, on every platform, but that gun is in a very potent place right now.
You have to understand, okay, guys, we're a couple, you know, when you're a console player, you got to channel your inner Gears of War, okay? You got wall bounce, you got to do some shotgun battles. It's just how it is. It's just how it is. But yeah, I'm curious to see how this works out, because you can see the group up on garage there, wondering if they're going to get like some word and then they're going to try and push out from this, but they have to be cautious about the window because I think Clay is still going to be hanging out there. No one's really pushing garage. They're just hanging around with their shorties. They don't really have the guns to deal with this here, Flow State, so they're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way, but Clay's able to get a good connection there onto Gold leader. That's going to be 2 down. And this is looking like it's going to be pretty much a Powerpuff Girls round here. They're starting to, you know, get things going, Mimi, but it's wonder if you're too little too late in this situation, considering the deficit that Powerpuff Girls are going to have to climb.
Yeah, it is going to be a really big one to have to come back from here. It is a little easier to mount that comeback on attack, but this is going to be the most important round. You win this one, your ults start flowing, you reset the economy of your opponents yet again, and you lose this one and you start to look down a pretty tough path of this game likely just being over and having to head to the second map there of Lotus. But they're going to have a good buy for it. Going to have a real good idea of what to do here. So that C-exec on the pistol round almost work out, and it looks like they're going to try it again. I think it's a good call considering this double dive comp.
Yep, they're opting for this one more time. It's going to put some pressure on a Repeat who might have gotten the information, so he's going to stick around here and try and help. He is able to get one connection onto Hedgehog Lover, looking for another one, but he just killed the Yoru. He finds Psychotic Goat, and he gets the shot off of him too. Looking to see if Penguin's going to come in here. But instead, it's Clay who wanted to get the better of his other half on the other side of this field there. Cleans him out. Now, it is a 2v4. Flow State, they have a little bit more to work with here. The Recon's going to tag 2, I believe, there. They got vision. They know where he's pushing in from here. But Clay, looking for one, is able to land that shot. Vandal in hand. Penguin Muncher still haven't been able to get that spike down yet either. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Time not working in their favor just yet. They're really wanting a kill, hoping that the opponent's going to rush something here. For now, they're not getting any opportunities. With that hat going out, this should give them a chance to plant.
They're going to all group up. They're probably going to have to retreat over toward long. Unless Penguin, though. Penguin's trying to hold this one off on his own. He's able to get one, but Gold Leader clears. Clay, though, is there for 4 and was perfect for it. As soon as those players popped out,
This feels
Clay
like a
had
Clay 1v5, dude. He is incredible right now. 22 and 13. The next best on his team has literally half the amount of kills he has. And the next best after that has half of that number as well. Clay is single-handedly keeping his team in the game. The question is it enough to get the rest of the squad back to shooting, back to form, and back into this game well and truly?
Yeah, well, and if he falls, what does that mean for the rest of the squad, right? Because it seems like if they're able to target Clay early and take him out, but Clay's smart, right? He's just playing it back. He's waiting for any of those lurkers to potentially come in because they've been losing a few of these rounds, and that's going to be 2 headshots clean there for John Pork, who gets his mark on the Jet as well as the Sova. And you know, it's always going to be tough here.
On John Pork there. Not just Holy, it's John Pork, but John Pork Gaultier. Very, very prim and proper. Respect that name.
It's a character in the new Expedition 33 game, you know? It's the French name, John Pork.
Jean Pork.
Uh-oh. Colin was in a bit of a pickle there.
Yeah.
The hedgehog
jumps it
knew
just
exactly
the
where
wrong
it was. Yeah. So gets the headshot on one, so you get maybe a little ult orb for that, but it doesn't really matter all that much. And that's going to be the 6th round here for Powerpuff Girls. They're starting them out with a little bit of a comeback, and they only have 2 mistakes, 1 mistake really to give to Flow State. So they need to be mindful of that. It's another critical round. But for Powerpuff Girls, I mean, financially, I think they're looking okay. So even if they were to lose this next round, what really hurts them is just the fact that the score is just so lopsided in the favor of Flow State.
Yeah, it's going to be another bye here for that defensive side to try and break this 4-round streak that has gone against them now. They have a Hunter's Fury as well, and over towards A, their star player. Ready and set up down short, Gold Leader. He's had a lot of moments this game thus far. Just going to try and keep that up here as he's still pretty isolated on A, but there's a lot of players super close that can flood in the second contact's found, and the Omen already out on site with him.
Yeah, good response. It's going to prompt some movement back, though. Seems like the quest was really just to go get that ult orb, which quest complete. They'll get 10 XP for that, and some bear hides. I've been playing a lot of Oblivion lately, so you know, you gotta.
We'll start the tally at 1 there.
Yeah, we'll start the tally at 1. How many old-timey references I make. All right, it is looking like it's going to be a C push here. They're getting some information. Going to send this clone down. Here we go. Dimensional Drift is going to open up the site a little bit now. And it's going to allow this team to be able to push forward to Powerpuff Girls. Free reign on the C site. But there are a lot of ults on the other side for Flow State that they need to be careful about. Here comes Hunter's Fury. That's one of those ults we had to be careful about, which they aren't able. I don't think they were able to connect there, but they were able to force him off of the side. I think while that was going on, Khan managed to get right in, but he ends up dying there. Actually, I think he ended up getting recalled out of that fight. Regardless of the fact, though, they're still going to be tucked away inside of this. I thought Khan had an opportunity to get through that. Gold Leader, though, needing to fight through this door. Spike down! Oh, my word. 2 of them are going to drop like flies. That's going to be the 3rd. You only have 1 more player left. It's going to be the Penguin Muncher, and he needs to find these 2 kills, but Gold Leader's got the eyes on him. Repeat. Can he be the hero again? Hunter's Fury played out, but he recalls it. He recalls the Hunter's Fury. He still gets the kill. Oh, my word.
I feel like I'm rolling back the years watching that clip. I have not seen a good Hunter's Fury cancel into a 1 clutch in quite some time there. I think he thought he might have had more space to use that. Immediately hops out of it, forces the fight, and wins it too. These clutches keep rolling, GB, and I'm starting to believe in a comeback.
Bro, what is happening right now? Flow State were looking like untouchable gods on the server, and then flip sides, and you can see how difficult the defensive holds are on these 3 sides. I wonder if it's just because of the 3-site maps and just the amount of information and attention that's kind of getting like tossed around. I don't know, but
I mean, you are playing 1 initiator per team, double duelist comps. It's a little hard playing defense to have good info in the mid round. So maybe a little, and
Yeah.
also like you don't have like a breach to control space in a lobby, things like that. So you see, like if you look at the map, all of the defenders are back behind the barriers. They're just getting walked up on, but walk into Tuluski, that might have been a bit of a mistake. Clay's dead, and that's an advantage to Flow State for the first time in a while.
Yep, and they do have a dimensional drift too. So if they have to pop that to find out where these players are if they get that spike down, it'll be pretty helpful there. You're seeing Khan kind of just playing back, waiting through the cuts, just seeing if anyone comes through. Here comes a potential push now. Big shot there with the shotty to the body. He's able to land himself one target, excuse me. But just as I say that, though, Khan and Gold Leader both go down. Cryptonic tried to see if he could get another jump shot with it, but it does not work out. And now that's what looked like a good setup here for Flow State just crumbles. And now it's a 2v3. Powerpuff Girls have that advantage.
Very big rounds here. Powerpuff Girls can't let this one slip. A Repeak, who has been just excellent all map long, working his way up a flanked. They'll time this one together. Penguin Muncher, very astute, watches on that angle. Now a triple crossfire, and that will win the round. The gap is down to 3 rounds now.
Uh-oh. Now, you still have some decent ults that you can use, right? Neural Theft might come in handy if they're able to get Repeak's able to get an early pick. You also have Dimensional Drift still available there from Khan. So look for him to maybe pop that so that they could clear sight. Just like as you saw a few rounds ago on the opposite side, what Powerpuff Girls are doing to them, maybe they could do the opposite when it comes to retaking. See how they try and implement that. I think you're going to need to see a little bit more presence being put here by Flow State. I know that it seems like the trend is to allow these players to, not necessarily challenge these fights because you might get, picked or it might not work out in your favor, but you got to take those risks, especially in a tournament like this.
And you don't want to let it slip. They'll walk into mid, leaving an embed down C long, a much more reserved round than maybe the all-out executes we saw towards the beginning of this half.
Still looks like it's going to end C, though.
It does. And there's a retake ultimate for Flow State. That's a good advantage for them.
I think they have Clay as one to the Neural Theft, so it might be a problem, especially if they get this kill onto Cryptonic.
He's going to play a little bit more passive, though. 2 players on the site ready to anchor. Flash through. They get forward this time. Gone back to the aggression. But the refrags, they're just excellent. 3 kills go back. They've got the site.
Everything you could possibly ask for. 4 players left alive here. They're going to try and double stack this one if Penguin pushes forward, but instead it's going to be Psychotic Go who gets the connection, and that is going to be the round. Clay tried to run away with the gun, but they're not letting him go, and that's just only a few rounds. 2 rounds for Powerpuff Girls to come back into this one. What a performance from Clay. 25 kills. I mean, right now, making the case for, best performance on one of the OG agents.
Yeah, real. 25 kills, Cypher gameplay, only 15 deaths. I'm seeing it. I think this is now the 3rd ultimate this half as well. I mean, it is only one of the few 6 pips remaining in the game, but still, pretty impressive stuff.
It's impressive. It's impressive regardless. Wait a minute. We might be getting a little fast play out of this one here. Look at the sewers. You can see maybe some contact be made, but Khan, he's got the info, so he knows exactly where things are going to be shaken out. They do manage to get at least 1 pick onto John, who does manage to take out Tuluski. That is going to hurt.
But they've left C open.
He's there.
Yeah, this is going to be a free site, so it'll come down to a retake. Advantage for Flow State, but they have pretty bad guns. I think a player's still on a Bucky. This fight is big, and Repeak loses it to Clay.
That was that Neural Theft that we were a little worried about. And now that they got it, you have all of that information, sees exactly where Gold Leader and Cryptonic are going to be pushing out of. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Interesting read out of that one. Might be trying to go for another, but Gold Leader gets at least 1 frag for that, for the effort. Takes out Clay. As 2 players have to take out. All drones out. Using that clone to his advantage there. Oh, beautiful shot from Gold Leader. Looking for another one. That's Con pushing forward, and that is going to be their 12th. Finally, Flow State are able to stop the bleeding. They had to use a gauze bandage for that. Just wrap it around their arm.
Could go down in history as the fakest comeback ever now. They won, what, 7 rounds in a row, only to drop this one. Still, though, it's within reach. Only 3 rounds away from taking us to overtime. Otherwise, it'll be the gang closing things out after that big drought of rounds. They're back in town, GB. I've heard that about the gang.
It is. It is. The gang's back in town. The gang, it's like an episode of Always Sunny. The gang is the fakest comeback ever.
Very astute.
All right. We'll see. Let's see how Flow State plays this one. I think they're going to try and take some space early on in mid.
Get out of my way.
We saw that a few times on the opposite side here, but now we're seeing Flow State start to do that, try and chop off the site and really crunch these players, don't give them a lot of room to breathe. But unfortunately, you kind of have to concede that space and see, again, there's not really much that Repeat can do in that situation. You also have the dimensional drift, so really, it just comes down to a matter of whether or not they wanted to stay there and have to deal with it. But Psychotic Goat's able to get the connection there with the blades.
Yeah, he had
Spikes
to get
down
the
towards
lurking jet going crazy in that one, but the trade is back. It's going to be a 4v4 on this retake, but they called it a little early. And now this is segmented off. Only 3 left.
Look for that Sov. I was going to say Taluski's in a good spot here. He might be able to get this one, and he gets himself 2. That's huge. This is it. It all comes down to these last 2 players left alive here. Can Hedgehog Lover, do it? Clay's down, so it's all down to the Yoru in a 1v2. The Hunter's Fury is going to get thrown out there. Hedgehog Lover gets tagged and bagged, and that is going to do it. Chalk that one up for a fake comeback because it's a 13-9 in favor of Flow State, who started this one off. What was it, a 10-2? 10-2 half. Credit the Powerpuff Girls for trying to bring that one back.
I was fully believing in the comeback until that second and last round that they ended up losing. I think biggest takeaways there, first of all, attack side Haven on console with double duelists, pretty dang strong. Those C executes from both teams seem pretty much unstoppable. You're basically having to play into retake most of these rounds, but I like to see them warming up towards the end there, despite losing out on this map, showing us something a little bit more, even though they're going to be down 1-0 in the series now.
But I think one of the things I take away from that last round was really when you show that initiative on the defense and you don't really allow them to get what they want, as we see in VCT quite often, right? You find that success there, even if it's like small, even in small moments, right? You're kind of forcing them to go, you're forcing them to play uncomfortably in those moments. And I think like that's going to be something that both of these teams really on the defensive side as we get ready for Lotus, which Lotus might be a little bit more challenging to do so. But I think you are going to see hopefully a little bit more presence on the defensive side for both teams. That's really the only thing that I was hoping to get a bit more of, because they were kind of conceding space a lot to them. I mean, I don't know if that's just a console thing or if that's just a player independent thing, but
I think it's also a really prioritizing these double duelist comps and not playing like a Teo or a Breach or something like that makes those like lobby fights or set aggressive plays a lot easier. If we look back though at the scoreboard, despite not having a ton of utility, the players came up big in terms of the kills. I think a lot of insane individualism here. Clay was so impressive throughout that one. Repeat as well. Those Sentinel players were popping off.
Yeah, those Sentinels were holding it down, but we started things off with Khan's ace, who really set the tone early on for Flow State and gave them that confidence to mount that 10-2 first half, absolutely rolling. But when you look at statistically, on the other side, it was kind of getting dicey. What was it? They ended at 9, so you had, 7-2 was pretty much the difference. So it felt like in that one, the defense was just getting cooked. But what helped out Flow State was that they were able to get that attack first, and they were able to make such a big lead happen early on. But you do got to give the flowers to the Sentinels here, and Clay Javu 26 dropping that big kill. Clay Javu, I love the name. That's a good one. That's a good name. Okay,
that's a +2.
I'm being a little judgmental of our Xbox Live randomly generated gamer tags.
I'm
that
not
we
gonna
have.
lie, I didn't get Clay Javu until just now, and just thought it was like Clay Javu, like a first name and a last name. But it's actually way more clever than I.
His name is Clay Javu. He's a very well-known diplomat from I don't know from where. We could name a place. But yeah, so while Clay Javu goes and solves world peace, we're gonna take a quick break, and when we come back, we're gonna have map 2 as we get ready. It's going to be Lotus. Who can end this series? Is it going to be Flow State? Can they get that 2-0 win, make their way to the finals? Or will the Powerpuff Girls manage to find the sugar, spice, and everything nice that takes them to map 3? We'll be right back.
Hey everyone, as we kick off some of our 5-year anniversary celebrations, I wanted to take a few moments to chat with you about what this journey has meant to all of us here at Riot, and what we hope it's also meant for all of you that have been on the ride with us. Maybe get a little reflective, nostalgic, cozy, a little vulnerable. So what was going on 5 years ago today? Well, for one, we were at the start of a global pandemic. It's hard to look back at 2020 and not consider the impact that the pandemic had on all of us, including us here at Riot. And despite the unprecedented circumstances, we'd made what felt like this impossible decision to release the closed beta of Project A and introduce all of you to Valorant. On the Riot side, we had all these hopes and dreams and conviction and promises for the future. We had core beliefs around what makes for a great tactical shooter, but also some ideas on how to put a twist on such a beloved genre. And we were ready to serve and ready to work our asses off to meet your expectations. 5 years ago today, we were dropping beta codes and frantically fixing bugs, and many of you were watching streams and learning how to play the game, deciding if it was even worth your time. 5 years ago, we were trying to figure out how to build and host esports events completely virtually. And now, we're only a few days out from the playoffs, bringing us to Masters Toronto, one step closer to Champions in Paris, our biggest champs yet. From PC only to our expansion onto PlayStation and Xbox, from serving most of the world to becoming truly global with our release in China, from a handful of inside jokes to more memes than we could ever make sprays for. 5 years ago, we were meeting each other, getting to know each other. We were at the start of our relationship. And now here we are, millions of us around the world building one of the most exciting communities in gaming together. 5 years brings a lot of opportunity. 5 years also gives us moments to reflect on what matters, to look back on all of those original promises we made on Val. All of those things still remain at the top of our list of priorities. But over the years, as more players come in, as the game evolves, those things are put to the test. More agents means more ways to combo abilities, which can sometimes overload combat more than you'd expect, and so we're taking a look at that. More players means more opportunities for bad actors to challenge our original systems. Things like smurfing, things like stream sniping, things like toxicity. So we're taking a look at that. When those core promises are challenged or deteriorate, it becomes our top priority to address it. And we might not always have a fix right away, but we are always working on those things. There is so much work to do, and there always will be. Look guys, at the end of the day, we just want you to be able to hop online and get into a good game of Valorant. Over the next several weeks, you'll learn more about how and when we'll address the things I mentioned, get an update on replays, and a bunch of other stuff. I mean, we are really hoping to get a version of replays out to you around Champs time. I'm not sure we're always great at letting you know that we hear you, but we do hear you. You have held the bar incredibly high. You shouted us about the things that matter, and we are inspired every day by that conviction, by your commitment to and demand for improvement, whether that's in your own games or improvement you'd like to see from us. And we'll get there. But for right now, we're celebrating how far we've come together. For some, 5 years might not seem like a long time, but when you really look at it, some of you graduated high school with this game, some of you finished your degrees, and some of you even met loved ones, got married, are parents now. You built a community around this thing you love and this thing that we love making for you. I look at where we're at 5 years later, and the biggest word that comes to mind is gratitude. Gratitude for you, our Valorant player community. You have shown up in ways we never could have imagined. So on behalf of the entire team here at Riot, thank you. Thank you for your creativity, your dedication, your late nights, your infinite drive, your sick plays, your content, your teamwork, your everything. As we pass our 5-year milestone, we're looking ahead to making Valorant the place you return to for the next 5, 10, 15 or more years. We are more committed to this game and to this community than ever. We've got a lot of cool anniversary stuff planned for the next few weeks, so enjoy, and we'll see you all in game. Thanks, everyone. We're making new games, and this one's different.
I'm so freaking excited to try out Valorant.
This is our take on a competitive shooter. We want a tac shooter with more creativity.
Okay, you guys are gonna see this epic play again?
More expression. And a lot more style. We promise we're in this for years and years to come.
Now in such a cheeky little spot.
The first to etch their names in the history books.
I know it.
What's the move?
We killed them all.
Look at it. So now here they're protecting me. Here it is.
You did it!
Enemies close. Track them down.
Buddy.
We're out of time.
Feel like a comeback kick. Got no time to spare. Double up score, 22 to a 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more.
Players up above, a flash ready.
With the ace and my team went gold.
Let's go!
Start up, if y'all carry.
Don't worry, guys. I got this.
Win one more.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Hey, last player standing. One enemy planted. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NA Console Valorant Open Tournament number dos. I'm Golden Boy. You got me. We just watched Flow State versus Powerpuff Girls Map 1 on Haven, and it was fascinating. Very offensive heavy game, without a doubt, for that one. Maybe we got double duelists on Haven. It was a little wonky compositions, but don't know what we're going to get here in Lotus, but I'm looking forward to it if Haven's any indication.
I feel like we might just get double duelists again. That might be the vibe of the day, but we will see. Want to ask you, this is your first map watching, casting for a competitive console Valorant thing. What were your takeaways from that map?
Man, these players are great. Honestly, you know, really. You could see how much time they put into it. You could see, you know, like just the talent that they possess, just because, you know, good awareness overall. It's just a very different world here than it is over when we do like VCT or whatever, right? And sure. I like that. I like that there are different flavors and different styles. I don't think that I don't subscribe to the belief that there's like just one way to do things and it should only ever be done that way, because it's not fun for anyone. So I do like that on the console side of things. It's different, but different means pretty good for me. I'm enjoying it. Some good shots. I was blown away by some of the spray transfers that we were seeing from these players. And you were on the money when you were talking about how these guys, when they're aimed on the, you know, when they have that crosshair placement, perfectly lined up, it's very hard to come out of that. You have to burst through those fights and be able to like catch them off guard. It's crazy.
It really is. Let's take a little look at our maps. We're heading to Lotus next. Players should be ready to get into things in just a second here. As a reminder, this is a best out of 3 single elimination. So, loser of this map, if it turns out to be the Powerpuff Girls, it means they are done for this tournament. And Flow State will be the squad moving into the finals. So, you definitely want to lock in here if you are going to be Flow State. There are Powerpuff Girls, rather, but this is their map pick of Lotus.
Yep, exactly. I did think it was interesting that we were seeing 3-site maps to start things off here. Both teams favoring that type of map. You know, I'm not complaining because I love both of these maps, so it's always going to be fun to see these ones played out. But it does kind of lead to question what we're going to see composition-wise. Are we going to get more of that double duelist? It seems like that could very well be the flavor that we're being treated to here today. But if we get any change-ups, I think that will be pretty fun to observe, purely because you know, like, for example, we didn't really see the Clove get going, you know, in that Haven game. And we know the Clove can have some fun moments, you know, on these maps. You know, there's always going to be an opportunity, I think, to really try something different here. But it also feels like, as we had mentioned previously, the way that console plays, they're kind of carving their own path, which is going to be not so much not necessarily so different on Lotus here from what we saw in Haven, right?
Yeah, I think it will be a little similar. It was interesting to see neither teams playing like the meta initiators, although I guess we don't really know what the new meta is going to be after the nerfs to Breach and Taeho, who have dominated for most of this year thus far. But it's both just single Sova comps, which honestly I think is fine. Just lean into the double duelists. Do what you do best. Put your strongest shooters on the agents where they're going to get into fights a lot. And we just saw how effective it was to have both those dive characters breaking up the crosshair placements, devouring those sites on the execute throughout both teams' respective attack halves.
Yeah, and you can treat the Yoru, as we always talk about, like a pseudo, like, you know, half initiator, so to speak, because of the flash and, you know, just the way that it's able to like create opportunities in space with the clones and whatnot. So, you know, there are some cool things that you could definitely do in the duelist role, but as, you know, but as like a half initiator, if you will. But let's take a look now and see what we're going to get over Feels like the boys, this will be on the right side. Powerpuff Girls will be opting, getting that Clove back. I was waiting and wondering if we were going to see Neon, because Neon screams console. In fact, a little fun factoid about that. The person who made Neon is a friend of mine. And I believe it came from Paladins and console Paladins, I believe. So it makes, I was wondering when eventually someone was going to bust out the Neon, and it seems like we could end up seeing that here, which would be kind of cool.
That's some deep lore you're pulling out here, but pretty cool to hear. And we do get the lock on that Neon there, as well as the breach for Penguin Muncher. So apparently not caring too much about the nerfs there. As a reminder, it changed the wind-up time on the fault line to be a little bit longer, but still, that agent is so strong on this map. I think the most curious thing about that comp, though, is you only have Clove for smokes, which, if you remember, they got a pretty big nerf, which means that it now takes 40 seconds for your smokes to recharge. They're still the shortest smoke duration of any controller agent in the game. So once you make a decision to exec, you better commit to it, or you're going to have a real tough time canceling and trying to re-hit elsewhere.
Yeah, it's a great point on that one, Mimi, and we'll be keeping eyes on how Clove plays out. That was one of the agents that I had mentioned previously that, you know, it seems like they like to run, but on the other side, though, we saw the Omen get locked in, so I feel a little bit better about that Omen. I want to see Repeak on this Raze, because Repeak was playing the Cypher last game, so very different
They're just going through all the original agents, right? Remember, a couple $100 on the line for the best performance on one of the OG agents, so that's what they're going for.
Maybe that's what Repeak's going for. I respect the hustle. Let's see if it pans out for them. And of course, we got on the attacking side, we have our friends over at the Powerpuff Girls. So, you know, could we see something like what happened on Haven, where the attack is just so powerful and it's just winning so many rounds? Or with the composition that has been built up here by Flow State, do they have the tools to be able to stop this? Longer smokes, another flash, you know, and then on top of that, the same things, but you have the Vice that you got to go into. And the Vice into or rather the Neon into the Vice is going to be very interesting to see how that one pans out. You got to be very mindful about that equipment on the ground.
For sure. Good read here, though. 3 players stacked up on C. That's exactly where the hit is headed to. Khan takes a shot at that clone. Rest of the hit should come in just a second. Good stun. Up, but the Thorns in the face. No one can really see a thing in Kryptonics. Swings through it, wins out. Very good hold on C.
And that was what we were talking about before, right? The Thorns, you know, all that stuff on the ground is going to be very difficult for the Neon to have to traverse through. And that is going to open up the opportunity for Flow State to be able to acquire this first round. They have a good read, and you kind of see Powerpuff Girls a touch stuck in this situation.
Yeah, Flash ready to try and go for a re-clear here. They'll go off the fault line as well. Here it comes.
Oh, man. It was a blender right into it. Kryptonic was waiting for it. The fault line didn't. The fault line was more for that player. I think it was on the other side, like perched up on top, and it was not going to matter. They ended up just getting clipped as soon as they walked through. That's 4 for Kryptonic off the start here. Nice start for them.
Yeah, really good start out of them. Kryptonic's 4-0 to this point, going to buy up a Vandal for this next round, and that was just a great defensive round. They suspect a C-hit coming in. Honestly, great gamble when you're playing against a double duelist with the Yoru and the Neon, and you see that pays off. And then when they wait for the re-exec, they have another layer of utility ready to go with these crossfires, and they get their little reward out of that, as this time Powerpuff Girls going to send their attention over to the A side of the map.
See if they can get some work done over here. Of course, got to be mindful. You see these A pushes on Rubble all the time. Typically, players would be holding toward the baby door there, over toward the back side. Taluski wanted to see if he could get a peek and see who was knocking on the front door. But instead, though, I actually thought Repeak had the read there, but it ended up peeking to his death. That's going to leave Khan and the rest of the squad here to kind of just wait this one out. Maybe they might not. It seems like they might try and go for it. Yeah, so they're indicating that they wanted to suss this one out, but they're going to be dealing with 5 players on the other side here for Powerpuff Girls.
Hedgehog Lover, here's the flash, dips away. Repeat, that's nice out of him and Calais. They lock things down. They'll win this eco, and they show how strong those sheriffs can be.
Yeah, when you have that trained, you know, the crosshair placement so clean like that, it's very difficult to try and overcome that. You just need that timing. I mean, even here, boom, just tagged him and bagged him. Another one for the hedgehog lover. I want to ask him which hedgehog, by the way. Is it Sonic?
Hedgehogs
hedgehog
in general,
he's a fan
maybe?
Of? So just hedgehogs, and yeah, because I'm partial to Sonic. You know, I'm a big fan of Sonic.
That's a fair. That's a fair take.
I know, Mimi, you're a big Sonic the Hedgehog fan. Talk about it all the time.
Yeah, for sure. I'm always talking about that. People know that about me. It's like
yeah,
my
one thing we know.
thing.
Yeah, but one thing we know about Mimi is she loves late '90s platformers on old gen consoles. Yeah, she's a big fan of that.
Got another one of these strongholds on C. 3 players stacked up. One of the little mini games you always have to play when you have a vice with your playing into you is break the clone before it breaks your wall. This time they thought the wall was on C. It wasn't. Instead, it still postured over towards B and locking down the space there. But always something to think about when you're attacking into a vice. How can you bait out that wall, deny that info, and work space off of it? We've seen space taken over towards A here.
Sakata getting tagged up quite a bit, so we'll need to bail out of this one, go back to his team. As A-side's getting worked right now, you got Clay, tip of the spear, looking to get through this. He's got a lot of utility to help out on the post plan if he's able to stay alive. Just get what he needs down, but he's got to stay up in this one. You see a player right there toward the jump up, or drop down rather, re-peek. He's just waiting. I don't think he got connected with that either. Here comes another stun. He's going to dodge that. And they know that someone's back there, but they're going to toss this one down, and I'll get ready for the fight. But Clay, prepared for re-peek, finds the opposite that he went up against in that last game. But this time around, he's going to get the better of him here. Gold leader, though, finds himself 2. Looking for the next one, but it's not going to work out. 1v1 now. Got gold leader going up against the psychotic goat. Goat's got just 5 HP, as a matter of fact. We saw that happen at the beginning, and it's not gonna matter. That 5 HP ain't gonna play a factor at all, because psychotic goat had the crosshair trained, waited for goat leader around that corner, and gets him that second round.
Yeah, I love picking Neon on console. You were shouting it out when we were watching the Agent Select, but being able to just slide straight past someone's crosshair and break that up completely, I think is so strong. And I love the way Psychotic Goat was using the movement there, kept on repositioning, finds a great kill in that 1v1, and manages to win out and finally get something going early on. Remember, the Powerpuff Girls were down 2-10 when we went into the half on map number 1. They're not letting that happen again unless they lose 9 rounds in a row, in which case it is mathematically still possible.
It's possible. It's possible. Well, let's see if this round could be an indication of the success that Powerpuff Girls would like to have, but Khan's going to stop someone right in its tracks, taking out Psychotic Goat, who pushed in. Comes a big flash now. John Port gets the kill. Goat leader goes down, so all that defensive utility's out. You got a C side wide open and available, and Flow Stage is going to need to make this retake happen.
Spike planted.
Vicealt will give a little bit of space for the Powerpuff Girls, and they get a kill. Breach is dead. That's a really big player to find.
Yeah, they're getting these. Each time they keep trying to trickle in now. A re-peek might be an opportunity, but instead it's going to be John Pork who stops, and that's 4 for John Pork on the Clove. And that is going to be another good round here for the Powerpuff Girls, something that we're very happy to see given how things panned out in that first game. Of course, how does Flow State adjust? Because right now it feels like it's really just boiling down to like just peaks that are just going south in either direction, and nothing really else is happening here. At least that's my read in the early goings.
Yeah, a lot of it has just been like these slower default rounds. I think a lot on console, I see teams that expect a heavy push to come out. They kind of default, but don't really take a ton of space. I actually think Powerpuff Girls have done a better job than that, taking a little bit of space forward, pushing up. This is going to be a brawl, though, in this round. Fighting pretty heavily over towards Rubble, but the Neon men just disengage, just barely stay alive at 3 health.
I see in this instance, you know, given that you have sheriffs, I know you're trying to win the round, but you heard with so much activity happening over there, and you got those sheriffs, they're going to check that corner. So this is going to be a tough one to have to fight through if you're Khan. But Khan might be able to get Psychotic Goat here. That could be enough. Might have to be a little bit more time, better timing than that there. That was a bit unfortunate. Ended up kind of just eating the bullets there. And that's going to be C available yet again. And it's kind of shades of what we saw in that last round, right? You're just going to try and see if they can suss out any of these picks, but Gold Leader's able to find one. John Pork's able to come right back in because of that Clove revive. And Hedgehog's there for another connection. You could try there, John Pork. Try as you might. That's 4 for the Hedgehog Lover. That's why I'm going to call him the Hedgehog Lover.
I do love the way they're playing these post-plants. They're not getting bogged down on the site. And instead, every single round, Neon Yoru together are fighting into basically the opposing team's spawn and getting ahead of that util. We're not seeing Breach Suns connect. We're not seeing players get caught out by the Yoru flashes because the Powerpuff Girls are controlling every one of these fights. They're always getting ahead of that utility, catching defenders off guard, and killing them before there can be a concentrated retake back into the site.
I really want to see some aggression here from Flow State. You have that breach stun. You could send that one cross map and just open things up. And that actually seems to be the case. But okay, so Dimensional Drift is going to get played here from Hedgehog Lover, which is going to have to prompt that recall for the Powerpuff Girls. Sorry, for the Flow State Yoru. Kryptonic now, as well as Repeak. Kryptonic's on the other side of the map here, waiting for any kind of aggression. Repeak, on the other hand, is working with the squad here towards C. And you can get the idea that Powerpuff Girls, a little trepidatious, is they're now rethinking and they're going toward B. Here comes the execute.
Psychotic Goat has a really nice position here up top the box. We'll try yet again to get ahead. Sliding into the opponents. The crosshair placement was so nice there. Ready for Gold Leader. And now a Breach ult ready to go. Gonna rip that one back towards spawn. And this Yoru, this Neon, they're not slowing down. They're gonna dive straight in, but maybe a little bit too far. Good counter paranoia. And now this round is all gone poorly. But the reposition off angle, it's gone. Thanks to Khan, who wins the second round for Flow State.
Thought it was a good idea to reposition like this over toward B. Things were looking a little dicey toward C, but and A was completely blocked as well. So there wasn't really much in the way for them to respond. So they made a good call to get into B, but you could definitely see that aggression kind of biting them a bit there in the end. Like this one worked out really well. Psychotic Goat gets in there with the Neon, gets himself a few, but then after that, they were just so far ahead. They really didn't have the angles that they would have liked in that situation there. So that is going to be the second one here for our team over in Flow State, who have been, kind of struggling. You can see those last 4 rounds, things get a little close. It comes down to 1v1 or something to that effect, and they were not able to get that win. But now here we go. So they're kind of doing the same thing again, getting one player out toward Rubble. But this time around, they want to see if they can get some more contact here. And they do see that Vice. That could give them the indication. I don't know what the Vice saw, Mimi. It could have been just a Yoru.
Yeah, it's tough to say. At least it's some info. They're going to keep a lot of forces over here towards B, so I expect they're not fully clued into the picture just yet. Gold Leader is going to have solid stall, though. Has one set of thorns on the ground, has an ult ready to pop as well, and teammates, they're going to be relatively quick on that rotation through the breakable door.
Look for Tuluski to be a big factor here. Hasn't really had much success in the game so far, but with that fault line, as well as the aftershock, try and just clear things out, build toward that rolling thunder. Kryptonic, though, inside of this smoke, knows that there's going to be a chance for him to push. You hear the plant going down. He's got to get the word that he's going to send this flash forward, and here it comes. Spikes down. Kryptonic gets the kill into Hedgehog Lover. Oh no, John Pork lost out on the judge, so you're not going to have the law on your side here. And Kryptonic is going to go down. So that's really unfortunate. That's going to be 3 players just like that, like dropping like flies. And that will be Flow State's third. Very well played. They waited it out. They timed when they wanted to use those abilities effectively, and they reaped the rewards for that.
And they showed much better awareness of this post-plant aggression that we've been seeing from Powerpuff Girls pretty much every round. They had players set up in crossfires towards spawn, towards the stairs, and the second that ult is ripped, they're just ready to flood in together and win out that round. It was very well done, showing that same coordination that brought them such success in the first map of this series, and showing another great map from Gold Leader, showing some range there, going from the Jet map 1 to now the Vice here on map 2, and performing on both of those very different roles.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of what happened with Repeak. Repeak was on the Cypher and then shifted over. Oh, wait a minute. Rolling Thunder's coming through here. Repeak, he's able to get 2. Tuluski finds himself that second, but will get cleaned up. They're going to try and stop that bleeding, at least for the time being here. We still have that Vice up, so that's going to make that C site a little bit difficult to try and hold. or sorry, to try and push on. Apologies. Powerpuff Girls, on the other hand, though, knows, hey, we got to go for A here. We got to make this play happen. Kryptonic is really the only one to receive them, and he hears a lot of the commotion happening, so he's just getting that call. And they're going to opt to save this, save that paranoia, which is a smart play because he's able to use it right there. Clear that space in heaven and look things around here. We can't get away. Kryptonic, I just got a little overzealous, and the rocket just completely misses. And now it's just down to Khan. This did not go the way I thought it would, Mimi.
No, flipped on its head completely. But in a 1v3 now, still somewhat of a chance. Spike not yet to be planted, but not a lot to work with. I think just one flash on that Yoru. Nothing else really in the back pocket except for maybe one-dimensional drift, but how much trickery can you really get up to here? Around the corner, first flash ready to be used. Hedgehog lover, that's a good read. Colin takes one down. Into the 1-on-2 now. Another flash. TP's out. Into the open and has to swing around. Ready on the angle. Not there to punish Clay. The opportunity might have just slipped because there's a reposition close left. And Penguin Muncher. That's very good from them. Shuts down any chance at losing out on that 1-on-2. Powerpuff Girls take back some control.
Yeah, that was well played. I do also got to give some flowers there to Khan in that fight because, you know, it's a tough one, right? But good use of the resources that was available to the Yoru in that moment to try and make a play. I'm shocked that Repeat didn't connect with the rocket. That's wild. Where did that rocket go? Did it just disappear into the multiverse? Like, what the hell?
Off to the ether. I don't know. I think it was one of those things where, like, they triggered it right as they died, and it's one of the things where it, like, takes the rocket, but doesn't really actually get out of there. But okay, an opening pick already from the Neon. Here's Khan, fights back in midair, in the TP, still killed by Psychotic Goat.
Come a few of this Vice Util that Gold Leader set up. And you are going to have to respect it if you're Powerpuff Girls. There's not much you can really do about that. And a couple tags there too, it's pretty big. Might help out. Pivot now going toward B, but Taluski's there to receive it. He's got eyes on it, but he goes back to the cookie jar again and gets denied. Hand slapped away. 2v3. John Pork's got a good angle here, but Kryptonic just TP'd right in with that bubble. Gold Leader, though, gets the connection. Looks for another one. Kryptonic had so much to work with there, had so much to deal with, rather. And he's not going to be able to win that 1v2. Good effort there from Flow State, but Powerpuff Girls hold on.
That they do. Powerpuff Girls looking really nice on this attack side. It's great to see a turnaround from that first map. You see the way they handled this fight. Psychotic Goat, honestly, just really incredible precision. I can't understate how difficult it is to look as impressive as these players do. I think if you're a PC player and you've never tried console, it's really easy to be like, oh, it's aim assist. It's not actually that hard. But you still need a hell of a lot of precision and timing to hit a shot like that. Of someone midair. Really great stuff. And Khan gonna try and make another display here as he gets his revenge on Psychotic Goat.
Yeah, Khan's been getting some good value on those rubble fights. Makes you wonder, you know, like, does Powerpuff Girls continue to push, you know, forward just to get those orbs, or are they being more mindful of these potential plays? Because they've been sending 1-2 over toward the mound multiple times now. But we pivot over toward A here. Yet again, you got Repeat waiting in the wings, knowing that there could be a potential push. A has been a favorite for this squad for a few rounds now.
Who's next?
And they did get your ult, so that's what they were playing for. Again, that dimensional drift activated. It's going to open up the map now, push all these players back. And Taluski, he's got the read. He knows that there might be some players on the outside, but Repeat, unfortunately, was just there for so long. Couldn't do much to stay alive in that one. Gold Leader 2 is going to fall, and that is just going to open things up here on site and pretty much be the round at this point. I mean, unless like Flow State's able to do something incredible, you still have Ken as well as Kryptonic, but Kryptonic will not be long for this world. And as Clay wraps around the corner, he picks up Khan, and that will be 7-3. So they're getting what they want here, and a good use of that dimensional drift Mimi to just open up that site.
The double swings at the end there were so nice as well. Taking a great coordination, counting down 1, 2, 3, and ensuring that they get all of those kills. But you mentioned it, Great use of the ultimate there from Hedgehog Lover, who's, I think, been super pivotal in getting into these sites and getting a lot of the kills in these post plants as well. And this was a 4-on-5 that they were playing as well after Khan gets that lovely opening pick. But you see here just the team play coming into fruition. A stun to take spawn. And now a fight over a rubble control. Neon is really good at winning these. But that angle hold with the Sheriff! Repeak! He gets 3, popping heads left and right. Oh my.
Oh my. My guy was just clipping. He was giving people haircuts for free out here. You get a buzz cut. You get a buzz cut. Like the Oprah Winfrey of barbers.
The second two... that really got me.
Good. I'm glad. I get a few. It's very rare I get to get a genuine chuckle.
The second 2 kills were so nice, though, with the Sheriff.
They were filthy. But they got to be careful, because this has been a song and dance that we have seen and heard so many times now. Where Flow State start things off nicely. Look here, gold leaders got the read. I think they might have the indication to jump parks in the corner, and there was Kryptonic to help his buddy out. So that's going to give him a gun to work with now. They see where Penguin Muncher is. They know where he is. This is it.
Stun's going to give it away. Ooh, the double swing. It's there. 4 players left alive. The Sheriffs, they come true in this round. I mean, you got to give all the credit to that opener. Those 3 kills with the Sheriff in quick succession. Just amazing work there. We'll see it again from Repeak. 1, 2, and 3. Almost instant on those second 2 frags.
Yeah, I definitely feel like when it comes down to the point you were making in the previous round about, you know, like how good the players are, like that I think is a good example of that, right? It's discipline, it's keeping that crosshair trained, knowing what your advantages are going to be in that situation, and then more importantly, hitting that timing on the shot to like line up that crosshair. And that takes practice, that takes time, you know? So well done from these guys. You can definitely see from Console Open 1 to Console Open 2 how, you know, the players have just really put in a lot of work. And it's been quite fun to see all these guys really play the game of Valorant, you know, their own way. And they're able to lock down that A site again.
Good post-line ults as well.
Yeah, it's Powerpuff Girls and the A side. They are pretty much just held together the entire time. But now here comes a potential push.
Rolling Thunder online. That'll be really nice to fight back off. They might not even need it. There goes the ultimate, but the kills, they're coming through before the ult can even get active. Clay for 3. Repeak, not gonna do it this time. A shutdown from Powerpuff Girls to end the half. They claim the better of it, up 8-4.
Not bad for Powerpuff Girls. Now comes the difficult part on defense. You did see Flow State get a couple of rounds here. And I'm wondering, we got the tendencies from Powerpuff Girls. They were opting quite a bit for the for those A-side hits. It was starting off nicely for them, and they would, you know, they get some info. They could probably go over towards C, but definitely toward the tail end of this half, you were seeing them just full commit on those A pushes. So that's has been exactly what the Powerpuff Girls would have wanted, given how things had played out in that first map. As we flip sides here, really interested to see how Powerpuff Girls play this defense.
Everyone's headed towards C. Maybe a bit of a hard hit here, but they're getting in the smoke. They're going to be ahead of this, fighting forward instead and taking the advantage in stride. 5 seconds, the round's over. A lovely aggressive play from the Powerpuff Girls.
Flow State were just not ready for that at all.
Who would be, honestly? Double flashing in the smoke like that's crazy.
That is true. That is true. It is a wild way to start this off, but a statement has been made by Powerpuff Girls. There's a big round here for Flow State. Want to try and prevent Powerpuff Girls from hitting that, you know, 10-round threshold at comfort. Keep them pinned here for a while. Get these big rounds. But it's going to be very difficult to do so without the guns. They have the Sheriffs, and we've seen before how these Sheriffs play out in this particular scene. And this will be some early A presence here. Liking what I'm seeing. from the Yoru here. Khan's pushed out a little further. See if anyone was trying to get a little reckless there, but no one was committing. They haven't been able to push up quite yet here, Mimi. Oh.
Ooh. Taking a little damage there on the angle. We'll re-swing in.
Wound.
Just at the wrong time. Gets flashed up. But no one's there to actually convert a kill. It looks like they want to open up the breakable door, split into B late rounds here, but Powerpuff Girls, they've got the read on this. 3 players pretty close here, and John Pork already holding the site well.
Does fall there to Kryptonic, but that came off of a paranoia. Now Psychotic Goat slides right in, gets his first on Taluski. He's going to remove some of that utility here, which is quite painful for the squad. And now they got to find a way to get this spike, get out of here, and find a site that they can make this play happen on. A is going to be somewhat open, so there's an opportunity for them to get here. They, of course, don't know that. They got to check their corners and cross their T's, dot their I's, which they do. Putting the pressure now. 3v2 retake, but they have guns to work with. Better guns than what Flow State's working with here, Mimi.
You have to believe to some extent with these sheriffs. Off
He gets
angles
this kill on a
picked.
Hedgehog Lover. This could be big.
Yeah. Hedgehog Lover will die to even a 145 headshot with that gun.
Last player standing.
Clay, oh, too good for it. Gets out onto the site. 1 player falls, but it'll be a retake 1 for the Powerpuff Girls. They're going to be up to 10 here. Rolling away with this half here, winning the pistol, and not getting ecoed for seemingly the first time this series.
All right, that's 10. Big gains for the Powerpuff Girls. That's Flow State. We'll have to regroup now. They'll get some guns to work with, as you can see, and load it up. And do you have any ults online here? Nothing really getting close to it. On the other side, you just had, I think Penguin Muncher just used his. There's not really much else that you're going to see coming into this round, so just going to rely on the good old-fashioned guns to get the job done here, Mimi.
That they will. And they're going to take space. Hey, Rubble. Stun up. There was a TP across. Khan and Kryptonics, though. Very nice out of them. Taking control of this space. And this is where their comp is really going to shine, right? You have these duelists coming through. You have a breach of all this utility to win out on the early fights. And they just take perfect advantage of that. And should get themselves a round win here. They're even taking the time to pivot all the way back into C and find themselves a nice open bomb site.
Good job from Flow State. Not just pushing in because they won this fight. Really making the Powerpuff Girls think about what they want to do or how they want to push this. They're like, wait a minute, they were all over here and now they're not. But they're clearing this space and C is going to be available to them. It gets really difficult for them to push through here. You got 3 narrow chokes. You have all 5 players left alive here for Flow State. And Powerpuff Girls have just barely any guns. Might as well have sticks and stones to throw at them at this point. You did get at least one upgrade to the Guardian there, but...
Yeah, not a lot going for him, though.
No.
Honestly, they might even just want to play for damage, try and get some of these guns out of their opponent's hands. When you're up 10-4 and only a couple rounds away from winning, you can play things a little bit more conservatively on rounds like this. Prio getting alt orbs online, Prio damaging your opponent's economy. You don't want to take unnecessary liberties.
Uh-oh. I don't think that was the plan, but hey, Repeak will take it anyway. And there you go. Nice kill there. I don't know if Repeak... It was very clear Repeak was trying to get away from that, but put the satchel a little far ahead of him. And the satchel was like, no, you stay there and you finish the round. And that's exactly what he did right here. It's like, no, go ahead. Get these kills. Well played.
Indeed it is. Full guns up. This is going to be the biggest round of the half thus far. Couple ultimates just around the corner, but none online just yet. If I'm the defenders here, I'd love to try and get an alt orb for my Yoru. They're going to go for the fight into A. Try and take this space, but it's a re-clear play for Flow State ready to go.
Need this big stun. They try to push this, but a good response on the other side there, putting that stun toward Rubble. Putting the pressure on a Psychotic Goat. Khan's going to be there for the cleanup. Now Penguin Muncher is going to go ahead and give his turn. They have no idea that he's back here. None whatsoever. He's waiting it out. Gets one. Looks for 2. No, he cannot find the 3rd kill. But Kryptonic will get his number on that. Now, it's a bit of a reset here that we're seeing for Flow State. We were not anticipating that Rubble push from the breach on the opposite side. It's going to make this that much more challenging, and they're splitting things up here, so they're trying to get as much info as they can. What is Cryptonic electing to do here? Got a player on the other side of this wall.
Does have the Omen ult, so late round could make a pivot. I think they're maybe looking to make a bunch of noise over towards A and then possibly pivot with the ult into C. They've opened C site. Here comes the ultimate, and that's going to be a 2v2 post plant.
That was a massive pick that we just saw there from Gold Leader. Living up to the name. Hopefully he's a Star Wars fan, because then we can
he
be
doesn't know
friends.
about the flank.
Oh no! Oh no! And it all falls apart. Hero's talking about friendship, but meanwhile, John Pork wanted death, and he got it. He was able to pick up 2 of these players and let them know what's really good. That's going to be round 11 earned for the Powerpuff Girls.
Did they not hear the door?
I don't think so.
Weird. Yeah, I think missed the cue on the door opening there and is caught out in the open, jumping around with the knife out. Both players end up dying, and now it's going to be 11-5 up. That was such a big round to lose. Flow State made a great play, getting the pick on Z, TPing over. But in the late round, Powerpuff Girls, they stay in it. Power of friendship and all gets them just a couple rounds away from winning this one and tying up the series.
Man, that was rough, because it felt like it was all working out. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better series of events to occur there. Gold Leader pushes through, gets a pick onto the rival Vice, opens up C-Site. You got the teleport. You're in there like swimwear, and then, before you know it, you're wearing a Speedo, and it's creeping up on you, and it itches. Speaking from experience. John Pork, though, unfortunate there, as Khan does have his number. This is going to be B open right for the picking here, but Hedgehog Lover finds Gold Leader. And Hedgehog Lover going in for seconds here. Does get rewarded with that and takes out a few, actually goes in for a third and takes out Taluski. It's going to make things very difficult. Khan's like, nope, I got to get the hell out of this one. It is not worth sticking around for this fight. But there's that spike now. They know exactly where this player is going to be. Well-placed smoke is going to have to just prevent this guy from being able to push forward here, but he's got the reads. Cryptonic gets 2. No one was waiting for the flank. They didn't think it was possible.
And GB, the ultimate, now. He's going to get the spike off of that. He can run all the way over to A, and he's going to have full info on where both defenders are. It's a same 2v2 that we saw in that last round. This time, Flow State need to win it.
Oh, dear, but there's a response, a dimensional drift of his own. There goes the fault line's gonna get played out though. Cryptonic, is he not? No, what the hell? An ace for Hedgehog Lover. What?
He just dodged the blinds by maybe an inch. They see that pivot coming into A. Pop the Yoru ult, have a stun ready to go. The second the plant is coming down, it's a stun, pop out of the ult, 1 kill, and an easy second onto the player CT. That was truly beautiful from Hedgehog Lover 95.
You gotta say the whole name. You gotta say the whole name, right? You gotta put some respect on the name. The 95 is key. Okay, this is a solid 20-year-old player there. If we're going off of the math. Oh,
you think people
man.
born in 1995 are 20?
Wait, 20? No, it's not 20. It's 25, right?
30.
25? 30? They're 30? Wait, man, time's elusive. I'm dying. Never mind. Let's go ahead and move forward here. Oh, no. Existential dread starts to...
2015. Oh, no.
Oh, man. Okay. Ooh, wait a minute. Clay getting tagged up there. Tried to see if he can get some eyes on it. Did get some info. There was going to be a push happening over toward A, but that's really nothing new given how these teams have been playing. Grabbing that ult orb as well for Repeak. Gets them 1 step closer to the rocket. They're waiting for this one. Here comes the push. Hedgehog Lover starting right where he left off. Gets the kill onto his rival Yoru on the other side. He's waiting to see if anyone's going to push through here, but Cryptonic is going to make him pay for that last round. He gets himself 2 there. Gets 3. Is Cryptonic now going to try and see if he can go for an ace this time around? But no, Repeak is going to steal that one. But it's okay because they need these round wins. More importantly, which is what they're looking to aim to get here and get that 6th round. But it is a tall task for Flow State to claw their way back into this one, Mimi.
Yeah. Already up to 6. We saw the big fake comeback come through in that first game. And this one would have to be even bigger than that one. Already staring down the barrel of 12 rounds, only having 5 to your name. So Got a Goat is going to eventually walk into this site, get a gun, and probably now just look to get out of here, maybe with a kill or 2 on the way. But won't even be allowed that. So that's 6 for Flow State. But I think it's going to be tough still to find that solution. Yeah. We've seen them losing a lot of these rounds just in close late rounds. That 2v2 on C, the 2v2 we just saw on A. They're getting the right early round ideas. They're making the right pivots, but they've just lost out on a couple key team fights, and now this has really started to snowball. Thankfully, though, they've knocked their opponent down to an eco. Just going to be the Sheriffs this time for the Powerpuff Girls.
This is going to be potential match point here, as you said. Could very well end this one here. But Flow State now need to be smart about this. And hey, they're going to get Hedgehog Lover out of the equation. He has been a problem. So removing the Yoru, who's been getting good multi-kills, that's going to be a good plus here. Powerpuff Girls is Clay now, looking to take space with this Vice. He's getting a lot of info. You can see and you can hear these players jumping around. They got to be ready for this one, but Clay gets a connection around the corner, gets a second one, gets a third. Oh, man, gets finally killed by Taluski. So much done. And Mimi, once again, it's like they have an idea, they're waiting, but then it's just a small thing that cost them the round, and now they're fighting a 2v3 when things were looking pretty okay for them.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen this position so many times for Flow State where it looks like things are going okay, and then one hero play from Powerpuff Girls and they're knocked into a 2vx situation. They lost the last 2. Need to win this one to stay alive in this map.
All right, dueling stuns on each side. Repeat. He's waiting for them to come through here. He's got this bot. He's going to play off of the bot. The flash goes through. He's going to blow him up. I love that play. And you just have one more player to deal with. It's Clove. Way to use the bot for your own. It was crazy.
Yeah, that was a really nice play off of the Roomba. But are they ready for the flank to come through? After clearing out CT, they should know about this.
It seems like Repeat is wise to it. Okay, there's the noise made. John Pork now is going to make his presence felt. Flash comes through. Does Repeat get the kill? He does. And I could have easily had seen that one going to John Pork with the way that this game is played out, Mimi.
You definitely could have, but instead it's a 7th round going the way of Flow State. They work back in. That was a tough one, but a very well-controlled fight to get into Baby Door, shut down those players. You got to give your flowers, though, to Clay. Honestly, if this ultimate was not popped, if that raise was just swinging normally, I see a world where Clay is getting all 4 kills.
Same, because he had the crosshair trained right on the head of the raise. If it wasn't for the satchel up, breaking that crosshair placement and tagging him, it might have been a 4K, and we could be looking at a game over. But well done by Flow State to take a round that started nicely, then out of nowhere just fell into disaster zone. Well played. John Pork, he's wise to it. You know, we've been seeing some people get clever with the Yoru clones. We saw Durka do that a few weeks back, just march on in.
Always gotta be careful. Bold to try it still.
You do, you really do. You really do. I would, though. I would do that every round if I play Yoru. Yeah, I do it until it works. But then it works one time, and then I'm a genius.
It works, though. The one round it works.
The one round is all we need. Hedgehog Lover, what is going on here? Kryptonic gets caught looking.
Gonna use the ultimate to get into C now. This is gonna be a straight up retake round for the Powerpuff Girls, but they have the Clove res, so practically 6 players available. The Vice ult as well. This is their chance to end the game.
Repeat was able to get one, but a trade instantly came through. Gold Leader connects onto John Pork's going to prompt the res now. Khan has eyes trained on the players in the back. Can't really use that gun to his advantage, but Gold Leader's on the outside. Does have himself a Phantom. It's going to come down to a 1v3. Gets the first kill. Looking for the second, but it doesn't happen. Penguin Muncher gets the pick. That's going to be the end of the game. 13-7, but a valiant effort from Flow State. We're going to map 3.
And that game looks so much better than the first map for the Powerpuff Girls. Back on Haven, they only got into the game in the second half. Here, they were rolling right from the start.
Yeah.
Show us another little look with those double duelists, run over with the Yoru Neon in the first half, and show some great control in the second half. Play a lot of close 2v2s, play a lot of retakes, but have some great coordination across the board when doing it. And you pair all that up with some fantastic individual performances, and you've got a team that has a real chance now of taking this series and going to our finals.
Yeah, we've had players have standout performances across these two games here, but the one I want to focus on is the Hedgehog Lover, man. Just a well-played Yoru, just finding a bunch of multi-kills and just so many openings that you normally wouldn't see, and it's just been great that Hedgehog Lover, whenever there's an opportunity, he will just be there for the profit every single time. He gets himself a couple multi-kills, he opens up the map for his teammates, and then also too, right, seeing the way that Flow State seeing the way that Flow State were struggling to be able to hold the flanks. That was the thing that was a little concerning. And you have a Vice, so you can play some of that util just to protect your flanks, because they weren't watching them, and it allowed those opportunities to just be wide open for Powerpuff Girls to just reap the benefits there. So hey, well played, and that is going to be a sets up an interesting map 3, because we're going to Ascent, so no 3-site maps here, Mimi. Which
no,
is gonna
a little bit of a
up
different game. I wonder if we're still going to see some of the Wild Double Duelist comps, or if this goes back just to straight up normalcy with default comps, or what they're cooking here. I know it's going to be exciting, though, and hoping for a lot of explosive play. We didn't see a lot of op thus far. I don't think we've seen any, in fact, this series. So maybe we'll get a little jet opping coming up on Ascent.
One briefly, I think, on Haven, and then it just
maybe for like
died,
a round,
and then that was it.
two.
Yeah, for like a round. So yeah, you're right. We might be seeing some shenanigans happen in this map 3, folks. But don't go anywhere. This is, of course, NA VALORANT Console Open Tournament numero 2, and we have a tied series, 1-1. Map 3 Ascent coming up next. Winner moves on to the finals. See you in a little bit.
Hey everyone, as we kick off some of our 5-year anniversary celebrations, I wanted to take a few moments to chat with you about what this journey has meant to all of us here at Riot, and what we hope it's also meant for all of you that have been on the ride with us. Maybe get a little reflective, nostalgic, cozy, a little vulnerable. So what was going on 5 years ago today? Well, for one, we were at the start of a global pandemic. It's hard to look back at 2020 and not consider the impact that the pandemic had on all of us, including us here at Riot. And despite the unprecedented circumstances, we'd made what felt like this impossible decision to release the closed beta of Project A and introduce all of you to Valorant. On the Riot side, we had all these hopes and dreams and conviction and promises for the future. We had core beliefs around what makes for a great tactical shooter, but also some ideas on how to put a twist on such a beloved genre. And we were ready to serve and ready to work our asses off to meet your expectations. 5 years ago today, we were dropping beta codes and frantically fixing bugs, and many of you were watching streams and learning how to play the game, deciding if it was even worth your time. 5 years ago, we were trying to figure out how to build and host esports events completely virtually. And now, we're only a few days out from the playoffs, bringing us to Masters Toronto, one step closer to Champions in Paris, our biggest champs yet. From PC only to our expansion onto PlayStation and Xbox, from serving most of the world to becoming truly global with our release in China, from a handful of inside jokes to more memes than we could ever make sprays for. 5 years ago, we were meeting each other, getting to know each other. We were at the start of our relationship. And now here we are, millions of us around the world, building one of the most exciting communities in gaming together. 5 years brings a lot of opportunity. 5 years also gives us moments to reflect on what matters, to look back on all of those original promises we made on Val. All of those things still remain at the top of our list of priorities. But over the years, as more players come in, as the game evolves, those things are put to the test. More agents means more ways to combo abilities, which can sometimes overload combat more than you'd expect, and so we're taking a look at that. More players means more opportunities for bad actors to challenge our original systems. things like smurfing, things like stream sniping, things like toxicity. So we're taking a look at that. When those core promises are challenged or deteriorate, it becomes our top priority to address it. And we might not always have a fix right away, but we are always working on those things. There is so much work to do, and there always will be. Look guys, at the end of the day, we just want you to be able to hop online and get into a good game of Valorant. Over the next several weeks, you'll learn more about how and when we'll address the things I mentioned, get an update on replays, and a bunch of other stuff. I mean, we are really hoping to get a version of replays out to you around Champs time. I'm not sure we're always great at letting you know that we hear you, but we do hear you. You have held the bar incredibly high. You shouted us about the things that matter, and we are inspired every day by that conviction, by your commitment to and demand for improvement, whether that's in your own games or improvement you'd like to see from us. And we'll get there. But for right now, we're celebrating how far we've come together. For some, 5 years might not seem like a long time, but when you really look at it, some of you graduated high school with this game, some of you finished your degrees, and some of you even met loved ones, got married, are parents now. You built a community around this thing you love and this thing that we love making for you. I look at where we're at 5 years later, and the biggest word that comes to mind is gratitude. Gratitude for you, our Valorant player community. You have shown up in ways we never could have imagined. So on behalf of the entire team here at Riot, thank you. Thank you for your creativity, your dedication, your late nights, your infinite drive, your sick plays, your content, your teamwork, your everything. As we pass our 5-year milestone, we're looking ahead to making Valorant the place you return to for the next 5, 10, 15 or more years. We are more committed to this game and to this community than ever. We've got a lot of cool anniversary stuff planned for the next few weeks, so enjoy, and we'll see you all in game. Thanks, everyone. We're making new games, and this one's different.
I'm so freaking excited to try out Valorant.
This is our take on a competitive shooter. We want to attack shooter with more creativity.
Okay, you guys are gonna see this epic play again?
More expression. And a lot more style. We promise we're in this for years and years to come.
Now in such a cheeky little spot.
The first to etch their names in the history books.
I know it.
What's the move?
We killed them all.
Look at it. So now here they're protecting, but here it is.
You did it!
Enemies close. Track them down.
Buddy.
We're out of time.
Feel like a comeback kick. Got no time to spare. Double up score, 22 to 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more.
Players up above, a flash ready.
With the ace and my team went gold.
Let's go!
Far back if y'all carry.
Don't worry, guys. I got this.
Win one more.
Enemy remains. enemy remains. One enemy remaining. Last. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NA Valorant Console Open Tournament 2. I'm Golden Boy, you got Mimi, and we're all tied up in this series 1-1. And Mimi, this has been pretty crazy, pretty fun.
Yeah, it's been a pretty sick series thus far. I think the first time we did this tournament and was watching these games, had a lot of stomps. I mean, the semifinal that the team that went on to win it, of course, the Avengers, was 13-3, 13-3. This one a little bit more competitive, and I think the team's showing a little different styles on both maps. It was all go, go, go on the first one with that double duelist mirror, but I think seeing a little bit more reserved play here. Flow State, they didn't manage to win this one out, but I think a lot of that was down to Powerpuff Girls just having some great stuff in the late round, the way they were playing off each other in these 2v2s, the way they were setting up off the breach utility. It looked way better than how they were performing on that first map, and that sets us up for a pretty exciting third map here. We're heading all the way to Ascent. Both squads took their respective map choices on Haven and Lotus, and I'm expecting a little bit of a different vibe here on Ascent.
Yeah, it all comes down to this, a grueling bracket for these two teams to get to this point here, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. And honestly, you couldn't have asked for a better way. I think either team, no matter what happens, you still got to come out of this one feeling, you know, somewhat comfortable and confident with yourself because of, you know, what you accomplished and the amount of games you were able to win to get to this point here. It's always going to be something you can, you know, tip your hat to and be like, hey, you know, like we did that. We got to this point. So both teams have a lot to be proud of. But coming to Ascent, it's so apropos because, you know, it's like it's a fun defaulty type of map where, like, you know, you can play regular, you know, good old fashioned Ascent compositions, or you could, you know, throw some caution to the wind, try some new things here. But we're seeing the Jet, the Sova, you know, a little Killjoy here on each side, Cypher being set up on the defense there for our friends over in Flow State. Kryptonic's going to lock in his tried and true Omen. So that's going to be a thing there. And I think even on John Port's side, sticking to the Clove, very similar compositions from what we just saw, Mimi. The double duelists coming in hot yet again on console.
Indeed. Yeah, looking at this one, I mean, it feels like a repeat of the first map, right? We're getting mirrored Jet, your double duelist compositions coming through. John Pork still sticking to that Clove. You know, I've been a Clove doubter. I think it's tough to play with that agent, especially on this map, but I think that John Pork has made up for it with a lot of the individual performance thus far. He had a really good map on that last one there, but yeah, besides it being a double duelist pivot, the rest of the stuff is relatively normal, at least over on that defensive side. Pulling out the Sova for both these teams, Cypher in the Senti slot, locking down the Omen as well. It's good basic stuff. I think it's going to come down a lot to just individual performance, how good they're playing off each other in these critical late round situations as well. Same stuff we were looking at back at Lotus.
And also we're getting more role swaps. Psychotic Goat, who I believe was playing not the Yoru, but what was he playing in map 2?
Jet map 1, map 2.
Yeah, he was playing the Jet. So now he's playing Killjoy here in map 3. But Repeat's back on the Cypher here. So, you know, Repeat had one hell of a game on Haven with that Cypher on the lurks and really just hitting those crazy 1v2s, the clutches that he was seeing success with. So, you know, One thing that I've taken away from console is that players swap roles. There isn't really a definitive like, hey, I'm a controller, I'm an initiator, I'm an info initiator, a flash initiator. Seems like, you know, you play what you like if you're good at it.
Yeah, indeed you do. Yeah, we heard in that interview earlier from NBA Lig, who you'll see with the Avengers. He was our champion of the first tournament. That they didn't even know what comps they were going to play until they got on the server. They would just go off the vibe. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm going to lock in the jet, something like that.
Crazy.
And I would not be surprised if that's the exact same type thing we're seeing from these teams. So that clock, it's down to 0. We're into the final map of this series. Winner goes on to the finals. Loser is eliminated in 3rd, 4th place. And it's going to be a walk up mid, looking for a split into B here.
They're going to need something to try and burst out of this. Expect a flash here in a second. Maybe something come through. You can see where that Yoru's position, Hedgehog Lover, who had a great game last. But I think, are they just waiting for the smoke to dissipate? They are. Oh, wow. That was ambitious there. They just waited in the middle for that smoke to clear, and then it clears out, and then the fight starts to happen here. Repeat now. Waiting to see if anyone's going to be pushing in through B. He's anticipating the aggression. He's got a lot to do here. He's got to find one target, and he does so. That's a big play there, but it's not going to be necessarily enough because Flow State, they're going to lose access to that B site. They're also going to lose Kryptonic on the rotate, and that's just going to leave the last player left alive, Khan. We've seen him pull off some crazy plays before, and Map 1 got an awesome ace to set the tone for Flow State. But this time around, it's going to be very difficult for him to do so. He has some weakened players, though.
But Hedgehog Lover still alive on that other team. Hedgehog Lover had an ace himself on the 2nd map. And Khan not going to get away with anything here. What a duo that is. To have Hedgehog Lover on the Yoru, have Deja Vu over on that jet as well. Those two, I mean, both had respective maps that were just incredible across our first 2. And already keeping that performance. 3 kills to the Hedgehog Lover, 2 over to Clay as well.
Fascinating to see the way that they swap out. Maybe also you're going for the bounty too. You know, a little extra money with the OG agents. Start things off here. Gold Leader, we didn't note before, Gold Leader back on the jet. It's very good in that first map here. But look at Repeat. Brilliantly done. Giving absolutely no quarter to the dueling Sentinel on the other side there for Killjoy. So you're going to delete that player. You're going to delete that utility. Nothing that you could use for the post plant there too. If they're able to get it down, those mollies are gone. So that is going to be a tough one. A tough pill to swallow here for Powerpuff Girls. But they still have plenty to be able to get into this site. Well, there's some good aggression there from Repeat. This is what we wanted to see all series long from both teams, really. Just like, don't just give it to them. Like, go in there and let them know that you're here.
Hedgehog Lover stacked up on this wall, ready to go on the exec into B. Going to be 2 players holding down backside together.
It's got a good crosshair placement on this choke. Comes the drone, good low. He played that one low, not at the head because you were anticipating maybe he was going to get clipped there. EP drops back around. Saw that clone as well.
Down, B.
Here we go, starting to make the push happen now. They managed to get themselves a few players down. Good response from Flow State, but Clay trying to see if he can even the odds now. He's got to get this spike down. 1v2, he's going to have the space to be able to do it. Now you really want to see Flow State group up together here. Or Gold Leader could just win it out here with the Sheriff potentially. And never mind, it's actually going to be Khan over in the distance. They had each other's back. Good positioning, anticipating that a player was potentially going to be making his way from the cap there, and they find him easily. It's going to be a good start for Flow State, a big round that they needed to get off the Thrifty.
What it is, yeah. So many of these Sheriff rounds have swung the way of the team on the eco thus far this game, and Flow State not going to be any different in this one there. Just showing some great performance. I think one of the biggest skills when you're playing console Valorant is hold an angle with the Sheriff and have the perfect crosshair placement. Because if you have your crosshair exactly where that player is going to swing, it is so easy to get those Sheriff headshots. We've seen it round after round. You saw it there. And now it's going to put the Powerpuff Girls in a bit of a tough spot here. They're on Sheriffs themselves, which I think is a little bit more difficult to win out with on the attacking side.
Is that a Bucky on the jet too that I see?
Might just be.
Yep, it is. He's gonna go in there, just dash and shotgun Actually, would be an amazing play. You die instantly, but it'd be hilarious. All right, they're going to be right into the B site now. Gold leader and company just going to let them get what they want.
Spike planted.
Take out this door. And also get the lay of the land as well with this owl drone. We've got some vision. And you have to anticipate that there's going to be someone in that corner. So you'll probably be mindful to check it since they didn't get a chance to go through here. And that is exactly what happens with Gold Leader, but Hedgehog Lover was wise to it. Actually gets himself 2 out of that. And watch out for Clay. He's got the Bucky shot into the body. Finds 1, gets to 2nd. That's a thrifty, and that is a good, clean round for Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah, that's the power of the Bucky, all right. Diving out of the smoke, picks off a double. Really well played. And we go thrifty for thrifty. That B-side execute just too clean. And it was interesting to see that defensive setup. No one actually hard anchoring that B-site. Instead, players set up more so over towards A, leaning into mid, ready to fight there. But when you got to play the retake and the Sheriffs are holding the angles, the Bucky's ready to come through the smoke, it becomes almost as hard as fighting into the rifles themselves.
Yeah, I think you got to start to put some attention to where those smokes are placed in those moments and just shoot through them, especially if you have a Phantom, because I think that this is going to be a thing we're going to keep seeing if they're in a pickle, right? And wait a minute, Hedgehog Lover looking to do the same thing again, got himself the judge's time around, but instead it's going to go in the hands of Kryptonic, but he will not be able to stay alive because Clay is there for the connection. That's going to prompt these players from Flow State to have to regroup back toward Cat here in Heaven. Excuse me, more toward Heaven. And then you got these 2 players here, 1 in Hell, you got 2 over toward the Jenny, so they're set up nicely and they're ready for a potential push here. What do you have to break through this if you're Flow State? You don't really have much to work with. You got a couple of smokes, so Gold Leader's going to need to be the one to make some things happen here, and then they're going to have to play off of whatever Gold Leader opens up, and that's not going to happen if Gold Leader dies. But Repeat comes in, lives up to the name, gets himself another kill. Luski now looking for the shot, gets a connection. Can he win this 1v1? Penguin Muncher has been great. He does tag him there with the recon bolt. Penguin Muncher around the corner here, right toward the Jenny. Jaluski's going to go for this diffuse here. There goes the shock dart. He doesn't connect with the second. Ring around the Rosie, a very deadly game. You hear the bomb continuing to tick down. Penguin Muncher's playing with his food, getting nothing out of it, and that is going to do it. He just wanted the kill. That's all he wanted. But well done from Penguin.
Well and truly a happy feet moment for Penguin Muncher. There waddles his way to victory on the A site in that post plant.
In the year of our Lord 2025, this woman's busting out a Happy Feet reference. I love it. I'm with it.
Film.
It is actually an amazing movie. You should watch it, and if you don't like it, I have to question whether or not you have a heart.
Yeah, I agree. I couldn't agree more, honestly. But that was so well played. Just dancing around the box, perfect positioning, and just makes his opponent look like a fool. It's going to be 3-1 now. Powerpuff Girls looking great on this attack side, win a couple key rounds, and now slow things down a bit. Take some space in mid.
But, you know, even reflecting on that last round in the 1v1, right, something that was very obvious was they just had nothing to force him out of positions, nothing to try and get the upper hand in that situation, no utility to work with. So really, you know, having to Sova in that situation, adding more damage, more pressure, that was just so well done. You know, Flow State, they're going to be frustrated with how that one panned out, excuse me. And now we get this little pivot over toward B side here. Powerpuff Girls knowing that B could be right for the picking, and Repeat's got that cam, so they are going to have some protection over in the mid. You can see where that tripwire is, and I'm assuming he's just going to swing off of the trip if they do break it. But Clay Javu, look at these blades. If you try and swing that corner, you could end up paying for that one. Did he get tagged out of that? Not too sure. It don't matter because he's dead, and that's going to be B side available.
Yeah, really nicely done. Use the jet to break the crosshairs. Have a player ready, holding on to that Cypher swing. Now 5v4 in this post plant. There's a Hunter's Fury. Lucy's going to use that. It goes a little high, and the planner can just dance around here. 18 seconds, but the fight towards spawn is good. Clay Javu gets the first kill, and Kryptonic's not checking the corners. John Borg, he was trapped in, stuck in, and ready to go back for more. As Clay Javu swings through, Blade Storm, trying to win out this round, and Psychotic Goat has got his back to do the job. 4-1 now. Powerpuff Girls, another stunning B post plant.
Yeah, they have been doing great work to clear out the Cypher, giving no space for Repeat to work with. It's been a few times now he's had to deal with that. We'll see if they make any changes for this next round. I mean, it might not be a bad idea to, especially considering they have been favoring B a lot, and you're actually seeing the response here. They're going to be positioning some players over toward B, which could actually give everything the Powerpuff Girls want. They train them to be anticipate that B push, so they're investing resources into it, and that is unlocking other areas in the map, and they can move faster if they want.
Ooh, nice shot to start from Khan, but the trade is instantaneous from Deja Vu on the other side of the map. It's going to be a split on A. Only one player here. Taluski in trouble. And down now 2 as the site has been lost by Flow State.
Good job reading the state of the game for Powerpuff Girls. They're like, hey, we've been going after B a lot, and we're anticipating a B push. And they did get it, but they also got a trade out of that too. And they also have a player advantage, 4v3 now. As Deja Vu knows that he's got his teammates back here. They got to be careful from those players coming toward tree. And you know there's going to be some activity in heaven as well. Deja Vu was prepared for that, though. Kryptonic able to get the kill with the Sheriff. You're going to see that happen a lot today here. But it's still going to be Clay. Oh, never mind. Khan's got the better. Now it's down to a 2v2. You don't have a lot of time to work with. You at least need to get it toward half. And he's just going to eat this one here. But I think he ends up getting tagged. Actually, all end up getting tagged. All the humanity. And that is going to be the end of the round there. He had to commit. He had no other choice but to get it toward half. But to make matters worse, his teammate got tagged into Hunter's Fury when he dropped down 2. It was basically dead to rights the moment that happened.
Indeed. I don't know if I'd go full Hindenburg on the moment, but it was definitely crazy that that's how it went out there. Yeah, a very nice win through. These post plants have been super well played, staggering the utility with where players are fighting in the post plant, and just a well-placed Hunter's Fury to clean things up. They're now up 5-1 on attack side Ascent. This is well and truly a dominant performance, almost mirroring the 10-2 half that their opponents had on map number 1. A Psychotic Goat yet again gets an opener for his team.
That is going to hurt. And look at where they have put this utility. So they've basically conceded that B ain't going to happen, but Powerpuff Girls unaware of all the utility that's going to be present here. You got so many trips. You also have a couple drones available too, but Repeak not able to get the kills. He's got to get a couple of these kills here though. He's actually going to be pinned in the corner. So unfortunate, but Penguin's going to get the better of him there. And this could have and should have been good for Flow State, but Powerpuff Girls just barrel through and get that spike down.
Yeah, straight up execute onto A after getting that pick early on over towards B main. Now Kryptonics gets 1 kill, down to a 1-on-3, but they're all stacked up together, and no way he's winning that.
It was very wide on that paranoia, but I think even then they would have just all shot. He would have just ran into the firing
Yeah, that one doesn't
squad.
feel super winnable.
No, not at all. Good attempt there, but it's going to be all for naught. It's really these opening fights are huge. Psychotic's been getting a lot of value for this. Even though he died there, it's still, you know, like the opening fight removing Khan from the fight there, removing their flash. They're only like really good flash. Like you have Kryptonic, obviously, but you get 2 flashes with the Yoru. So to lose that early on in the round has to hurt. They're actually going to split the difference here, but they're cut off by that smoke, and Khan is down in the early game again.
Oh, that was a trade, but immediately it's fought back. This is all a fake. The real hit is coming into A, and no one is any the wiser. There will be a cam there. They'll tap it in a second. Soon they'll realize, but it's too little too late. Look how deep the Jet is fighting into spawn. No one's looking at Clay. That's 2. Third kill, 2. Clean from Deja Vu.
I am loving everything that I'm seeing here. This is exactly what you want, right? You get side presence, but you know that you have all this attention on the other side of the map, so you might as well just continue forward. Keep getting more and more. And Clay, he has been so clean with the shots. There is always going to be good with it, at least 2, but he gives you 3, and that is a devastating round. That will be 6 in a row that Flow State have had to deal with here, giving Powerpuff Girls a 7-1 lead.
I love that they're not just taking it easy. They're not just running it down. They're still going for these more creative rounds. But there is fight in Flow State yet. The blades are up. But Clay in a duel against the other Jet. Which way is he looking? Got support from Hedgehog Lover. That'll deal with that problematic Jet. And now it's a 3-on-4 retake. They had an advantage to start, but this is going to be very hard for Flow State to win.
I am genuinely perplexed. They put the utility over toward B, but they were not playing on long at all, on A long, so it ended up just being wide open, allowing the Jets to just push in.
No!
And they're just he just jump shotted him like it's nothing. Oh my! Hedgehog Lover gets himself the 8th round there. That's 2 kills for him out of that one, and it just feels like Powerpuff Girls are just on another level here. Flow State not living up to that name, tell you that much. They need to find something. Maybe it comes in the second half, but you got to start to get some rounds here. You cannot allow them to get a potential at the rate we're going at, maybe 11-1. You know, your options are limited now, guys.
Yeah, we are 3 rounds away from that 11-1 scoreline. This is a hell of a revenge from losing the first map the way that they did to now try and bounce back and dominate their opponent. Deja Vu doesn't slow down. That's another opening kill.
He's got him shook. He's got him shook. Plain and simple. Clay's got the reads. Although he does die there, he does a decent amount of damage to Lusky. So that's going to bring him down to 45. And John Pork might be able to get him on the cross here if he poked, or peeked rather, but he doesn't. John should be mindful that there could be a player approaching toward heaven in the glass door. So you could see that movement happening with the Clove in real time. Meanwhile, they have a good spread here. You know, they cover their bases. They also have Hunter's Fury to give them that added bit of protection they might not even need. And Toluski with 45 HP in a dream recognizes this ain't gonna happen. Not for me, not for anyone. Might as well just try and see if I can get a couple kills out of this one, but instead it ends up dying to the gun there of John Pork, and that's 9. And Mimi, this is getting really scary here.
That's how you know a map is going bad. That you lose the site to only a 3-player execute, and you have a lurk deep in mid as you're trying to retake that's getting a kill. You have a lurk deep towards CT that's getting a kill as you're trying to retake. It's just, it's really impossible to win once they have that much map control, and thus far, the Powerpuff Girls, they're just walking all over the map, taking whatever space they want, and running away with these rounds. They're going to go back towards B. This round looks to be just a little bit quicker on the take.
Yeah, I just wanted to see who was going to work the map. And, you know, based on what happened in that first one on Haven, I didn't think it was going to be Powerpuff Girls because it seemed like Flow State were the ones that were always willing to take the initiative and go into the fight. But this time around, it's all Powerpuff Girls. They've been owning this. And they have a good setup here. They're waiting. They're also going to have that
Who's next?
That orb pickup. So here we go. Dimensional Drift for Hedgehog Lover. Hunter's Fury, though, in response. Toluski's going to try and see if he can shut down the door. Getting repeat through there just to give him a little bit of protection for the time being. And Hedgehog Lover's telling his teammates, hey, guys, we're pretty much good on this. B's available. Let's get this plant down.
Oh, Deja Vu. Again and again. Just repeating himself in these rounds. This Yoruel just getting camped out in main. Hedgehog Lover there as well. There should be no way back in unless Khan can really pull some heroics here. That's 2. Back towards main, and it's into a 1-on-2. But the Psychotic Goat, he's cut off. Has to bust down this door. Turn around! Kryptonix does. Just in the nick of time. And they win another round.
Hey guys, what's that noise?
Literally.
I was worried about. Kryptonic was just going to, he was like, hey, I'm going to just go to the table here. There's some food. And instead he ends up turning around. I was like, wait a minute. This guy just burst through the door. Oh dear. Now you need to get this round if you're Flow State. You need to get this round. Not because of just 9-3, but you got to rely on the curse at this point to work in your favor. This is going to be a toughie. You got a lot of guns for Powerpuff Girls, Mimi, and on Flow State side, yeah, you have some guns to work with, but you have some half shields. Probably not going to have, you know, all the util that you'd want for everyone. It's going to be rough.
Indeed it is. Last round of the half here. And a very slow approach from Powerpuff Girls.
So good. They're honestly just great pacing. You would think that they would want to just go, given how things have shaked out here. But no, they're taking their time, working the map, looking for those angles, those opportunities. One could be coming here, and that's going to be John Pork getting on Kryptonic, and Gold Leader going down thanks to Hedgehog Lover. And that's exactly what they wanted. They wanted Flow State to get a little antsy. Maybe peek around the corner, see what's coming around, see what's there, and they punish them for it.
The timing there. Turret got pulled back just as this Yoru started to walk up through B main. So I think there's an opportunity to get something through mid. Spotted out 2 on catwalk and is now working deep through mid, but the angle's being watched. He's going to die to the killjoy, and it's all for naught.
Yeah, this is going to be very tough to get through here, but Repeak has had some great moments. Oh, he's got a... Oh, Tuluski actually just bursts right through. He uses the noise that was being made as an opportunity, but John Port gets the kill. And off of the revive, comes back in with the HP, and stays in the game, and that is going to lead to Hedgehog Lover getting that kill right behind. And we're now at 10-2, and this is danger zone for Flow State.
That it is.
It's been danger zone the whole time, to be fair.
Really. I mean, ever since that first map. Remember, map 1 was a 10-2 half up for Flow State. They didn't quite run away with it. It went down to a 13-9 game, got very close at the end there. But then map 2, it has been all Powerpuff Girls all day ever since we got onto Lotus. They dominated on that map. They're dominating even harder here on map number 3. And they are just a couple rounds away from making it into our grand finals.
I think, you know, they are going, based on what I'm seeing here, they want to get a little aggressive at the start here on B. And Penguin Muncher knows, hey, there could be someone over there. Sends a shock dart just for good measure. Doesn't tag anyone, but wait a minute. John Pork actually does find a couple thanks to Hedgehog Lover. He was actually there with his teammate. I think they were able to get a few kills there. I'm seeing where the kills are coming through from. I was all toward that catwalk area.
4 on 3, they'll walk out onto A and at least get into a post line here. But the retake's pretty quick. Already a jet on the angle, breaking down that door, and a flank coming all the way through.
Khan, does he get greedy? Does he try and go inside of this bubble? There's smoke. See who's in the other side. Clay, unawares that there is going to be Hypnotic in the corner. But you're going to have to check that, though. And no, he does not. Kryptonic was ready for him.
One enemy remaining.
But here's Psychotic Goat. Clean shots, taking the time, and that's it. That's round 11. It's like no one was like paying attention to it. They had too many things to worry about.
They look out of
the opening there
compared to how they were playing at the beginning of this series. It has been a long series. We're going up on a couple hours now, and you definitely see that has had no effect on the Powerpuff Girls. Still shooting, still playing well together. And just playing off of this game. Great positionings in this post plant. Hedgehog Lover winning things out there. It's just great gameplay. Great individual performances. Clay Javu's at 20-9. Hedgehog Lover right behind. This team is looking strong.
Yeah, Hedgehog Lover for me, even though Clay has had some awesome moments based on the series and for maps 2 and 3, you got to give the flowers to Hedgehog Lover. He really, they definitely brought, you know, the thing that this team desperately needed. A little bit of presence, some more damage, some initiative. And he's going for it. And I guess the Yoru kind of gives him the ability to do that there. Clay Javu, not going to be long for this world, though. Falls, and that opens things up. But here's John again. John has been clinical with this gun, with this Guardian. Looking for another one, though. He's got Penguin to help him out. He gets the third. There's going to be an Omen down low trying to spray and pray with that Stinger, but instead, it's Psychotic Goat again. Gets the cleanup, and that is going to be series point. And Powerpuff Girls, 1 round away from going to the grand finals here at the NA Console Valorant Open.
I remember the stakes of that. Lion's share of that prize pool on the line if you can win out in that grand finals. For some of these players, you know, playing against their former teammate, Khan, he made it to the finals last time. Now on the brink of elimination here, down 12-2 in this semifinal matchup. And it feels like a formality at this place.
Yeah.
You know, they've only won 1 round out of the last, 11? It has been pure domination all the way home. And Clay's not slowing down. Straight in with the Sheriff for 2. He wants more, though. Another swing in. That'll get punished, but they're looking to end the game right here and now.
Oh, dear.
A dart through. Psychotic Goat going in, but maybe a bridge too far. No. Trade's there, and it's done. Powerpuff Girls, they lost the first map, but they rally back They dominate on Ascent, and they're your first squad to the finals.
I want to talk about a formality. That round literally felt like a formality. It was like, okay, guys, we're going to stand here and then just shoot us in the face and a GG.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Flow State, that was the state of the game that they found themselves in, which, you know, it happens that way, right? Like, Valorant's the type of game, and I think people got to consider this as well. You know, it's a type of game that can snowball very easily because it's an MR12 game. So, you know, as a result of that, like, you get a couple of big kills in there, a couple big rounds, you're really going to just shatter the economy of your opponent. And then from there, it just continues to get worse and worse. And you have to have some big play moments in order to get back into it. And we just weren't seeing that from Flow State, which is a shocker, Mimi, considering that in map 1, they were living up to the name and they were playing incredible.
Yeah, they really were. And I think it goes to show that, like, in a longer tournament like this, teams are going to be playing at least 2 BO3s today. They were playing all day yesterday, all day the day before that. That resiliency really matters, and I think they showed that super well. It took a second to get people warmed up, but once they did, I mean, Hedgehog Lover, Clay, Psychotic Goat, all these guys had their impactful moments. John Pork on this last map, even Penguin Muncher with some of the big clutches in a couple of these games as well. It just goes to show that it's kind of about the long haul in Valorant, and they really put that on display here. They're going to make it into the finals, and playing this first match means that you get to sit down for a couple hours now, watch our second semifinal, see who your opponent's going to be, and prepare to win that finals.
And that game is shaping up to be a fun one. We got Congarna going up against Avengers, your Console Open 1 champions, same roster. No one made a change. I think they just added someone in for like subs or something like that. So yeah, you're really looking to see how Avengers have gotten better over time, but also how this Congarna lineup, which also has players from, I think it was Alpha Wolves from Console Open 1, how they play as well. But here's some of the highlights from the series overall. And we started things off on Haven, and I thought that it was going to be Powerpuff Girls with the silly name, you know, losing to the team with the slightly more serious name. And instead, I was completely wrong. It was the Powerpuff Girls with the sugar spice and everything nice that gets the dub.
How long have you been waiting for that one?
I mean, I love
guess
the
you already
Powerpuff Girls show.
It is such a good show.
I did it once, but this is the second, and I'm not going to do it again. And if I do it again, I expect everyone to call me out.
All
okay,
right.
you have full permission.
I'll keep the tally
All
going.
right. Thank
This
you.
round was
Appreciate
crazy.
you.
He like fakes like he's satcheling out. At first I thought it was a mistake, but I think it might have literally just been like intentional of like faking satcheling out and then satcheling back in trying to bait a peek. I don't know, whatever it was, it looked cool. You see here,
this one was
Clay
crazy from Clay.
The Sheriffs today already, and we're only through one semifinal. Man.
Clay had one hell of a game. He really did. But you also got to give love to John Pork because John Pork has been hard committed on the Clove pretty much every game, and it has worked out for them now. They're in the finals. You know, the thing that brought them to the dance got them to the big game, which is crazy. So we're, of course, going to have an interview with the winning team here in a moment. I think we're going to be chatting with Penguin in a few. And then I get to ask them a bunch of questions about their, you know, random gamer tag names that they've generated.
It does feel like a generated gamer tag. I hope
it's like you just hit random on the thing. And hey, there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. I just also want to clarify because I think I had a buddy of mine years ago when I was in a Halo clan. His name, the random generator, and I kid you not, gave him the name Private Suppository.
It's crazy, man.
It's like, how does a random name generator give you that? And if you want to know what that is, you should Google it. But yeah, I mean, essentially, you'll get some wild ones with this. So we'll be chatting with Penguin in a little bit. For now, you're just going to have to be dealing with us. And I'm excited for this next game, Mimi. I'm looking forward to getting to cast the Avengers. Big fan of their movies.
I loved watching them. I think things to watch for when you're preparing for this team. First of all, NBA Lig. Heard him in an interview earlier. He has been just so good in that last tournament. I imagine he's been keeping it up here. This squad is yet to lose a series in the second open tournament as well. So they're keeping that dominant streak. They're keeping the energy from that first event.
Have they lost a map? Have they dropped a map yet?
Let me double check. I imagine not. We'll see.
Yeah. But also too, you know, I mean, the space has gotten better. Players are continuing to improve, and hopefully we get more of these NA Valorant Console Open tournaments so that, you know, more and more people can participate and be able to put some time in to get better. Because I think, you know, you want more NBA Ligs playing this game to really show off. And hell, I would even say Clay. Put some flowers on my boy Clay because he was so incredible. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Clay going up against either Congarna or Avengers. That of course is going to be happening in our grand finals, and then we will be getting one of the members here from the Powerpuff Girls joining us in a few. They should be ready to go, but I think we're going to go to a quick break. So when we come back, actually, it seems like we're going to be doing the interview after the break. So when we come back, we're going to have a conversation with the winner of our first matchup, the Powerpuff Girls' very own Penguin. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. enemy remaining. Block. Fire in the hole! One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Block. Fire in the hole! One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Block. Fire in the hole! One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Block. Fire in the hole! One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Block. Fire in the hole! One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining. Spike plant.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NA Valorant Console Open. Of course, we just had our first finalists locked in, and a massive congratulations to the Powerpuff Girls. And the good news is we have one of the players standing by. Now, in-game, you know him as Penguin Muncher, but in actuality, it's Colson joining us here. Colson, good to see you, man. Good to hear your voice. Congratulations on the win, first and foremost. How's it feel to be in this position now after the grind that was this open bracket?
Well, honestly, it feels amazing because, like, last tournament, me and Psychotic Goat got second, and we're just ready to win. Like, we're ready to just grind this win after this next game and get it going.
Nice.
Yeah, you started last time. You guys got it pretty close, making it to the final, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
What do you think has changed since the last time that you played in this tournament? How have you as a player grown? Why do you think this tournament is going to be different than the time you were the runner-up?
Honestly, it's just, it all goes to my teammates. Like, I have like 3 young shooters who just kill everybody, and then I just kind of tell them what to do and support them with util, and Psychotic Goat also helps me try and IGL them.
Got it. A question that I have, this one's a little bit more out there. So you went by Colson in the first event, but now Penguin Muncher. Is that, or I'm assuming that's not what you're normally going to roll with, right?
Well, my name on PC is
or is this the era?
Yeah,
is this the era of the Penguin Muncher?
Honestly, it's the AI generated name era. Like, if you see someone with that name, you know they're just good at the game. You know what I mean?
The NPC names are scary, I'm not gonna lie. I respect
really are.
Yeah. I gotta ask you then as well. You mentioned you play PC too. Talk to me a little bit about what it's like playing console Valorant, because it's really uncommon to actually get competitions to play in this one. It's basically just the tournament you played in before this one. Now there's not a lot of chances. What's it like to actually try and like set up a team, get people to run strats? Do you think it's especially difficult on console or anything like that? How's that process been for you?
Well, console's like kind of a small community, so we don't have like a lot of like set teams that will like scrim every day, and so like it's really just people who are like good at PC and like have maybe played on teams before. They're just like trying to find a bunch of people who are good at console and IGL them and kind of like mentor them to get more game sense, because it's kind of hard to get it on console because how new the game is, you know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah, no, for sure. For you, what's your experience on console? Have you competed previously, or is this your first one on controller?
Yeah, we got, well, there was a bunch of small tournaments at the beginning of the game that weren't like Riot sanctioned, and we like, I've always done pretty good at them. I've always like got top 4 at least, and I won a couple, and then we got second last tournament, so I've just been kind of like working my way up and trying to get better at the game and make my teammates better with my util.
Yeah, that's awesome. What about for you personally? Because you mentioned playing on PC as well. It's a very different mechanical skill set to play on console. Was this like your first console shooter that you've brought to this level, or do you have experience in other games? Where does your skill set kind of drive from?
I've kind of played on console since I was like 6 years old, but I've never been good at it.
Yeah.
It's been like just casual, like story games, you know, like The Last of Us and all that.
Sure.
And then I saw Valorant.
Hey, The Last of Us multiplaer is really good, by the way. Just an FYI, just throwing it out there. You know?
I saw.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
I saw Valorant console, and I was like, let me buy a PlayStation 5 and let me get a Radiant Buddy real quick.
You bought a console for the game.
I wanted to get a Radiant Buddy so I could flex it on my friends.
You just wanted to flex the gun buddy for your buddies. That's hilarious. That's good. That's good. You get a PS5 Pro out of that one? I hope you did. You know, you got a little bit more of that added frame rate, you know? All right. Well, Colson, thank you for your time, man. Appreciate you, and congratulations on the win. Looking forward to seeing what you guys can do. Any shout outs? Floor is yours, buddy.
I want to, honestly, all of my teammates, they're just so amazing at the game. Like that Clayco guy, he's actually the Aspas of console Valorant. I don't care what anyone says. Like, he's just the best player. And then, honestly, just thank you to all my friends for playing with the game with me.
Awesome, man. Hey, you know, you can't make it without friends. So you love to see it. Colson, appreciate your time, my man. Congratulations. Looking forward to seeing you in the finals. We'll catch you then, all right?
All right.
Good luck.
All right, well, there is Colson. Thank you once again. Of course, Powerpuff Girls will be in the finals. Colson, who you might recognize from the Console 1 Open, who went by Colson in that one, but now is the Penguin Muncher. And hey, you know, it's the random generated names. It strikes fear in the eyes of their opponents. So, yeah, that means Powerpuff Girls moving on, but that sets up our next game, Mimi. We got Avengers going up against Congarna. And if you're joining us for the first time and you want to know a little bit about these two teams, I mean, I've known the Congarna group for a while from my times working in other games, but Avengers, there are Console 1 champions. This team came in and dominated the competition, Mimi. Do you feel like it could happen again here, given what we've seen?
I really do. They didn't change their roster. They've got the same 5 players rocking up yet again, and they were incredible. It was back-to-back 13-3s when they won their last semifinal, and they're looking to make another final, try and beat Colson in another grand finals, go back-to-back on these titles. But we're almost ready to get into this game. So let's take a little look at our map vetoes, see where we're heading in this one. I'm looking at jet maps, and well, we've got 2 of the biggest ones for that with Haven and Ascent. But Sunset, back in the pool. This is the first time for me that I'm going to actually watch this map in a competitive setting in quite some time.
I'm like, oh crap, Sunset. Yes, I remember that map. Yeah, we used to talk about that map back then.
I played ranked a couple of weeks ago, forgetting there was an update, and just got immediately queued into Sunset, and I felt like I got flashbanged. It was crazy. It is weird to see this map back. It did have some changes. Plant Zone updated a little bit, a couple other minor tweaks, really, but for the most part, similar map to what we've seen in the past here, and that's where we're going to start on this series. That's a choice of the Avengers.
Yeah, they went for that. Then, of course, we have Haven, and if necessary, we'll go to Ascent to decide it all. Ascent being the decider, I like it. You know, it's a good even map where, you know, players have a lot of experience on it. So we'll see, though, whether or not things change as far as this double duelist comp that we were seeing both Powerpuff Girls as well as Flow State run. But for our friends over on Congarna, they're actually going to opt to bring out the Gecko. And they also are going to have a Jet there to work with. They got Cypher locked in, as well as the Breach on the opposite side, contemplating what they want to do. Could be double duelist, potentially. I think we're going to see NBA Lig on a duelist without a doubt.
Yeah, it was the Jet every map in the last series. He's maybe going to branch out a little bit here, show us the Rays as well. Let Dino flex into that role. And so there's a little bit of a change. Echo Rex, who I thought might be kind of a substitute type guy on the roster. No, he's starting in this series. Did not play with them when they won that first tournament. So that's something a little bit fresh. Of course, to make room, I believe it's Shrimp sitting out in this series then.
Yeah, well, hopefully they'll bring him in, or, you know, maybe this is just their team, you know, moving forward, right? And what they're looking to secure. Jacob, a name that you saw previously in Console Open #1, is back again here with the Congarna lineup. He's going to lock in the Clove. We'll see what they can do with that particular agent here. Double duelist, so set up for our friends over in the Avengers. So they're going to be rocking the Rays and the Jet going into this one. A Cypher, Omen, Breach. Got some interesting opportunities for, you know, some good plays, some traps, maybe set up a couple nade spots where you can like dump it and, you know, fault line, stun. There's a few things you could do on the initial engagements here with this composition. And what are you seeing on the Congarna side? How are you feeling about this Gecko Clove combination?
I'm still not a big Clove head, but I think Gecko Breach is really good. It's what most teams were playing before this map went out of rotation, and I still think it's really, really strong. Controlling space over towards A main with the stun or the dizzy, cycling those refreshables is great. And well, I do think Teo would have been like super OP on this map if he was still in his pre-nerf state. Now it's basically just like the agent never existed, and we can just go back to playing Breach and go back to playing this Gecko as well. They were already super strong picks.
Like early Yoru, early ISO. Remember when it was like no one played them, no one knew.
They don't exist.
It was like, oh,
we
there
don't
were
believe in
characters.
that agent.
Tejo's in the gulag now. We'll see if he can come back. All right. Well, Sunset. I haven't seen this map in a hot minute, but here we go into the action now, and we'll see whether or not Avengers are going to continue off the success that they had last time. Dino looking to get in there early on, create an opportunity to make some space happen, but it's actually going to be 3 players down right out of the gate, and he set up a 4v2. NBA Lig and Lunny just run through them, and that was a quick round.
It was quick indeed, and it was very well executed. The timing between the push through main and the pinch coming in from mid past that breakable door all looked really, really nice. Only 1 kill coming through from the side of Kungarna. All Avengers there, just on a really pretty execute. And I think that's what you get when you play with a team for a while. We heard talk that, you know, in that interview, Console's a bit of a smaller community. For a lot of people, you're trying to find players that have great mechanics and then bring up their game sense, their macro to be a little bit better. But when you've been playing with practically the same team for a real long time now, there's a lot of opportunity to actually start to work on those things. Once you move past the basics, the micro, how you play off each other, then you can really start to think, hey, how do we want to play this at a macro level? How do we play off each other? And that makes the game so much easier than it would be otherwise.
Well, it also does help, too, when you're able to get an overzealous player on one of the extremities there. So you're going to see Looney kind of get the benefit of that one. But just as that took place, you ended up getting a whole bunch of kills getting traded through, leading this into a 3v2 situation in favor of your Console 1 champions. Lunley is going to be there for the connection again, and that is just going to leave the Clove all the way in the back by themselves for Kungarna, needing to figure out what they're going to do with this. And honestly, they just got to wait because there's nothing that they really can do because they're just going to set this spike down, and Jacob's got a lot of work ahead of him here with this Bulldog.
Yeah, 1v3. Oh, the timing's really rough on the player swinging mid. He's going to die because of it. There was a chance there. If he had gotten the better timing in mid, maybe something could have gone a little differently. But now, Avengers lock it down. And going into the gun rounds now, I'm looking to see how Kungarna is going to deal with these fast mid splits. As a defender, it can be pretty hard to actually assert yourself on mid. You're basically having to fight through a smoke anytime you would want to do that, or just put really heavy presence towards market. I'd maybe like to see them either play heavier in market or play more retake setup on B, so they're not losing players to this double dive every round.
And we did have some audio issues, but that has been resolved. So thank you for your patience on that one, everyone. You should be hearing the gameplay now. Let's play. Silver's got a lot of work to deal with here. It's got the utility out too, but nothing really happening. But Silver actually gets a connection on the Dino, so that is going to open things up for them. Make it a 5v4, and maybe the defense can start to rally back here, as all the players are going to be tucked around B. But we've seen this song and dance time and time again on the B side here in Sunset. Silver, though, good play, is going to poke out of that one. Vegeta's going to be there for the help, too. And now with NBA Lig, got this shotgun in the corner, waiting to see if anyone's going to try and push in. Does he do work with this Bucky? Promise he's not going to have the range now, and he's going to pay for that with his life. And that is going to be a good retake from Kungarna to put them on the board in this gun round.
Really great job there on that retake, and that's exactly what I was looking for. Be a little bit more willing to give some space and just play the retake. That's what these double initiator comps absolutely excel at. Send in a fault line, send in a Gecko Dizzy, overwhelm with util, and then you have a Jet dashing in your face, Clove running through a smoke, and it's so hard to actually hold the site and win that out. Well orchestrated there. Kungarna fighting back against the champs early on.
Avengers now have an opportunity to buy up, get the weapons that they like here. As far as ults go, you got a few. You got Echo Rex, Lunley, as well as NBA Lig getting dangerously close. On the opposite side, Zup and Silver. Couple big kills gets them what they need. And Lunley, like this, right? Just going straight to mid, as you had noted before, right? Those split mid pushes. Put that attention all over the place. Makes it really difficult for anything for Kungarna to do, but they're anticipating this. They're playing off this angle here. If anyone pushes forward. Oh, there it is. Wow, I am genuinely surprised that they pushed that without coverage on the door. But that's just the way it is sometimes.
Yeah, caught kind of a rough one there, losing your sight for a little bit unaware. But the walk in, that's down as well. Nice from Zup. Holds the line, doesn't let Dino get past. And now NBA Lig, the hero of the first series, he's gone. And this is a cleanup for Kungarna. They got this challenge posed to them of how are you going to deal with mid? How are you going to shut down players walking up here? And they do it with ease in this round.
Oh, tag came through there. Couple shots received by the Omen. Renjavu's going to be all the way. Rhymes Lonesome, get back with his teammate now. We're going to try and work this map, see if they can get this spike down toward A. They only have 20+ seconds to work with now. And they still have to, they haven't cleared any of this, so they have no idea where anyone's going to be located, which means it's more time ticking. Kind of just got to run with a couple of assumptions here, which is exactly what they do. 12 seconds and counting, but they will be able to get that spike down.
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
Now you're starting to see. You see players on alley.
Last player standing.
Oh! Unfortunate there. Unfortunate there for the Avengers. They thought they had something, but the numbers were way too much for Congarna. They overwhelmed them on the site, leaving them no space to play around. You did some good plays there. You're able to get a pick, 2 picks there toward the A site, but no, good for the old Orbs. That's about it.
Now from the Avengers, I'm thinking, okay, they're heavy fighting into mid every round. They're having a player market, player top mid, sometimes even 2 market. I'd slam a fast A hit here if I was them, or something along those lines. Pick up the pace a little bit. Use this double dive comp to your advantage. Don't get bogged down with these fights into mid, because the last couple rounds they've been relatively unsuccessful. But you see a change up from Garnet 2, leaning a little bit more into A, and that is exactly where the call's coming. Avengers 3 players primed up towards A main.
Oh, and that stun actually might have given them a little bit of pause. Now Zol got eyes on the target, but wisely enough is going to dash away, not overinvest. And against this Avengers team, you simply just cannot take those risks. Meanwhile, on the other side, you got Echo Rex taking out Silver. Dino off screen gets connection onto Jacob. I was over toward that B main area. Here comes the
Run
B push.
and gun Sheriff headshot.
Crazy. What the hell was that?
Precise gunplay, yes. That makes sense.
Yes, yes, chef. We just accept it.
Cool, yeah.
Holy
it is what it
moly.
is. All right, well, that's one way to win a round. I think this goose is cooked. It's a 2v4. These players are both locked in towards market.
It's like God for Eagles, man. It's wild. The guy's just spraying and praying around the corner. NBA Lig sees the 2. Oh, wait a minute, though. They break through, get the kill on the Renjavu, but still so much that they have to do getting out of this smoke. And that is exactly what happens. They just needed to fight their way through that, and there was just nothing that they had to be able to help them there. I think the breach is pretty much all spent on the utility. So, hey, we got ourselves a little bit of a game here, Mimi.
Yeah, they feign a little pressure towards A main. That makes the Cypher walk into B main. You get a pick into mid, and the Lurks just execute on all of that. Lovely, as they go for this late hit into the site. Very good round there. And now they are just going to go for the straight up hit into A. There'll be a stun pretty quick. It's going to be a big brawl here.
Here we go. 2 stuns out, no one connected. Zol, oh my. I thought Zol had the read on Lig, but Lig just came around the corner and clipped him like it was nothing. Jacob now. Playing inside of this smoke. Finds one. Dino just walks in there and then no idea that anyone's going to be inside of it, but Jacob gets another kill onto the TPing player from Echo Rex.
I know exactly where you are.
Here comes the rocket, though. NBA Lig, he's got to find this target. He sees him. The neural theft gave him the info, and you now know, oh, well, this player's going to get revived. But subsequently dropped immediately. Now it's going to be up to Zup. 1v2, Rolling Thunder, available for the breach on the other side of the Avengers, so you're going to need to stay alive here if things get dicey, but you got NBA Lig alive.
Lig's alone, though. No trade available for him. Oh, looking the wrong way. Zup gets the timing. One-on-one now. Renjavu not looking. Zup wins it, and the Avengers can't help but feel like they've made a big mistake there, not set up to trade each other out, get caught on the reposition, and Zup rewarded with a big clutch.
Oh, man. And I can't fault NBA Lig in that instance because you don't really have an idea of where that player is going to be coming in from. So he waited to see if anyone's going to creep around. Still can't believe that happened. Poor Echo Rex. Thought it was clear to TP up on top of the boxes, but it says pays with that with his life. Now as we looking the other side, I think you could potentially see Zup use the Thrash here for some early, like, I guess, pressure, but he's not going to do that. Instead, he's actually just going to go back, maybe use that one for the retake if they need it. Here, and Dino, Zol had some shots on him, but Dino ends up clipping him with the blades. Well done.
Yeah, a really crazy engagement there. Looking at the flick up and just barely missed out before going into that dash. Garna now, 4v5 on the retake, but it's against Sheriffs. They do have Thrash. I would like to see them use it here.
Dino with the blades, though. Might be just what the doctor ordered here. He's going to get forced out of this position. 2 positions, actually. Oh, my word. Just gets absolutely owned in the corner and removed from the equation. Here comes the defenders, though, trying to even the odds, but instead it's going to be NBA Lig working with his teammate Renjavu, just like it was in the last round, but this time they got the job done.
Been interesting to see them hold the ult there. I would have thought you would want to use the Gecko ult to get tempo. That one tends to come back online pretty quickly, especially if you're fighting for A main control every round, which they have been. But they don't use it. Lose a pretty close post plan instead. It's all set up by the Avengers, but really the crux of that round goes back to that opening pick. NBA Lig getting the better of the opposing Jet up top that box there onto Zol. And now 4-3, Avengers retake control, and they seem to have found something they like over towards A.
I believe that was actually Dino, but even then, done really still been great. Both players, though, have really been so instrumental so far for these big rounds that they've won. Outside of that last one where it looked like it could have been the 2v1 that was promised, but they just, for whatever reason, were off on their timing. They're not trying to make those mistakes again, though. And taking your time here as Avengers. You got NBA Lig pushing up a little bit more, trying to take space toward A main, or excuse me, A elbow, which I haven't really seen that much presence in this area. They've gone here a few times now, but it's mostly just been coming off of, like, they have really been focusing on this, but they are so wise to it. Oh, I thought they were wise to it, man. Oh no.
Zol turns it literally the worst possible second. That's so brutal. And it's a flawless round on the exec there. To your point, though, I think a lot of the reason is when you're playing these double duelist comps, instead of splitting up and getting bogged down in the choke there, it's a lot easier to just like updraft dash over the box if you're pathing from main, and you can get out onto the site together super quickly, even path top site box there. So I imagine that's why they've been really focusing on that area when they're going for these A execs, which, my God, they've been going for A execs. They're back to the well here again. They're basically in that classic position. You know it from ranked. You're like, all right, we're going to keep going A until they prove they can hold it.
Yeah, and the Cypher's just had so many problems here. Something that Silver can do. Silver's just waiting to see if anyone, he's getting eyes, so he knows, hey, they're coming in, everyone. I need help, but there's 4 of them on the other side of the map. And Silver's like, please, everyone, please, get here fast. And they're getting there, so he's staying himself alive.
Yeah, they've got the tools to win this retake. And I like that they are playing heavily into it. But Avengers have Rolling Thunder of their own. They want to fight spawn here. They don't have position to rip the ult, so this is all Dino all day.
Uh-oh. Dino gets one. Here comes the Rolling Thunder on the other side. Zol's going to get stunned, trying to give himself a little bit of cover there. Vegeta's able to get the pick onto Dino, but NBA Lig is still alive, and it's still going to be an issue, so Zup had to handle that business. 2v2 now. Echo Rex picked in the corner. Vegeta had the read there, knew exactly where it was going to be, but now you got yourself a 1v1 again. Big battle here. Zup can win this, get his team back into the fold, but the time is going to be ticking. Renjavu knows this. He's got to make the play regardless. Renjavu just slowly creeping ahead because he knows there's nothing that Zup could do, and that's number 6 for Avengers.
What a play from Renjavu. Knows there's a risk that his opponent is sticking, but he calls his ball and says, hey, no one's sticking that on the first tap, waits around, and swings on the second to get the kill. Not swinging there makes the opponent think that that player actually was coming through spawn, had jiggled the spike, seen he was off, and it's just really nicely played. Always a risk to making a play like that. But here, it plays off for Renjavu over Zup in that 1v1. And look at what it's done to the money. Only one gun now. Avengers will instead look over towards B and look to roll this one up to a 7-3 now.
Yeah, they basically have everything that they want, Avengers. Kangarna needing to figure things out, and poor Silver is going to be running into it again, this time on the B site here. No one's really been pushing in quite yet. And here we go. Here's the push now. Stun through. Decent coordination. Lig gets the connection with the rocket, taking out Silver. That's B site available now. Dino, on the other hand, getting a little gully here, pushing forward, gets himself 2, maybe finds himself a 3rd. That's Vegeta. Goodbye, my friend. That's 3. Flawless round. The money was rough for Congarno, so they really didn't have anything that they could do there. But this is what I just want to see them do. I just want to see them continue to just disrespect the space, take it away from their opponent, and just get up in their business. And that is exactly what Dino did here. You can see in this play, like, yeah, he had the comfort knowing that those players did not have the guns to stand toe-to-toe to him. But sure. I kind of want to, I know that he can aim like insanely from what we saw in the last few rounds. So I think you kind of just continue to do that. Let them know that like you're not going to give him any space.
I think he's also doing that because he has NBA Lig behind him, right?
That's
this
true.
is a double duelist comp. 2 of the strongest aimers in console Valorant. Just back to back, sending it in together just gives you a blinding confidence. You know, Lig in that little interview we played at the beginning of the day said that he knew he was going to win the last tournament, and he knows his team is going to win this one with how good all their players are. This is the first step in that path, and, well, they're on the step to another round here, getting that opener onto Silver.
All right, Thrash is finally being used by Congarno to clear things, but it doesn't work out. Instead, Zup and Jacob are going to be wiped out instantly. Now it's up to Zol here, as he's going to be running to 2 members of Avengers, 4v2. Vegeta looking to channel his namesake here and pop off, but it's going to be very hard. When you're facing down this smoke, you have Dino trained on the sights there, ready for him to push. And Vegeta wisely opting to bail, save the gun, because it is simply not going to be worth it, and you are going to see Avengers go on the hunt to try and find this last Vandal.
Yeah, he's going to run best he can. Yeah, indeed. And again, they finally used that Thrash, but instantly are getting double push CT. I think what Avengers are doing really well is conserving utility when they're going for the actual site execs, and then heavily using that. That's gross, by the way. The TP across and Lig swings in, breaks the crosshair placement. But yeah, to my point, it's just every round they're conserving util on these actual execs, and when they're actually getting into the late round, they know the retake's coming. They know Congarno are setting up, so they just stun into spawn, double dive with the duelists, and kill all these players with util in hand.
Man, it's just really suffocating, right, for Congarno, because, as you said, no opportunity to really set up because they're getting pressured. And that's why that Thrash really was just there, which is the thing, because they didn't get anything out of it, because they had no way to be able to give themselves a winning advantage in that moment in time. Now, I'm only just going to point out that the spike is still in the back, but that could have been obviously intentional, just so that they can go and get an idea of what's going on as they wrap back around to go and get this. They'll see a few of those players, and there's going to be a neural theft activated. So Lig's got eyes, sees Vegeta, knows where the other player is going to be located too, and this gives them everything that they need. And how they're going to push this? Well, they're going to set this bomb over toward A.
Walk into mid. Second they pop this trip, they're going to be ready to pinch with Echo Rex. The setup's just too nice. Flash off the line. Here's the second part of this pincer maneuver. The players coming up through mid. It's so well drawn up. Zup nearly fought out of that situation, but it's not good enough. 9-3 we go at the half. The Avengers have ran away with this one.
Yeah, this is shades of what we saw in that first match between FlowState and Powerpuff Girls, but this time around, though, I do have to say, I feel like what we're seeing is very different. The early rounds, you were seeing, you know, Avengers kind of struggling to figure out how Congarno were approaching some of these sites, and then, or rather defending some of these sites. And then once they started to figure that out, it just became clockwork for them, and they were able to really, really ramp up the pressure. So now it's Congarno, time to strike here, and they're going to be favoring A.
Seen this round a lot in the first half when the sides were reversed. Now it's Lig, his opportunity to hold on defense. There'll be a great stun ready to go.
Oh, he's getting aggressive. He's pushing up with that pistol, but instead it's actually going to be Silver who pops Lig. Zup's there for the connection too, so that's great for this squad, because Congarno needed to get out of the gate strong here, but Dino just bodies up who was trying to collect that orb. Might look for another one, actually gets it, and then just drifts away. You have to anticipate that there could be some other players here, but Jacob was wise to it, ready for the repeat and punished him in turn.
This reposition is so good from Lunley. He's going to sneak all the way out onto the site. Has a paranoia to set up, but now a little bit alone, little bit isolated, and Vegeta there to support. And I can't help but think, what happened in A main there, right? Because Jet was playing on site, but as his teammates were going for this breach stun, nade, raise, fight, forward play, he was still back on site holding there. It felt like there was a bit of a disconnect in the camp here. You see Dino all the way back here trying to support. Maybe he got stunned by the breach from the other side. Not quite sure.
Could have been.
Definitely went a little bit wrong there.
Yeah, we couldn't see how that had played out, but yeah, that was a we'll have to keep eyes on it. Maybe it's just a one-round thing here.
Yeah.
Of course, you never know in Valorant. Players who tend to have some interesting tendencies. All right,
Double satchel into mid pretty earlier in this round, though.
Yeah, they are taking that space fast. We noted before how sometimes it's a little hard to hold this one, and well, not for these guys. Oh, wait a minute. Zol does get himself one onto Rendezvous, so you're going to remove that key initiator for some of these bigger moments. NBA Lig knows exactly where they are because of that Jet dash up. You're not really going to expect to see the Jet go too far off on their own. And this is a slow round from Congarna, but it's keeping Avengers guessing.
Timing on the Sheriff. Okay, good from Sup. Spins around, checks on it. Just in the nick of time there. They're still going into an A site with a couple players ready here.
No ults available for Avengers. There's no win buttons that they could lean on here. You do have one grenade there for NBA Lig, who just used it. Try and force those players back. And, okay, wait a minute. They're actually losing on this site here, but it's now 2v2, but Dino does fall. It's now going to be up to NBA Lig. Let's see what the superstar could do here. As he's in this 1v1, big battle coming up against Vegeta, gets tagged up, down to 31 HP, sees exactly where he's located, misses the flash out of him there. He's going to be tagging back and forth. He's got to stay alive here. It's more important to stay alive, and no, instead he just hunts him down, Vegeta. And I got to say, that was a rough one there because the NBA Lig tucked in the corner, really with nowhere to go. But also they sent in the wingman, and the wingman just got popped, and they had no sight control there.
Yeah, that was a classic Gecko round where you think you have more space than you do. Send in wingman, he dies, and then things get a little bit awkward. Lig very well could have won that. Had one opportunity to hit the shot, didn't quite find it, and in that 1v1, even with the low time, having such low health means that's a really unfavorable fight to actually try and win. So something for Congarna. That was just an anti-eco that they still barely won, so you're not feeling super pleased. Still, a round's a round, and the gap is still only at 4.
Bear in mind that when we came into the half, score was 9-3. So Avengers pretty much getting neutralized at the start here. It's come to be expected now. If you win that first round, if you're not able to bounce back there, Zol get a kill off screen on the Rendezvous, who's been dying early a few times here. That does hurt. I want to be mindful of that and maybe not take those looks, but he had to get info on mid and ended up paying for that with his life. You can see Congarna getting real slow here. And I like this. I like that they just cut the noise and they take their time. Suss out where these players are. Good presence toward mid for Zol, so if anyone tries to get in there, you'll be able to meet them. The shot from the Outlaw. They don't know. They think this is going to be an A finish, but it's actually not. It's going to be B through and through. So Lumley's got a lot of work to do here. Successful in the first. Gets the second. Spike goes down, but his teammates died all around him, Silver. And now it's going to be this Cypher v Cypher battle. No shot. You go through the freaking smoke there. He did. And he ends up dying. Oh, my word. He got the fourth shot off the Zol. Finally wipes him out. Now it's a 1v2. He's defusing.
He can't do anything. Stun doesn't even hit. Oh my god. Lunley just eviscerated them. That felt like it was going to be the catalyst for the comeback. 5 rounds won for Congarna. That would have been their 6. They would have brought the gap down. Instead, Lunley goes absolutely nuclear on the site. Wow.
We've been seeing Cypher struggle with holding their sites today. Not Lunley. Not Lunley.
Pop.
Another one there. I still can't believe Silver went through the smoke.
This last shot is so nice on the jiggle there. If he got Vegeta as well, my God.
That would have been like, that might have been the top play of the tournament. Hands down, if he got that spray down like that. Would have been crazy. All right. Congarna now. This is not the round that they wanted to give up after the roll that they were having, but that is going to give Avengers their 10th. It has been a bit of a lopsided game for your console Open 1 champs in the Avengers, but you're seeing Congarna show that fight in him, especially on the attack. Echo Rex, though. They didn't know. Silver saw it. Surely. Silver saw it. Yeah, that's why he's actually doing that. He's trying to creep in to see if he can get the kill, but Echo Rex was prepared.
5-on-4 now. And a lot of map control still in the hands of the defense. Kangara don't have an embed yet. They don't really have inroads. Just this jet working through mid. Soul might be their best chance, but they still have to get past Dino over towards main. And Jacob swings in. Dino backs up off the line for now.
Oh, no shot, brother. No shot. Soul had the crosshair beamed, and NBA Lig just showed him who is boss. Well played. He looked like he was full sprint, maybe.
Yeah. No, I think he very well may have been.
Jeez. My guy is crazy. Dropping 18.
Yeah,
2 away from ending this one.
That's a league, you know. If you watched the Open Series 1, man, he was incredible in that tournament. Doesn't look like he slowed down at all. Putting the NBA in the name for a reason. Truly major league with his performances.
Everyone's had a moment in this map so far, which has been pretty cool. Dino looking to see if he can get a little bit more out of that, but had the dash activated, couldn't get out in time. Lunley now to see if he could channel that same success that he had just a couple rounds ago. And they don't even want to deal with it.
Oh, that's a very big pick in mid from Silver. Now that'll force players to go back in, re-clear space back towards mid. If they flush the lurk, though, this round turns on its head, and Silver makes the right decision, ducks away, and kind of tries to play off the info he got off the hat.
He did get that second tag, so now they're starting to see the movement happen, but they didn't move fast enough on this, and now Avengers not necessarily set up on A, but well, it doesn't really matter all that much. Last player left alive is going to be NBA Lig. So it seems like while all that was going on and they were looking to maybe show some presence on the A site, what ended up happening was even better for Congarna. They bodied the 2 players that were going to be circling around toward B. That opens up things for them. Spike down, Rolling Thunder activated 2 for against NBA Lig if they need it, but I don't think they will. They have the numbers here. No reason.
Yeah, I want to see more rounds like that from Kangara. Slowing things down a little bit, put some pressure in B main, and then just work into these picks. I've noticed a lot of these console teams, I imagine from the way just ranked is in general, and there not being a lot of actual, like, more organized play, are oftentimes really heavily over-rotating and kind of fast going into A, fast going into B off hearing any noise, which for the most part works out. But when you actually take the time and get that kind of embed up through mid, it's been really effective these last couple of rounds that both teams have managed to pull it off. So would not hate to see a little more slow play. Let Silver work his magic on these lurks.
Get out of my way!
Very good. Oh, that was a beautiful cam there. Got a lot of info. Knows exactly where Lig is. I think might have even seen the one more player, maybe the breach in that instance. Not entirely certain. 4 players stacked up there. There goes the Rolling Thunder to clear side toward B. It's going to open things up and allow them to get this in here. But wait a minute. Look out for Lunley. He's cut off by that smoke for right now, but given an opportunity, he'll cause a problem. Spike's going down.
Post one here, Zol stuck in on the corner.
The flank.
Stun off his contact. Thrash going in as well. But you're right, flank's coming very fast. Someone has to turn and look at this one. It's chaos across the board, leaving it all down to just Silver. The lurker, who was late to the party, trying to stand up to 2. And he can't quite do it. The Avengers, that's map point.
Avengers holding it down. It was looking like for a brief moment there, Silver could have been a party pooper. But it did not happen. Even though he was able to get himself a couple out of that one, it was not meant to be. Still a solid game from Congarna. a valiant effort for sure, but the deficit was so much for them to climb. 9-3 going into this half here. And then Avengers, after taking a few rounds that they, you know, it was a little close, could have won, you know, could have gone either way. Now they're starting to show some comfort here. And if anything, I think this is going to prompt, yeah, you can see this is going to be a fast B hit. They were anticipating maybe something toward A, and NBA Lig's going to get a lot of info, but I think, as a matter of fact, yeah, Lonely's like, nope, here is everything over here, guys. It's time for me to do this again, because he's by himself in an island.
Spike getting planted, Lonely just pretty much holding alone. Backside.
A Lonely.
Now a fight finally coming. They get a couple. That's really nice from the attack to actually get some space into this one. Big update coming through.
Hell yeah, dude. Get some Tekken in. I'm a big fan. I play King. It's dope.
What? The jump kill in mid. Okay.
The jump kills need to stop. We have to do something about this, okay? We can't do this in this economy. Unbelievable.
Oh, the TP onto the Spike. That'll force a fight out. Someone has to get into the smoke and check. That's a free one. A second. Oh, they're holding it down. Stick onto the Spike coming through. Res through. Jacob back in, but down again. Now a 1v1. Another tap. Spray is there and Zup just barely saves the day. Oh my God, that was a weird round of Valorant.
That was wonky. As soon as that res was there, I was like, oh no, this guy's gonna emerge right there. It's gonna be like a sage res, just using yourself for bait so that your teammate can go in, and with the Phantom, you just spray through there. This was crazy. Echorex was like, wait a minute, where's the guy? No, it's to my left. Oh man, still though, match point for the Avengers. Okay, we got that cam down toward B main. There goes Thrash. Oh, Gecko
pretty
ult
quickly,
trying. Yeah, they just deleted that thing, and then Lunley's just moving in there. What the hell? Dino gets the kill. Lunley and Dino down. To Dino's probably Dino. Who knows? He'll tell me later.
Hey, Dino.
Hey,
now a
Dino.
2v2. Gonna try and
you
close
see my
this one out.
cousin?
Planted. One enemy remaining.
One off ult for Renjavu. Got it now. Gonna rip that Rolling Thunder on through, but the player's too close. Jacob in the smoke for one. Now up against Lig. Jacob, knife out, tucks away. Just in the nick of time. Nade to buy space. Lig looks the right way and gets the kill to boot. Who else but him to close out map one? It's 13-7 as the Avengers, your reigning champions, get one map closer to back-to-back finals.
One map closer to defending their title as the Console Open 1 champs. You're so right there, Mimi. But Congarna showed that they had some good ideas. They were able to slow down the game when things were getting a little too dicey, and then they were able to take their time on some of these executes. But ultimately, you got just some amazing hero moments from Avengers, which is apropos given the name. And it really was cool because you had Lunley having his moments popping off, Dino getting some crazy frags with those sheriff kills, and then of course NBA Lig. I mean, that final moment there, I think, really spoke to how smart Lig is, because he dumps the grenade out, realizes like, okay, I know that guy's going to be by pillar. He's either going to move forward this way, which I'll meet him and he doesn't want to deal with the nade, or he's going to just go through all this noise and even then is in a worse spot. And once he had that the inclination, he heard that footstep. As soon as that nade went off, he made the right call because his decision making is so impressive. And that ends up leading to a dominating performance for him, 20-9 total. But let's not forget, everyone on this team on Avengers had a moment where they were popping off.
Yeah, everyone was positive. Everyone had their rounds where it was all about the impact that they brought to the team. So no doubt that this is like the super team for console Valorant. All 5 of these members putting up numbers in the server, showing why they won the whole darn thing last time. And you know, that was their map pick, but still, I think the fashion in which they won, despite losing one of the pistols, pulling it through so dominantly 13-7 is really a feat from them.
Yeah, it definitely is. And it goes to show as well that even when, you know, you think, oh boy, they could be out of this one. No, the resilience of this team, it just played through there, shined through rather. And that just is the reason why Avengers had found so much success in that first tournament, winning the whole thing. And they look like they could be on track for this. That being said, they're going to need to adjust here. They're going to, Congarna, that was, I believe, the map pick of Lig and Company over toward the Avengers. So
I believe so.
You know, yeah, it does not shock me all that much. This is a map that they clearly felt comfortable in, and the proof is in the results. 13-7. I didn't see what map 2 was. I think was that Icebox or which one was it? Not too sure. It don't matter. We'll find out.
It's going to be coming up.
Haven.
Will be Haven. There you go. Production's got you back. Yeah.
Thank you,
Going
guys.
to see that map again. That was something that was always good for the Avengers. But that does wrap things up for the first map here. We're 1 away from sending our second team to the finals, finding out who's going to have a chance to compete for that trophy. Will it be Avengers going back to back, or are we heading to map 3? We'll find out after this.
Hey everyone, as we kick off some of our 5-year anniversary celebrations, I wanted to take a few moments to chat with you about what this journey has meant to all of us here at Riot, and what we hope it's also meant for all of you that have been on the ride with us. Maybe get a little reflective, nostalgic, cozy, a little vulnerable. So what was going on 5 years ago today? Well, for one, we were at the start of a global pandemic. It's hard to look back at 2020 and not consider the impact that the pandemic had on all of us, including us here at Riot. And despite the unprecedented circumstances, we'd made what felt like this impossible decision to release the closed beta of Project A and introduce all of you to Valorant. On the Riot side, we had all these hopes and dreams and conviction and promises for the future. We had core beliefs around what makes for a great tactical shooter, but also some ideas on how to put a twist on such a beloved genre. And we were ready to serve and ready to work our asses off to meet your expectations. 5 years ago today, we were dropping beta codes and frantically fixing bugs, and many of you were watching streams and learning how to play the game, deciding if it was even worth your time. 5 years ago, we were trying to figure out how to build and host esports events completely virtually. And now, we're only a few days out from the playoffs, bringing us to Masters Toronto, one step closer to Champions in Paris, our biggest champs yet. From PC only to our expansion onto PlayStation and Xbox, from serving most of the world to becoming truly global with our release in China, from a handful of inside jokes to more memes than we could ever make sprays for. 5 years ago, we were meeting each other, getting to know each other. We were at the start of our relationship. And now here we are, millions of us around the world building one of the most exciting communities in gaming together. 5 years brings a lot of opportunity. 5 years also gives us moments to reflect on what matters, to look back on all of those original promises we made on Val. All of those things still remain at the top of our list of priorities. But over the years, as more players come in, as the game evolves, those things are put to the test. More agents means more ways to combo abilities, which can sometimes overload combat more than you'd expect, and so we're taking a look at that. More players means more opportunities for more bad actors to challenge our original systems. Things like smurfing, things like stream sniping, things like toxicity. So we're taking a look at that. When those core promises are challenged or deteriorate, it becomes our top priority to address it, and we might not always have a fix right away, but we are always working on those things. There is so much work to do, and there always will be. Look guys, at the end of the day, we just want you to be able to hop online and get into a good game of Valorant. Over the next several weeks, you'll learn more about how and when we'll address the things I mentioned, get an update on replays, and a bunch of other stuff. I mean, we are really hoping to get a version of replays out to you around Champs time. I'm not sure we're always great at letting you know that we hear you, but we do hear you. You have held the bar incredibly high. You shouted us about the things that matter, and we are inspired every day by that conviction, by your commitment to and demand for improvement, whether that's in your own games or improvement you'd like to see from us. And we'll get there. But for right now, we're celebrating how far we've come together. For some, 5 years might not seem like a long time, but when you really look at it, some of you graduated high school with this game, some of you finished your degrees, and some of you even met loved ones, got married, are parents now. You built a community around this thing you love and this thing that we love making for you. I look at where we're at 5 years later, and the biggest word that comes to mind is gratitude. Gratitude for you, our Valorant player community. You have shown up in ways we never could have imagined. So on behalf of the entire team here at Riot, thank you. Thank you for your creativity, your dedication, your late nights, your infinite drive, your sick plays, your content, your teamwork, your everything. As we pass our 5-year milestone, we're looking ahead to making Valorant the place you return to for the next 5, 10, 15 or more years. We are more committed to this game and to this community than ever. We've got a lot of cool anniversary stuff planned for the next few weeks, so enjoy, and we'll see you all in game. Thanks, everyone. We're making new games, and this one's different.
I'm so freaking excited to try out Valorant.
This is our take on a competitive shooter. We want a attack shooter with more creativity.
Okay, you guys are gonna see this epic play again?
More expression. And a lot more style. We promise we're in this for years and years to come.
Now in such a cheeky little spot.
The first to etch their names in the history books.
I know it.
What's the move?
We killed them all.
Look at it. So now here they're protecting it. Here it is.
You did it!
Enemies close. Track them down.
Buddy.
We're out of time.
Feel like a comeback kick. Got no time to spare. Double up score, turn a 2 to a 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one.
Players up above, a flash ready.
With the ace and my team went gold.
Let's go!
Find out if y'all carry.
Don't worry, guys. I got this.
Win one more.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. They are standing. Spike down A. They are standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Long. One enemy remaining. Planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Down A. One enemy remaining.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NA VALORANT Console Open Tournament number 2. Golden Boy here along with Mimi. And we just saw our defending champs in the Avengers from Console Open 1 take down Congarna in their map pick of Sunset, leading the series 1-0. But now we get ready, Mimi, for Haven. We saw Haven last time, and we saw how lopsided it could be from time to time.
Yeah.
But man, big takeaways from this really is Avengers have not lost a step. I'm seeing people in the chat be like, someone's got to take down the Avengers. Someone's got to stop this. But I don't know, man. I don't know. It's crazy.
POV, you're a villain in a Marvel movie. But yeah, this team has continued to be so good all the way through. I think Haven was a map we watched a lot from them in that first Console Open. Lig was always incredible. I'm really hoping we get to see him play the Jet. His opping was so impressive on that map with that agent. So maybe we'll get to see it come out here. We're around the corner.
But I gotta say, though,
in a sec, though. Yeah.
Dino was impressive on the Jet. Like, the amount of snappy shots he was pulling off with that Sheriff was nasty.
Yeah, and their newest player, the other Dino, Mr. Rex, coming into the roster as well, I thought looked pretty good too. So, yeah, I mean, this team's well put together. They had some really nice split ideas on how to play Sunset, going through mid and through main at the same time, just looking coordinated. Again, it's nothing super crazy, but it's just doing simple ideas, executed on really well with great mechanics. And, you know, people try and overcomplicate this game. Sometimes that's cool. But at the end of the day, it's like just simple, well-coordinated ideas will work a million times better than the craziest, over-complex idea if you're not on the same page.
Yeah, and we were seeing Congarna kind of find a little bit of that in the Sunset game when they were rallying a few of those rounds for the comeback. Got within, I believe, 4, I think, was the closest that they were able to get, or 3.
Like 9-5
but then at that
a point, but yeah.
Yeah, but then at that point, it was basically just the Avengers just ran away with it. If you're just joining us, though, our next map is going to be Haven. So we will be jumping into that action as soon as the players have selected their agents, or we're all loaded up in the lobby, ready to go here. Avengers on the defense. I'm actually really interested to see how Avengers play defense here, because what we saw in that first map, defense was kind of non-existent on Haven and was getting rolled by the offense time and time again. Maybe this time around, Avengers are showing us, or could show us, how you hold on Haven in these 3-site maps.
Yeah, it does make things a little bit different on how you have to play your macro. I think both 3-site maps we've seen thus far, teams have, you know, it's a little difficult to defend. I think especially on console with a lot of these double duelist comps, with how good the shooters have been thus far. And the Avengers will start on that side of the map, so interested to see what they can pull out. I think I mentioned it earlier, but I would love to see them get the op online. I think that makes defensive macro on Haven so much easier. Get an op posted down A or C long, either place there, and it really simplifies how you have to play.
Yeah, I could see them also opting to maybe do something a little bit more traditional Avengers, given that it does seem like they have a bit more put together as far as like compositions and strategies go. I could be wrong on that one, could be a misread on my part, but not to say Congarna don't, but I wouldn't be shocked if I see the double duelist for Congarna. I wouldn't be shocked either on the Avengers side, because you do have 2 great duelists. They ran double duelists on Sunset, so there's no reason to think that they wouldn't do it again here. But to your point, right, do you see Lig back on that Jet doing the thing that we saw him do in Console Open number 1, or do you maybe let Dino take that role and then you can kind of just be the player that you want to be more in the face of your opponent, not giving him much space to work with? You can also see someone bust out of Yoru potentially, because, you know, Yoru's been getting a lot of play, so that could be a solid option as well. There really are a ton of choices that I think Lig and Dino can do here if they do opt to do the double duelist. That would actually synergize quite well together on Haven, given what we've seen so far and how a console tends to play this map, right?
Yeah, I'm also wondering if anyone's gonna like pull out the breach, or if we see any diversity in initiators. Let's already seen a lot of double duelists and picking those comps by sacrificing the second initiator slot. That seems like it's largely been the vibe for most of our teams. So we'll get to see. Again, players are just readying up, getting into the lobby right now, so we should be getting into the actual agent select in just a moment here.
Yeah, and waiting on the Avengers real fast. Once we're all good to go, we'll get things lined up. But yeah, there is certainly going to be a lot of questions for Congarna in this one. How do you play it? How do you approach it? You know, do you mix things up, right? And granted, I don't have the context to understand that on their end because I haven't seen a lot of their matchups, but you know, mix things up as in like maybe you don't go the double duelist and wait a minute, you go double duelist.
They're going the ISO Yoru. I like that a lot. On console too, I think where you see a lot of rounds where like it's Sheriff one taps with good crosshair placement. The shield is going to be super strong. The buff to undercut that came out in the last patch was good. This is the first like VCT comp that one of our console teams have played. So I'm really excited to see if they have any kind of strat book with this or if it is just a little bit more puggy with the double duelist. Either way, it should be super fun.
Yeah, they're locked in, so they're set on what they want to do there. You'll be keeping your eyes on Jacob on that Cypher. Is going to have a lot of work ahead of him defending some of those sites. Lundley back on the role of Cypher here too. Echo Rex sticking with the initiators. Actually, no, Echo Rex played smokes last round. I mean, actually, funny enough, Rex and Rendezvous are they're swapping roles here, it seems, unless they're debating it.
Well, remember what Lig said? He was like, last time we played this, we were talking about what agents we would play in agent select every time. So I don't think that they have some grand master plan of what they're going to do. Probably instead just going off the vibe, seeing what they feel comfortable playing here. You know, sometimes you want to mix it up.
And it does seem like double duelists will be on the menu, but they will have a Cypher, Omen, and Sova on the support side to back them up if they lock this in. Seems like they will. So Rendezvous back over to the initiators. You got Echo Rex sticking with that Omen. Lig is going to be on the Yoru, and this is what I was wondering was going to happen, right? Because Lig is great, undoubtedly, but it does feel like Lig is great on the front line, dealing with the action up ahead, and Dino seems to give them the flexibility, Mimi, to be able to use the jet and allow them this double duelist comfort and get kind of the best of both worlds here, it seems.
Yeah, I do like him playing the Yoru. I think it still lets him up if he wants to. It gives really fast defensive rotates. And like we talked about in the first series about Yoru just overall, I think, being super strong on console. It's going to be so tough for side anchors to deal with these double dive ideas when they switch over. But their initial task is going to be defending said sites, going into what is in its own right a very potent comp with that ISO Yoru. So hyped to see what they've got cooking with that one, as it will be an opportunity to bounce back here. It's been a very long time since this roster has actually dropped a map in a console tournament, so trying to be the first team this tournament to push them into that position.
Look for that ISO to give them so much space with the wall. Just push forward if they can. But here we go. We're into the action now. And let's see how things shake out, because Congarna backs against the wall. Lose this one, you're out. Avengers one step to facing off against the Powerpuff Girls and giving us what I would consider to be one of the greatest superhero clashes of all time between the Avengers and Powerpuff Girls. That would be a comic I would purchase. But you know
they
what,
kind of make that crossover
I'd
happen.
also take those trades. They kind of have to. It'd be, well, I think it's
Do they even
a
still
DC
produce
property.
the Powerpuff Girls?
It's a Warner thing, I'm pretty sure. So maybe I know they did a show briefly.
See, I asked
but,
and I kind of
that got
assumed you wouldn't
canceled.
know, but of course you know. So I appreciate the
Yeah, I'm a
insight.
nerd. I can't
appreciate it.
help that I'm just
No, that's
just
it's
too
the
much
info
of a
we need.
nerd.
All right, we'll
Yeah,
lurk
totally
up on
the info we
today.
need.
Gets punished though by Echo
Oh,
Rex. They're doing a nice job just kind of playing a little slower, locking things down thus far. Dart goes up. Love this reposition. Echo will tuck in the corner, and I think Zup might just be cooked here. Has too many players on the other side to deal with
is
here.
too clean.
Yeah, into the smoke, and down he goes. Nice and run job there.
30 seconds.
Yeah, Silver doesn't really have much to work with here. Never mind. Gets one. That's all you'll get there. And that will be a pretty decent start here for the Avengers, right? They, I believe, I think they got the first round last time too, but then that was when you started to see Congarna bounce back with those guns. Could be wrong on that one though. Got to go back and look at the VOD. But regardless though, it's still the start that Avengers wanted after ending
30 seconds left.
that first map 13-7.
Bit of the doldrums in terms of money for Kangara. I'm going to buy into a couple of sheriffs here. A big priority when you're playing these ISO Yoru comps is getting the ult snowball online. A lot of what makes this comp happen on attack is, okay, we went around with the Yoru ult, we went around with the ISO ult, and alternating your way through in terms of that. So, interesting to see the Omen getting the orb there instead. As I think this Cypher's about to die. Yeah, tucked in. Dino deals with him.
And they're just sniffing him out, finding where they're trying to get a good pick on an off angle. Oh, wait a minute though. Silver's in the sight. Silver's in C, and actually he's got the shields. He's got a little bit to work with now. This is going to prompt some movement, but they're so far away. And look at Echo Rex. He's hot on their tails. Oh, you want to take that one back. Silver, I think he got tagged there. Because Silver had a decent amount of help from what I can gather, but it doesn't matter. 3 players going to be stuck there. They do all 3 get tagged, and Renjavu knows where they are. So he's going to drop back into the smoke there. Dino with the kill, using the outlaw, gets him. And that is going to be 3 for Dino. Chopping him up. And that's number 2 for the Avengers. I mean, right now the rifles are, and the rifles have been working for them. They've been humming, so I think it's fine if they want to stick with this here, especially because Dino's got that sheriff and he has been clinical with that thing, which is wild going into a gun round. And I'm like, yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Dino could do with the freaking pistol with a single shot handgun in his hand.
Already getting a ton of space here walking up through A. But while that's going on, and it is just going to be hidden to see. The thing is, this is going to be a full retake for Avengers. Lunley sees the space his teammates are getting on the map. Everyone else, well, just work on through. But Vegeta, very thorough to check on that flank.
And Lig, I think, was thinking, man, there's just way too much available to me here. And turns out, yeah, they were all together over towards C Long. Make him punish for that. He actually thought that maybe one could have been held back considering how easy it was for them to take space there. Renjavu, though, as well as Echo Rex, working in tandem to get themselves a couple big kills. It's going to be 4 down just like that. When you think that Kungarna had an opening, had everything that was working out for them,
it just gets ripped away.
Echo Rex, and Echo Rex has been really, really instrumental for this team. In that Sunset game, he's got a lot of big kills that opened up things for them, but now Zup has a great chance here.
And GB, that's their new player. The guy they just added to this roster after winning with a different 5th in the first Open. Good paranoia. Zup cannot see a thing. Lunley's too late to swing, though. And now he can see again. Doesn't matter. Lunley, too good. The Avengers. I don't know how they keep winning these rounds, GB.
Yeah, and you just got some heroics, some big moments there. But also, I think, like, you know, you kind of got to look at Kungarna and be like, guys, you got to look where those kills happened, right? They all happened out in the front of B. Window was wide open, and Renjavu just walked in here. And there was a Spike player next to Renjavu. Like, the Spike player was next to Renjavu, and Renjavu was just in there shooting their faces. So you need to be a little bit more heads up in those moments, because they'll make you pay, man. Avengers are, this is a tough team to play against, because it feels like they play a very, I don't want to say traditional, but they're doing the things that you would expect a decent team to do at this level, which is, you know, like take space, you know, play their advantages, you know, like the little things, the little details. And it's working out so beautifully for Avengers.
What I need to see from Kungarna is one of 2 things. Either they pick up the pace and they just start hard-hitting sites. That's fine with me, whatever. It might work, might not. Or if they're going to keep playing slow, I think they need to do a much better job of containing space towards A lobby and towards mid. Because these last couple rounds, they've just been getting walked up on in the mid round. And they have like 1 player on deep contain, but they're not actually really like holding the space super well. So would like to see them go for a bit more of a re-clear play in the future.
Spike down mid.
Renjavu's got the read. Vegeta, oh! Vegeta made him pay. But now Zup. Spike's right in front. Dino, he falls. Lig, are you going to push in for this one? The Sheriff has been good for all these players today. That could be a little too risque to go for that one. 2v3 now, though.
Might be time to stop peeking them one by one in mid, I would say, Avengers.
Yeah.
Slow things down a little bit. Okay, or not. Lig's gonna
Unless
take his
you're
own
Lig.
chance.
Wait a minute though, look at Echo Rex, and he doesn't get the kill! Holy moly, he heard him. He was clanging and banging, making all this noise, and then Vegeta bodies him when he gets out of the window room there. It's gonna prompt the teleport. He's going into the team. No! Oh no!
Oh, Lungley's gonna get so far out on site.
Okay, wait a minute though, wait a minute. This is okay. They were able to get that first kill.
One enemy remaining.
Never mind. This is now getting a little worrisome here. What do you have? You don't have a Hunter's Fury. He just threw a dart.
He's sticking.
He stuck it. He stuck it.
Oh my! What is that round? The Avengers. They're in what? A 4v2. They start throwing bodies left and right into mid. They run down A long. They all die in one-on-ones for literally no reason. And then in the 2-on-2. Comes down to just one player, and he wins full sticking through a smoke. Okay, yeah, reasonable.
And when Vegeta, I understand, you know, when you're the Sova, you want to get yourself in a position where, you know, you're not giving up that utility, you know, you're not losing your shock darts or whatever. But the thing is, I don't even know if he had shock darts for that moment.
He didn't, I don't think. I think he just wanted to get with his teammate. He wanted to play with his teammate short, but hold on, I don't even know if we have time to debrief that round, because Lig has already walked into mid and gotten all the way back into the site in the first 10 seconds of the round. Whew.
Yeah, I don't know if he is if he thought that he got seen by the owl drone or not. I don't think he did. But it's all right, though. For Avengers, they're fine here. They're up by 4. Kungarn is the one that needs to make the plays happen. Now, you do have some ults here. You got ISO, can bring you to the gulag, potentially. But the way that these Avengers players are shooting, I don't know if that is necessarily a fight you want to take. But hey, one of those big threats are going to be down. Lig's done. Echo Rex now. Just waiting, see if anyone creeps a corner there. There was Zol. Good check on the corner because that's been kind of an issue this entire time. Dino goes in. Dino gets 3. Oh my! What the hell? Just what?
I don't know where that came from, GB. He perfectly flicked around, got all of those kills in the matter of seconds. In a matter of second, singular, it felt like.
They had life in their bodies. Out of nowhere, just a great deletion happened. What the hell?
Watching these players is insane. Because Lig, remember, he was literally LeBron James in the first Open. And now we're looking at this team where he's dropping 1 kill and his squad is up 5-0. Every one of the members of this squad is just so unbelievably talented at console Valorant.
And Lig doesn't even need to do anything right now.
No. He's
it's
just
like my
chilling.
boy Jalen Brunson on the court and letting Cat and Hart do all the work. Now I'm saying shout out to them Knicks. Sorry about that. I didn't get that one in there.
I knew all about that reference.
You knew I was going to get one. You knew I was going to. I'm an insufferable New York Knicks fan, so.
Who's next?
Actually, they get tagged there. Mimi knows all about NBA references.
Yep. Try baseball next time. This all back site. It's just going to kind of worm all the way around. He's not going to have a safe way to get out. It has to just TP instead. Oh, that's just spray. Man, it feels like there's just something special with this team. Getting every kill through smoke. Up in a 4-on-2.
Nah.
They're running down the flank. There's another spam kill for you. Oh, you like spam? Here you go. A little more. Oh, the timing's brutal, too. Zol turns away.
Okay.
I don't know how Rajavu
still
missed
alive,
that.
but it's okay. Lig's still up, so, you know, it was always going to be a tough one to have to deal with. Man. Avengers they're rolling.
Yeah, this feels like the Avengers I know from the first event. Just dominance.
They're rolling on defense.
Huh. Well, obviously, GB, when you look at a Jet Yoru comp on Haven, you think defense-sided, right?
I guess so. Evidently.
Ah.
Damn, man. Great showing here from Avengers. Kungarna, what are you going to do? Instead, you're just going to get fed to the beast. Renjavu, though, gets a kill. That's a trade. Vegeta's still alive, and we'll have Hunter's Fury. So this is they got to keep him alive here. Big round. You got 2 ultimates that you can use. And there you go. So Jacob's going to pop the neural theft. So that will give them info on where these players are going to be located. and should give the indication, hey, they're favoring, you know, this side of the map. They're favoring over toward A, and you got one guy back toward C, so you might be able to punish this here, but Jacob just walks in. Gets a kill.
Lunley trades it, though. Elsewhere.
Yep.
Where do they want to finish, though? They're going to work into B. Here's this operator online for Dino. I've been waiting to see it. Whiffs the first one. And Vegeta dies thanks to that miss. Now rifle in hand. Needs to do more, but he can't get the job done. And instead, A-Link taken. And Lunley in a 1 versus 3 clutch situation here.
If Lunley wins this, or he gets the kill here, he could do neural theft, potentially, which I think he might be trying to do. They need to block this body or be aware of it.
There's a so-fault, though, so he has to go very quickly here.
True.
He's just going to lose on time. And I think we might already be at that point of the round. Has to basically stick it. Nope. Paranoia used, and they save the ultimate. Very astute out of Kangara. They're going to win this round. No real world that Lunley gets out of it at this point. Time's too far gone. Finally, a round comes through for Kangara. And it's nothing crazy. It's just a nicely played hit into B. Their lurkers get some action going over towards the C side as well. And thanks to some heroics from Vegeta, they're on the board.
Finally, this Kangara team can breathe a sigh of relief here. But I also do want to commend them for the discipline. You know, like they felt like, hey, it's a 1v2. We should be able to win this one. And Vegeta does find the connection, does find the kill that ends that one out. Gives them their first, and they have a great position to be able to get their second here because of that Hunter's Fury. So Vegeta's going to be instrumental in this round. But on the other side, though, you have a lot of ults online for Avengers. You got the Neural Theft. You also have the TP from the Omen and the Hunter's Fury, the rival Hunter's Fury that could end up being a big, big problem. Oh, Zub. Zub wanted to get in there. And Dino was waiting for him, but didn't happen. Look at this B setup now. They're going to try and make this push go fast into the B side. It's going to be a retake for Avengers.
From Lunley, he's walking out of garage. Perfect timing on this play. Can he get rewarded with a kill? No.
What is going on?
Shoot away instead. It's a very weird round state. Just going to be a retake, but the Hunter's Fury, I think, will be big here. That's still online. Not actually used just yet. Maybe they're saving it for the retake. No, Red Java's just too close, and it's all going to come down to the fights. Chaos in the sight. Dino, mid-air, dives onto him, and all 4-on-3. These players, they're falling left and right, and he just doesn't need the ult. Ranjavu does it with the gun and wins the round out. 7-1. Avengers right back in it.
Avengers never let Kangara set up after the plant.
Nope.
The spike went down and they were already in there. And, you know, they had ultimates that they could have worked with, but they opted not to use that. Instead, just do it the good old-fashioned way. Meanwhile, on the Kangara side, I can't help but feel that moment of hesitation there where they went back into mid to go get that spike. That's the kind of coordination that, you know, against, or like lack of coordination rather, that against the Avengers, they will punish. And they did, because as soon as they went back in for that for the plant, Avengers were already there, present. It's circling around them.
Oh, these spray kills. Too many this game. I think Ranjavu got one in mid as well.
It's shenanigans. It really is. But they do get it clear. So you do got to be careful in this instance, but it's going to be a big opportunity, I was going to say, for Echo Rex to defend this gun. But they have so many players scattered about here. Spike's down. They just went up in their face immediately. No space. Spike is available right in front of Dino, and he's got blades, and he just sent right to the dome of Soul. That's 8.
You can see the confidence is just overbearing at this point.
Yeah.
They're practically running it down and getting every kill. Get a couple picks. Okay, we're going to push through every gap. We're going to push down long. We're going to push into mid. We're going to take every fight because we are extremely confident, because last year's, or earlier this year, the first tournament's MVP, bottom of the scoreboard doesn't matter because the depth of talent is just that high. You don't need any one player to be massive. You don't need any one player to carry every game because all of them are just so good. Today is about Ranjavu, but next map could be someone completely different. As another fight into mid, this time a little more successful for Zup, at least.
Waited on that. Doesn't get any tags here. What the hell? Zol just jumped in and killed him. Okay, sure. Gets himself another one on the Echo Rex. So that's going to tip it over in their favor now. Jacob, he got stopped at the door by Lig. Lig has that dimensional drift. Can use that if you wanted to get some information. Lunley's very weak, though. And so is Lig. He's got a little bit of damage placed on him, too. And you also have that Hunter's Fury, but the Sova's in the back of the site here. But it's okay. It doesn't matter. And my goodness, they have held on to that Hunter's Fury for a hot minute here, Congarna.
Yeah, I don't think they've used it all half. Just been sitting on that ultimate. But yeah, I mean, they get a nice round there, work their way into B, don't get overwhelmed, play much better at kind of fighting together, and also just honestly winning out on some silly kills. Zol diving through the smoke, Vegeta going big backside. I do really want to credit Vegeta, though, because despite his team really struggling this map, I think Vegeta's just been outstanding. So many great individual moments, winning out some of these late round clutch situations. I think that first round was all about him, but here's a fight for a lobby. Hunter's Fury popped insta. TP to get past all of it. All the ults being used, but Soul dies amid it. Echo Rex against the shielded up ISO on the other side. Gets it done regardless.
That shield came up clutch there for Silver, but unfortunately came out. Didn't matter. Dino gets himself a couple kills here. The drop down. Wait a minute, Lig. He knows exactly where this guy's located. Spike isn't down yet, though. And they just had the firing squad around the corner. Peekaboo. You're dead. That's it. 9-2. Avengers could very well end this one at 10-2 here. Congarna need this round. They have ultimates to work with. Use the dang Hunter's Fury. It's time to do it.
Yes, please. Just rip a C exec with the Hunter's Fury. That's what I want to see.
Or just dimensional drift, go down C long, get the information that you've been doing pretty much every other round, and then clear that area out. Keep your Sova back. Hunter's Fury, there, Bob's your uncle. Just get this round. This is a big one for Congarna.
Avengers are reading it's going to be a B hit. It won't. Instead, they're going over towards A here. If they can conserve the ultimates used in post-month, that's great. They won't. That's okay as well. Just going to clear on through. I imagine Hunter's Fury is going to come off of this if Zol sees anybody. Okay, hello. There's NBA Lig. Excuse me, I can't talk. But no, doesn't have quite enough timer on that ultimate to get the Hunter's Fury involved.
They did get a couple of those tags, so they see where these players are. Comes the push now. It's a tough one, always a difficult one. Neural Theft activated. Dino's down low. Does Dino get a kill here? Dino finds one. There's only one player left, and it's Echo Rex. He gets tagged up a couple of times now. Good juke around the corner. But that spike being down and with these three players pretty much just honing in on their sight, or rather on this player, it's not much you could do there. And there you have it. Vegeta killed Zol. Hey, he got his pound of flesh. It's all good.
1-for-1 trade. Very good shock dart. Perfectly balanced. 9-3 up, though. That's still an excellent half out of your reigning champ here.
And now they get to go on the attack. And we were seeing in that first game when teams get overwhelmed on these sites with all the utility that gets layered on top of each other, it's really hard for these solo site anchors to like play around that. I think that's part of the reason why, you know, you've seen him spread the love with the util as well. Actually, it looks like he's going to be opting to play further into the garage here, the Cypher, for Congarna. So they're going to instead opt to stick together here. Silver is going to push through this. Don't mind that all too much there. They were not ready for it, and Silver gets Lig.
Ooh,
and Jacob with a follow-up onto Lumley.
Yeah, into the site now, though. Avengers' last three members trying to salvage this pistol round, but Kangars look great. Jacob even better. Fights on through, and now just has to root Dino, which they'll do with no problems. Kangara, exactly the pistol round you needed if you want to start to rally a comeback here. A beautiful bait play in Garage. Make noise with the shield, duck from the drone, and have that second player ready to go. That nets them the first 2 kills, and the rest is just good teamwork, good trading from Kangara to get back in this game.
Yeah, give me more of that. And Congarna could be very well back into this, as you said. They'll have a couple things to work with here, but wait a minute. We're seeing some bookies. Okay, we're seeing a little shorty switch up, but Renjavu, where's he going to be holding at? Toward A long? Okay. Get some eyes there on mid. Whoa, look at Zol. He's creeped up so far, and Echo Rex is going to make him pay for that one. Here's Ranjavu now.
Sneaking into sight.
The stealth Bucky is just not what you would expect. I can imagine the next Splinter Cell game, Sam Fisher walks in, he's holding a shotgun, hiding in the shadows. Actually, would be pretty dope.
Bucky's a good weapon for it. Jacob, I'm going to go for a walk here. It is wild that this round has come down to a 3-on-3. And despite being the team that won the pistol round, Jacob only has a ghost. Is it good enough, though? Oh, you got to hit those, buddy! Finally wrangles it for 1 kill. Doesn't quite get the second, though. Maybe it's still good enough. 2-on-2 now. They're going into the Bulldog. This is exactly the weapon, exactly the player you want in this position.
Shields out. Gonna play around that there to try and take advantage, but instead it's Lunley. Gets a tag there. No!
Not like this!
No!
Oh, he's in the dark.
Recon dart. Oh, the humanity.
That should have been the round to build momentum, GB. That should have been them getting back into the game. Instead, they get ecoed right back. The double swing was nice to deal with that ISO of Silverback sight, but the 1v1 is just brutal. Thought he had more space than he did. Dart comes out, and that's the end of Vegeta. Kind of a tough way to go for someone who's had such an excellent performance all of Haven thus far.
Man, that is unfortunate. I mean, a recon dart, I think if it hits you, it does a little damage, right?
I don't know about that one.
Get a direct connection? No, doesn't work like that. Oh, no. And now Avengers, they got some guns here. That Stinger inside of the smoke was going to get him 1 for Zup. The Ranjavu there for the cleanup immediately. Dino just clotheslining Jacob from top. And now that just leaves your last 2 players here. You got Silver working along with Zol. Can they break through this? They know exactly where they're going to be coming through from, which is kind of the problem that this character has. And oh dear, stopped in its tracks. Zol's the last one. Wait a minute, was a lineup there, but it did not get the hits. And that is going to be the 11th round earned for Avengers. 2 more. And they will be going to the grand finals to face off against the Powerpuff Girls in the greatest superhero crossover finale of all time.
And it's Ranjavu leading the way. 20 and 10, a 2.0 KD on this map right now. Him and Dino just finding a perfect performance here. It's Flash there to get the kill onto this guy towards short. And now, just a question of how much Kangara has left in the tank. They do have an ice ult here, but it's just so many rounds that you would need in a row that it's tough to even start talking about a comeback. That, though, is an okay start, at least to this round, from Silver.
What they needed was something to just kind of open the floodgates. But just as you say that, 3 people die in a matter of seconds. Now, they don't have the spike with them. But honestly, at this point, you can play a little TDM with the way things are going because they're just having their way with this. Lunley, push forward, gets to pick onto Vegeta. You have the neural theft. Where's the last guy if you want to use it? You don't have to, though. Doesn't really matter. Because this is it. I mean, what is he going to do here? You're going to 12. It's GG. It's round over.
That it is. Bucky in hands. Honestly, all you can do is die at this point.
Oh, you can make some words.
Yeah? What do you think he's doing? Can we spectate up?
I have a feeling it might be something unsavory. The broadcast. I'm kidding. Yeah.
FF. I wonder which team that's for. Do you think he wants to forfeit or he's asking them to forfeit? Tough to say. Well, you wouldn't have to FF. Only 1 round left if you lose this next one. Lig's on the hunt. Okay. Good night, buddy. Lig was too aware of that angle.
Match point.
Oh, man. Match point here for Avengers. Ranjavu dropping a hot 22. Dino keeping the success from Sunset going. NBA Lig just showed up for work. That's it. He just showed up to work today. His buddies were like, hey, man, you good? We got this covered. Playing really well here. And it makes me excited. I'm granted, you know, Kungarna can still very well come back. And we've seen some wild comebacks happen, but with the way that Avengers is playing, it feels like it could very well just be a formality at this point. Dino's already into the site here. Players trying to creep inside. Zol's in the corner. Oh, well, you do get one player, I think, that was transported over toward the Gulag here, but you end up winning that battle. So good news for Silver and the crew, as they're now going to try and work this 3v3. But the neural theft is hit, which means he gets so much information. Renjivu catches up on the flank. Silver is here by the window in Garage. Vegeta gets that kill off screen. You're looking for another one here. Wait a minute. This is possible. It all comes down to Lundley. Two players coming down the hallway, and Vegeta gets the kill, and he keeps the drive alive for Kungarna, at least for another round.
They're going to stay in it for now. Who's to say how much more it'll be after that, but that is a good start. So Vegeta, again, this guy who's been outstanding in the series. Map 1 had a performance. Map 2 stepping up here as well. And it's just enough to keep them in it for now. But it all goes back to a question of consistency, because it feels like it's just a matter of time with these ults building up. You got the Sova ult online, and Omen ult, TP backside C, maybe go for an exec there, and it's all putting into position here for Avengers. To them, they have to feel like they're just within reach of getting another finals. Maybe already thinking about that best out of 3 for the trophy. Just an updraft towards Long. Doesn't catch anything for Dino, but Rex finds a kill on Zol swinging out from Garage.
And it looked like Dino was going to be able to get at least one kill there, but it did not happen. Still has 4 blades to work with. Player up on top. That's Zup.
I don't think anyone knows about this TP in their spawn. He is just sitting there waiting. Lig is pushing forward as well, and they're completely cut off. There's going to be a crossfire from Garage window to CT spawn.
They're not ready.
It's going to be so hard to get through.
They're not ready for this. The only option really is just to push out and go through the Garage, as you said. But that, you got one player that's still up here. Oh no, he just had no other option. It's all up to Zup. You have nothing left. He's going back.
And he can't even do the FF knife.
He realizes it might be cooked. And that is going to be the game as the spike slowly ticks down and Kungarna's fate is sealed. It is going to be Avengers going back to where they left off. A Console Open 1 champions. You squeeze that thing, buddy. Oh, that's just freaky looking. I don't know how I feel about it.
Yeah,
I'm glad that the plushies we have at the studio do not do that. I would be so freaked out by it. And there you go. GG. Of course, a good effort from Kungarna, but they ran into the mightiest team in all of console Valorant, the Avengers. And now that sets up Avengers versus Powerpuff Girls in the final. And let me tell you, as a nerd, that makes me really excited. This is going to be a fun matchup for sure. As a Valorant fan and comic book fan. But Mimi, this Avengers team, they're scary.
They're just so
they
good.
are a scary team.
I mean, I think the first map we saw them having to really like dig deep, put some cool ideas together, and really play as a team. This map was just all about the individualism. They were running around on defense. They were getting aggressive every time. It's clear how confident this team is and just how talented all of their members are, running away with this win here and making it to back-to-back finals now.
Yeah, got to be super proud of themselves. There were some highlights for sure. You know, you saw a couple first bloods there for Silver, right? You had some big moments for Vegeta. But I think, like, ultimately, as you had said, the individuals, right? It's just too good. They trust one another. They are very good at reacting to things. I would say, like, the only aspect really that, you know, if they wanted to like even improve is just like be mindful of those flanks, those players that will try and take that space, right? That's really it. But outside of that, it was just clean. They were doing everything that they needed to do, get into those sites, get those kills, because the individuals were just winning those duels every single time. Even in those like long haul like engagements that start the rounds, like they were still winning. It was crazy. Lig was just running and shooting people in the face in the game 1. Like, what the hell, man? Oh,
yeah, looking back at some of the moments even earlier on into the series, for a moment I thought we were going to have a close game when I watched maybe the first 10 rounds of this map, but pretty much after that it was all about this Avengers team running away with things. Dino really impressed me. I think NBA Lig took almost all of the spotlight the first time we saw this team up when they won that first tournament, but he was so incredible, and I would say even more so than NBA Lig was the star of the show, at least in this semifinal.
And it has to feel pretty good for NBA Lig because, yes, you know, obviously you want to pop off, you want to have big games, but it's also great to know, like, my teammates got my back.
For sure.
You know, if I'm not having the best game, which he didn't even really need to, because look at this. Like, look at the way they were playing. Like, Dino's just like in the back. He's like, oh, yeah, you play. Like, it's just wild. Like, they're having the time of their lives out there, so Lig could just, you know, give it a break. Oh, he had the, they were both squeezing the plushies.
Yeah, that little
man.
emote is so silly, but
Only
yeah,
in this
that'll do
freaking
it.
game.
You can see a little bit of a whimsical way to make it to the finals. We'll have to see how much of a harder opponent the Powerpuff Girls are going to be. That'll be our final, where the lion's share of our money will get doled out. A question of if the Avengers can go back to back, or if a new team will take the trophy. We'll find that out, plus get a word from one of your winners here in this semifinals when we come back from the break.
Hey everyone, as we kick off some of our 5-year anniversary celebrations, I wanted to take a few moments to chat with you about what this journey has meant to all of us here at Riot, and what we hope it's also meant for all of you that have been on the ride with us. Maybe get a little reflective, nostalgic, cozy, a little vulnerable. So what was going on 5 years ago today? Well, for one, we were at the start of a global pandemic. It's hard to look back at 2020 and not consider the impact that the pandemic had on all of us, including us here at Riot. And despite the unprecedented circumstances, we'd made what felt like this impossible decision to release the closed beta of Project A and introduce all of you to Valorant. On the Riot side, we had all these hopes and dreams and conviction and promises for the future. We had core beliefs around what makes for a great tactical shooter, but also some ideas on how to put a twist on such a beloved genre. And we were ready to serve and ready to work our asses off to meet your expectations. 5 years ago today, we were dropping beta codes and frantically fixing bugs, and many of you were watching streams and learning how to play the game, deciding if it was even worth your time. 5 years ago, we were trying to figure out how to build and host esports events completely virtually. And now, we're only a few days out from the playoffs, bringing us to Masters Toronto, one step closer to Champions in Paris, our biggest champs yet. From PC only to our expansion onto PlayStation and Xbox, from serving most of the world to becoming truly global with our release in China, from a handful of inside jokes to more memes than we could ever make sprays for. 5 years ago, we were meeting each other, getting to know each other. We were at the start of our relationship. And now here we are, millions of us around the world, building one of the most exciting communities in gaming together. 5 years brings a lot of opportunity. 5 years also gives us moments to reflect on what matters, to look back on all of those original promises we made on Val. All of those things still remain at the top of our list of priorities. But over the years, as more players come in, as the game evolves, those things are put to the test. More agents means more ways to combo abilities, which can sometimes overload combat more than you'd expect, and so we're taking a look at that. More players means more opportunities for more bad actors to challenge our original systems. Things like smurfing, things like stream sniping, things like toxicity. So we're taking a look at that. When those core promises are challenged or deteriorate, it becomes our top priority to address it, and we might not always have a fix right away, but we are always working on those things. There is so much work to do, and there always will be. Look guys, at the end of the day, we just want you to be able to hop online and get into a good game of Valorant. Over the next several weeks, you'll learn more about how and when we'll address the things I mentioned, get an update on replays, and a bunch of other stuff. I mean, we are really hoping to get a version of replays out to you around Champs time. I'm not sure we're always great at letting you know that we hear you, but we do hear you. You have held the bar incredibly high. You shouted us about the things that matter, and we are inspired every day by that conviction, by your commitment to and demand for improvement, whether that's in your own games or improvement you'd like to see from us. And we'll get there. But for right now, we're celebrating how far we've come together. For some, 5 years might not seem like a long time, but when you really look at it, some of you graduated high school with this game, some of you finished your degrees, and some of you even met loved ones, got married, are parents now. You built a community around this thing you love and this thing that we love making for you. I look at where we're at 5 years later, and the biggest word that comes to mind is gratitude. Gratitude for you, our Valorant player community. You have shown up in ways we never could have imagined. So on behalf of the entire team here at Riot, thank you. Thank you for your creativity, your dedication, your late nights, your infinite drive, your sick plays, your content, your teamwork, your everything. As we pass our 5-year milestone, we're looking ahead to making Valorant the place you return to for the next 5, 10, 15 or more years. We are more committed to this game and to this community than ever. We've got a lot of cool anniversary stuff planned for the next few weeks, so enjoy, and we'll see you all in game. Thanks, everyone. We're making new games, and this one's different.
I'm so freaking excited to try out Valorant.
This is our take on a competitive shooter. We want a attack shooter with more creativity.
Okay, you guys are gonna see this epic play again?
More expression. And a lot more style. We promise we're in this for years and years to come.
Now in such a cheeky little spot.
The first extra names in the history books.
I know exactly.
What's
the move?
We kill them all.
Look at it. So now here they're protecting me. Here it is.
You did it!
Enemies close. Track them down.
Buddy.
We're out of time.
Feel like a comeback kick. Got no time to spare. Double up score, turn a 2-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one.
Players up above, a flash ready.
With the ace and my team went gold.
Let's go!
Don't worry, guys. I got this.
Win one more.
One enemy remaining. 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 One
doing this, and we're actually joined on the line by the man himself. NBA Lig is here to talk about that win. Lig, congratulations, my man. You guys look insane. Is this about what you had expected going into the semifinals?
Honestly, yeah. I mean, we beat them in the other round, so we're. I mean, we kind of knew we were walking in there winning this round too.
No, yeah, completely fair.
Yeah.
You,
like the next
you
team.
talked to.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
You're good.
Oh, I was just gonna say that you talked about it in that interview piece that you did after winning the first Open that you guys competed in and won. That a lot of your approach was just kind of coming in on the day, picking different comps, taking it pretty casually, but just having like a ton of confidence as yourselves as players. Do you still have the same approach, or are you guys putting more into like scrimming or prepping comps or anything like that, or is it still just kind of seat of your pants? You guys know you're good, you know how to play together, and you're just doing what you do best.
Honestly, we have not scrimmed one single time. Us 5, and we are picking agents when we're in an agent select. Kind of as simple as that. Like all the other teams, like this team we're about to play right now, they've been scrimming like every single day. Even the last team, they've been scrimming. And, I mean, you could see it from their gameplay. Like they have lineups everywhere. Molly's behind Jen on Sunset. Like they were playing perfect, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah. Do you think that it's a matter of the individual skill in this instance and not necessarily about, the coordination, executes, all that stuff? It's just the fact that you guys are just 5 cracked out aimers on your team.
Honestly, I think it's because we all know how to play the game too. Like Lumley's from PC, Rex is from PC, I am as well, Renji is, Dino's really not, but the rest of those 4, like we just genuinely know how to play the game.
Yeah. Where'd you guys find Echo Rex, by the way?
Well, he was always big on console. Like, he was supposed to be on our last team, but he had to like go to something or whatever.
Okay.
Gotcha. You guys as well, you mentioned a lot of you guys have come from PC, played that in the past. Do many of you have like a background in console shooters, or is it more like, hey, I like Valorant, this game came out, and I want to try it on a different platform?
I mean, I was good at Rainbow Six Siege and like COD. I was never really like known for it. Lumley was though. Lumley was really popular on Siege. Like that's what he was known for. Obviously he's known for Valorant now, but if you go play Siege, I mean everyone still knows who Lumley is.
Oh, that's awesome. And there was a great Siege console community at one point. I remember following that quite closely because I was playing Siege on console back in the day too. So
like facelets?
Yeah, no, I'm please, buddy. I was walking up in rank getting my face kicked in. You know what I'm saying? So trust me, no, you're good. But no, and I guess like as far as what you guys are just looking to do in this one, is it just feel like as you get ready to play against the Powerpuff Girls, and you guys have this clash in the grand finals, is it just going to be more of the same? You got any thoughts on your opponents as you get ready for this one?
I mean, half the team we played in the other one, like Coulson and Psychotic Goat, we played in the other ones. And I mean, we're going to come into the same way we came into every other game. Picking agents right there, right then and there. If we would, we would.
You're not playing the Jet, man. What happened? Is it just that Dino's like, yo, dog, I would much rather like to play the Jet in this instance?
In the most nice, respectful way, Dino cannot play anything but Jet. So we just got out. We just got called
out in real time. Okay, well that makes a lot of sense. All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna let you go into your team because we got a grand finals to do. Congratulations on the win, man. And hey, who knows? Maybe we'll talk to you at the end of this. All right.
Okay.
Good luck out there.
Appreciate you.
Good luck, man. Thanks.
Of course. All right, well, there you heard from NBA Lig, who is getting ready for grand finals matchup as we have the Avengers versus the Powerpuff Girls. It's basically like a CW movie come to life, and it's going to be awesome. Well, maybe not CW because Avengers is Marvel. That doesn't matter. Point is, it's going to be awesome, okay? Because I think Mimi, what we saw from Powerpuff Girls. As soon as we left Haven and it went to Lotus, we saw them on Ascent. We saw the same kind of control and confidence that we were seeing out of Avengers. I think Avengers was a little bit more, like, I would say, aggressive, but it did feel like Powerpuff Girls had a lot of confidence coming out of that series.
Yeah, they definitely did. I think it is interesting to hear Lig's perspective on it because I think it was clear watching Powerpuff Girls that they try and play a little bit more proper. They had a lot of nice ideas on how to play into these splits, how to play off each other and kind of have a little bit more of the macro. I think it's clear when you watch this other team in the Avengers, they're just chilling, man. Like they're picking agents on the fly, they're playing off each other on the fly, but they're all just so damn talented that it works out just fine. So yeah, it is going to be super cool to see. But on top of going into a finals here, going into the second open here, other thing we're doing is celebrating 5 years of Valorant, which is crazy to say that this game has been out for that long and that it kind of been there for a while. So I wanted to ask you as you kind of reflect. You've been doing this since like the Ignition series when PC released for the first time. What are your? Do you have any favorite memories of Valorant over the last couple of years?
Oh, dude. There have been some good ones. I would say when I casted, was it TSM versus, was it FaZe? In the FaZe Invitational, and it went
that
like
does sound
20...
like a very classic 2020 kind of match.
And it went like very, very long. It was like a 25, almost 30 rounder, but that was such a fun memory. Obviously, you know, getting a chance to launch Valorant VCT in Americas was super fun, and get to do that with you, of course, you know, so that's great. I honestly, I genuinely, when during the pandemic, when the game launched, as we heard Anna Donlan talk about in that video during the commercial, like I did not expect to be in this game that long. You know, like if people don't know me, I'm more of like a journeyman caster. I've gone from different games throughout my entire career. I started my career in Call of Duty. I've done like since then, I think like a lot of games, too many to list. I'd probably be told by Riot to stop naming games. So, you know, I never thought that I would find a home in a very unexpected place. But it's been awesome. What about for you? Because you know, this was Valorant was you did CS before. When I met you
I never worked in it. I never
CS.
like esported in it. Like
That's true.
I came up with Valorant. Like I remember, like I was in high school when Valorant released, and I was definitely not like playing the beta during class and stuff like that online. I wouldn't have ever done that. But I just got super addicted to it. And I think my favorite thing about Valorant was like, early on is how many different like communities it tied together. Some of these guys have talked about coming from Siege on console. That's what I was playing before. There's a ton of people who came from CS, from OW, all these different games. You tie together these communities who play slightly different games, and then you get this really interesting mix of like the like agents and all these different abilities that all tie in interesting ways with this very like classic, simple tactical FPS shooting mechanics, and I always thought that was really cool in getting to know this game. And then once we got going, it was just like early days, the events where we started to have crowds and stuff and got to see people around the world. Not a lot of esports get to like travel as much as Valorant does, but like getting to see like a crowd in Copenhagen or Tokyo or Istanbul or all these different like world cities get to like see and share something for this game, I think it's really cool of how global Valorant actually is. But now it's actually been 5 years, and a lot has changed since then. And now we're here and we're still looking ahead. There's still new agents coming out. There's still cool things happening. So honestly, just kind of excited for another 5.
It's been, I couldn't agree more. You know, just real quick, reflecting on that first announcement, I remember when they announced Project A. And if you are a real console old head, some of you might be in the chat, don't know. There was a game I used to compete in called Shadowrun that was it was basically, you know, like TAC FPS with abilities, but it was a little bit more arcadey, had movement that was more akin to like Halo or even like Halo Reach. But that was it. When I saw Valorant for the first time, I was like, oh my God, that's Shadowrun. And that was like the thing that glued, because that was my game. That was the game I competed in for a really long time. I love that title. So that game really hooked me. So it was easy. And then now that, you know, Valorant's on console, it's actually nice because it's like, oh, hey, you know, I get to I played a couple rounds with my old Shadowrun buddies from back in the day to kind of, you know, rekindle that flame. So it was always fun. It was always a good time. But hey, and we're having a good time here as well. We hope you guys tuning in are having fun with this. You know, it's always just good to give love to different communities within Valorant. That's what it's all about. We have VCT, we have challenges, we have game changers, we have all these different things. But I really, you know, as a console guy, it warms my, you know, cold dead heart that we get to see some console Valorant be played here and it's quite entertaining. It's been some great games. Let's go ahead, though, and recap where we are in the tournament. In case you're just joining us here, we're getting ready for our grand finals. And no, your eyes do not deceive you. It's going to be the Powerpuff Girls versus the Avengers. Let's see if Mojo Jojo makes an appearance. That's a Powerpuff reference if you get it. And we will have that final starting in a moment. Players are gearing up to the lobby, so we should be ready with the picks and bans in a moment here. But they're playing for some cash. They're playing for some cash. They're playing for some big prizes because you got $2,500 that you can get for first place. And let's not forget about those bounties that are going to be calculated at the end of the day. One of those bounties, best OG agent. And we have some people making the case, especially on Jet, Sova. We saw a good raise round as well. Some overall, some people that are going to be making the case, Mimi, for this bounty.
Yes, they are. So I'm excited to see if any of the players here are going to lean into that, try and show us something amazing on the Jet or on the Brimstone or whatever classic agent it is. Looks like players still working through the map vetoes right now, but remember what they're playing for here. Not just the lion's share of that 10K in prize money, but these bonus bounties as well. $500 to the MVP, $250 to the best kill-death ratio in any one map, or $250 to the best gameplay clip, or of course, like you mentioned, the best original agent performance. So lots of money on the line on top of that as well. It was super fun to get to dole out especially that best clip award when we got to go and play through this event the first time.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one. We'll see whether or not, you know, who from our two teams are going to be getting that event MVP. I got some names already in the top of my head, players who have really been nasty. You know, I think Dino is the one that kind of creeps in my head. You also had Kyle earlier for Powerpuff Girls. We'll see if they can continue that performance that we saw last time. Yeah, and there really are some heavy hitters coming into this one. And with the way that these players have been playing, I'm expecting a bit of a brawl at the start. And yeah, I want to see the Avengers get challenged here. You know, these are Console 1 champs. They're defending their crown. They want to get themselves another 2,500 smackaroos. First place is going to get 1,500, and third place is going to get $1,000 for their time and effort. It was a grueling single elimination tournament that we had. So these are your top 4 out of that whole situation. And they have to be very proud of themselves for that. And of course, all the way down to 8th place, they're going to be getting some cash as well. You know, so a couple $100 to put in the pocket. Always a nice thing for a day's work playing some games. So yeah, we're getting ready for our finals here, folks. And this is going to be an exciting one. Powerpuff Girls versus the Avengers. If you've been watching this whole time, let us know in the chat who you think is going to pick up the dub. We'd love to hear from you. Mimi, how are you feeling? You think you think Avengers are...
Yeah, I really do. I think they have momentum. They just won that real quick 2-0. They're feeling good. They're mad confident. But if there was a team to really test them, I think it would be these Powerpuff Girls. They've been putting in a lot of effort. Coulson, kind of the captain of this team, lost to the Avengers in that final 0-2 last year. You know he wants to make good on that loss. So almost kind of rooting for a little bit of revenge there. But I think my head tells me that the Avengers might still have this. They just looked incredible in that semifinal.
Yeah, and it also goes to show you as well that if you are a PC player and you have some experience playing console, you can actually make that transition and bring your your game knowledge over to console, and it does make a big difference because you're seeing the way Avengers play. Even simple things like simple setups, like a little fault line here, and then you place this there, like little things that don't require like crazy amounts of coordination, but it does require you having that basis of understanding. And those guys clearly built that, you know, going through Valorant on PC, being able to apply that here is pretty cool. Of course, Dino getting called out for you know, being a Jet 1 trick, but hey, it's working out, man. My guy's been clipping people and taking haircuts all over the place. It's been impressive, Mimi.
Yeah, it really has. And I do think that's cool what you bring up about kind of the difference there of some players coming from a console background of other shooters there, some players coming from a PC Valorant background. Even Coulson's story is so cool. If you didn't catch the interview after our first semifinal, he said he bought a PlayStation just to play console Valorant when he heard it was coming out. Which is that's just so sick to me that someone took that risk, spent what, probably like almost a couple $100. I don't know how much a PlayStation
I think it was like
costs anymore.
$4.99 at this point now, or something
they're
like
expensive.
that. Prices went up.
And he
wonder
took
why.
that risk to go and come and play this game, and clearly found success at it already. So super cool there. Looks like we're just a couple minutes away to start. Our players are wrapping up the map vetoes. Hopefully we can show that in just a second and see where we're going to be headed with this BO3 series. Here it is, starting on Icebox, the choice of the Avengers, followed by Lotus. Powerpuff Girls running that back after winning it earlier today, and will be decided on Split as map number 3, should we need it.
Yeah, that Split is going to be interesting, but I look at the Icebox, and I did not expect to be casting Icebox today, Mimi. I genuinely didn't think anyone was going to try
Not
and
emotionally prepared.
pick this one. Well, just because, I know it's not like everyone's favorite map, so I know that there's oftentimes a desire to kind of stay away from this, but I think what helps the Avengers here is look at the maps that they started off with. First map, Sunset. That's a weird one. It's yes, it's in the rotation. Yes, people are playing it. But it's just not one that I feel like,
it's
especially
right back in the rotation, right?
Yeah, it just got put in, so there's not really much you can develop in time for that. And then for Icebox is also, just got not brought back in, but it was brought in recently. So they're going for things that are just a little different, whereas Avengers are sticking to the thing that they felt confident in, which was Lotus. That was the thing that they were like, hey, we won Lotus, we look good on that map, so let's keep this going. But for this Icebox one, it's going to really be fascinating to see what the picks are. And I'm seeing a Reyna hover here. I'm seeing 2 Reynas. Wait a minute. What's going on right now, Mimi?
Reyna's good on Icebox, man. I mess with that
I
choice.
just didn't expect it.
I also think it is, like, on console, too. Flicking to deal with utility is really annoying. So, Reyna Lears have got to be strong. We saw how incredible Cleja Vu was in those early matches. That guy was absolutely on point, locking that one in as well. The Yoru that's the one that's more surprising to me, actually, to see that one getting picked up. I just realized that we have I was reading Renjavu is Renjavu now, that we have Clejavu on the other team, and that just totally threw my brain for a loop because I didn't make that connection.
It's meant to be that. Why has everyone got the Javu? That's great.
Good
suffix. Hey, another thing to note here, Dino is not going to be on the Jet. Instead, it's going to be Lig. So, even though Lig said, hey, man, my boy, don't mean to call him out, but he's got, he's really just Jet one trick.
Yep.
Look at that there. Clearly, it now has a point to prove. We'll see if how the lineups are for Dino. I'm assuming it's going to be okay because, these players, they put in some work. They know the game. They know what are going to be the areas to look out for, especially when you're playing Viper. You're really just setting your stuff and managing your overall resources rather than, like, needing to be coordinated with specific things, drop things where you can just, like, put the wall down, play a good angle there. You can put your smoke down, just block vision, call it up here and there. There's little things like that would be big for them.
Something crazy to me, this is, like, not an actual real, like, analysis point, but I saw from, like, he's level 318 on his account. For context, I think I'm level maybe 340, maybe 350, and I've played on the same account pretty consistently, like maybe like 50 to 100 games in Act since the game released 5 years ago on PC. Like, that is an insane amount of time. That's Lig. So he is almost the same level for a game that has been out maybe a year, probably still less than a year on console. So clearly he's grinding. Won the best for the reason. Radiant #1 on console in past acts, trying to win a second trophy. We're into the grand finals here, and it's going to be a fight towards A as Dino kicks things off, swinging on the Viper. Trade is there, back from Coulson, but Lig up top does well to keep control of this site. And now his team has arrived. It comes down to a retake in the 2-on-4.
Tough opportunity here for the Powerpuff Girls. I didn't even realize they locked in a chamber on the Powerpuff Girls side. That's going to be interesting. See how that plays out as the round continues here. But for this particular instance, don't expect all that much. Continuing Penguin, Coulson up on top. Doesn't manage to find one on the Lundley, but they know exactly where he's going to be located. So good luck trying to get out of there, pal. Try and try as you might. Might actually be able to clip this player's head. Top of the bun from Jet was exposed, but it seems like the hair is impervious to pain. And that is going to be the first round locked in for the Avengers.
Really honest Icebox round there, just going into the hit on A. Very good trading coming through, and NBA Lig back on his iconic jet that we've not seen him play on stream since the last Grand Finals. And he's picking up exactly where he left off already.
And now, as we get ready for this next round, I do want to say, we did get a little note I did want to clarify real fast. KD bounty, that one bounty you have for the highest KD, it's across all games on day 3. So today, day 3, rather than just any single game for day 3. So there's an opportunity that, you know, if there was a higher KD, I think for some of the other players on the eliminated teams, that there could be an opportunity there to get some extra cash.
For sure. And it's the same round again. Just running into the site. Renjavu. No worries taking that space. Locks it up. And yeah, Psychotic Goat. It's only V3. Right under in hands, but Lig will hold down the fort well.
Uh-oh. Well, it was only round 2. So, you know, we'll have to see now that Powerpuff Girls are going to get some guns here. What they can do with this. But so far, you're right, Mimi. It's just been march down A. Hey, guys, door's wide open. Come through and steal the sugar and milk. Unbelievable. Terrible neighbors.
Yeah, very unneighborly behavior.
Do people still steal sugar and milk? I don't know.
I don't think so. That's very
Do you ever go to your neighbor and ask for a cup of sugar? No, you don't do that anymore?
No, I think I'd walk to the grocery store instead of asking them that.
Wow, way to not rely on your neighbors, Mimi. Terrible.
Yeah.
This generation, no one wants to ask for sugar anymore.
4 stack on A here. Only the chamber locking down all of mid and B. I'd like to call.
Okay, good response there from Clay. We need to see Clay get online here. He was a big part of the win when they face off against the Flow State squad. And now they're going to wisely enough back away, but John Port caught in the corner. And Echo Rex, he's been told, your task is to just watch the back area here. Do not let them move. And I think we're already seeing that come through. So Rex gets the kill onto Psychotic Goat. That was happening as Lig was getting the kill onto Coulson. Penguin Muncher goes down. 3v2 here. The attackers have the slight advantage as one of the 2 duelists left alive is going to get picked off, but traded immediately there, courtesy of Hedgehog. And they're bringing that spike all the way over toward B, excuse me, because why not? It's here, it's available for them. Echo Rex is all around this as the utility placed down too. So you're good, you're cleared.
Still very winnable as a 1v2 for Hedgehog Lover, 95. Remember how good they were in the earlier stages of this tournament. Back in the semis, was popping off in that series, but this setup is real potent from Echo Rex. Holding on the off angle up high. Sees the jiggle and deals with the head as well. Very nicely done. The Avengers take the bonus round. They're up 3-0.
Basically the best possible start that you can ask for if you're the Avengers here. Because now you got them rolling. And we noted this before, what would happen in Valorant specifically when you start losing those rounds. And you get put into this vicious cycle that we're seeing here where the only choice they have is to get sheriffs. But as we know, the sheriffs are quite strong. If you're good on the pistol, you can find those opportunities to come back here. And look at this, a full group up for Powerpuff Girls. They're going to see if they can get into the face real early on. And this is going to be a response from Avengers, and Hedgehog Lover gets the 1 shot onto Lig, finds another onto Dino, but the response is beautiful. Lumley gets himself 3 there. So just when you think things were going to start looking up here for the Powerpuff Girls, they said, Buttercup, not happening today. And Penguin's going to get just sent down to the Clue Factory with all the other Penguins. Oh, and that is going to be...
I didn't think that was how they made Glue.
That is true. It's a documented fact.
I don't think I'd learned that horrifying fact today on Valorant Console Open number 2.
Chad's probably like, what is this dude on? What is he on right now?
I've been asking that for years.
It's true. You have. And you know the answers, but
yes,
you know, the audience will never know.
I'm kidding. Do you have your badge ready?
Let me stop.
Oh boy, it's Icebox. Something tells me we're hitting it every single round.
It was a good try, though, Mimi, you know, to just try and take early on aggression over toward A, get the pistols out, you know, try and just shoot them in the face a couple of times, but doesn't happen there.
Oh yeah, it's a double duelist map. Hello, Lig. Dashes in, Two with the Blade Storm. He's going for more. Spots one towards spawn. Shorty out. Dino's got the trade. They've got the round. They are quite literally having a casual walk into this round win. 5-0. The last 2 rounds went by in maybe a grand total of 60 seconds.
Yeah, it was just clinical. I don't even say clinical, brutal. Brutal is the better word to use there, because they're just pushing them in. Now you're going to get some guns here, but look at the way the Powerpuff Girls are playing. Poor Chamber, out on an island by himself. Just nothing that the GOAT can do.
They've been 4-1 stacking A, like every one of these rounds. They're still losing to these A execs. Here we go again. We're flipping the sight all onto this fight. Play Javu, better start, but blinded off the angle, and now Ren Javu in, also down. It's successful this time. John Pork doing well to hold this line, and only Echo Rex left to try and save the day. Worried about a flank to come through. That's not happening just yet. Instead, just a straight up 1v3 with just 12 health for each of the players he has to deal with.
And the Powerpuff Girls, wisely enough, they know, hey, these players on Avengers are nasty, so you just cannot let them just run away with stuff. And they do get the tag, 2 HP now. It makes the situation even harder for Echo Rex to overcome. I'm gonna just need to double back here. Hedgehog Lover has an angle, so as soon as he creeps, it's gonna be a stack, and that is clean. So done and dusted. They get their first, finally, Powerpuff Girls. Now can they add on to it? Can they build onto this? And we're kind of seeing the beginning formations of a plan here, right? The question is, how does Avengers respond? Because now for 2 rounds in a row, you have seen Powerpuff Girls get aggressive on A, meet them at the front door. Does Powerpuff Girls opt to continue to do that? It seems like they're not. They're actually going to spread things out a bit more. Meanwhile, Avengers, they're just going to keep committing to A.
It's Icebox. It's what you do. You fight the A side. Hedgehog Lover going aggro this time, fighting up the Blade Storm. Finds it on the last blade. Needs to connect for a little more, though, and backs away for the moment. John Pork, beautiful, onto the Dino. And now it's a bit of a slower walk up for the last 3 remaining members here of the Avengers.
Hedgehog going to try and get maybe some positioning up top here. Instead, no, he's going to opt to just continue to play mid, expecting a potential rotation, but nothing comes. They actually are still in A, still committed, because Renjavu had such an aggressive position there and ends up getting a kill. So A side's going to be available here. And this is doable. If you can get Lundley out of the action with that Hunter's Fury, you have a ton of stall here. You got to get out of this now.
On the retake, Hedgehog Lover with the blades online. They need to get a move on quickly. Very good kills, though. Clay Javu gets in to the site with a double, and now it's just a Silva. Lundley to try and win this out alone. The flick is good onto the first, but the stick's coming through, and Hedgehog Lover has the defense. That'll get a second round for the Powerpuff Girls. And GB, seems like the solution is get aggro. Take your fights on A and win them out early on here.
Yeah, man, I don't know why everyone's just waiting, you know, laying out the welcome mat. Hey, come on in. We got tea and crumpets. You know, like, no. You got to stop them. You can't just let them run roughshod all over you. You need to be able to do things like this. Smart play. And also an even bigger pickup there from John Pork onto Dino, removing that Viper from the equation here. Dino also has been a really, really devastating player to have to deal with. So being able to remove him from that round was really nice. Just good overall smart plays. And we're seeing now exactly what we needed. More aggression here.
Oh. Whew. That's a stunner of a shot out from Psychotic Goat in mid.
Pretty sure was not anticipating that one.
This flank is coming in real quick from the Powerpuff Girls. Avengers are totally pinched on this site. They have to go into a Viper's pit as well. That's going to be a bit of a challenge. Unless they've already found a gap through. John Pork fights up. Him and Hedgehog Lover. Ringing true, they've been so successful in holding down this A site, and they continue to prove it true. A flawless round, anchoring yet again.
There you go. Powerpuff Girls needed to find the recipe for success. And it turns out, as you said last round, Mimi, it was about being aggressive. It starts with that pick in mid. that you get clearing out Echo Rex, so you don't get any of that Sentinel utility there for the execute to get onto the site. But also you kind of just let them know, like, we're not waiting for you to make the move. We are going to control the pace of this game. Now it's time to see how Avengers respond, because so far it has been literally the same exact thing every single time, which is, as you mentioned, what you'd come to expect on this map. But I'm liking the adjustments that I've been seeing from Powerpuff Girls here. Oh, they all went B, anticipating a potential B play, but oh, silly players. They should have known. It's Icebox. It's always A.
Yeah, it always is. Retakes are going to be tough into a Viper's Pit like this. They have a post-plant Killjoy lockdown. They have a Sova Hunter's Fury as well.
Yeah.
I struggle to see how they're going to win this round, especially with this reflank coming in. But sometimes you just got to take one of these rounds. The biggest goal is to get as many ults out as possible. As Renjavu on the prowl, working his way up, should have the perfect backstab to lock up this round unless the players fall too quickly on the site. Then things start to go wrong, but finally, the arrival of Renjavu, helped by Echo Rex, they're winning this round with ease. Avengers bounce back and win their own A hit.
Good job on that flank. Renjavu with the read. They were not paying attention to that. Kind of has been a bit of an issue for a lot of these teams from what we've seen. Not being prepared for those flanks. You always have to have your head on a swivel in Valorant, because you never know where those players are just going to opt to move at a moment's notice. And no one was covering that. But there was also just so much happening in front of them, so there really wasn't much room for them to be able to worry about that as well. Bear that in mind. All right, we got our...
Finally, the B site getting explored. I think the first time this game thus far.
Yep.
Dimensional drift. Okay, not going to work twice on the Clay. That was a very good shot.
Yeah, we've seen Clay hit some wild shots earlier, so none of that should shock you. But unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to find any connections as he came out. I believe that was through the screen there. Didn't even get a chance to pop that flash either. And now Echo Rex. The lockdown, just waiting for the moment that this team gets in. Hedgehog Lover has an op on the outside. And I don't know, this is going to be a tough one here. Do you really want to give this up? But no spike's been placed quite yet. And that's partly because you got John in a great spot here. I think you could probably linger and sacrifice and just hit maybe one or two, but they're just going to wait this one out.
Have to take their time. Off the wall drop, op, finally gets shown. So now they're aware of that threat. Echo Rex will try and get a little forward on this line. Wait for that wall to drop. His position really have some impact on this round. Unless just diving in the bait for Psychotic Goat to get the kill instead. That orb will give some protection for the spike diffuser, but they're going to need more protection than just that. Players have to try and win out on some of these fights, and it's just not happening right now. The Avengers are locking this one down. And sure, another shot with the Tour de Force, but surely he shouldn't be able to win this one. Tap on the spike, waiting for a swing, but the shocks are coming in. The jiggle is good, and the ping pong setup wins that round out. 7-3 now. Powerpuff Girls, they solved it for a second with those forward fights on A. But again, the Avengers are always one step ahead. They're back in control.
Yep, they refocused their efforts toward B and gain a round win for that. Let's not forget, too, the last round came off of a great flank from Renjavu that allowed them to really have the confidence to know that the fight that they were taking, no one was really paying attention to where that backstab was going to be coming in. And now we're right back into where we started here with Avengers looking to prioritize this A site. But I like what Hedgehog Lover's doing here, getting aggressive on this angle, waiting to see if someone pushes. Dino could end up paying for his life there, but instead, Hedgehog's going to back down. Smart spot there to try and get himself an angle. But Renjavu is just so aggressive and not giving the Jet any room to breathe. That's allowed Lig now to get inside with these blades. He sees a player underneath. He's made that call happen. He's worried about the players that are over toward the door. Now he's going to have to address the player up on top. But he's all right, though. He's got some teammates there to back him up. A headshot on the Penguin. You only got one player left here, and try as you might, Dino gets to connect. And that is an 8-3. So far, so good for Avengers. Picking up right where they left off in that last map there, Mimi, or last match, rather.
Yeah, I really think that picking into Icebox when you're a puggier team who's just going off the vibes, picking random comps, is absolutely the way to do it. Because this map is so simple. As long as you know how to play the game, you know how to play together, you can just go for executes. You throw the same Viper Wall every round. You throw the same Silver Dart every round. All that matters is swinging with your teammates on the right time, hitting the right shots, and that's the type of stuff that you know the Avengers are going to be perfect at. And they're showing it here thus far. The Yoru, just an extra twist on top. Look at him already teleporting into mid, just harassing this chamber and knocking him out of the B site. When Javu's going to go in for even more. Fight towards mid, wants a swing, gets the kill. That's just nasty on the movement. And it's just pandemonium. It's just trouble. Teleports into the face of Penguin. And that might have been a bridge too far.
You're tripping, dog. You're tripping. There's just no world that was going to work out. But hey, I respect the ambition there. Echo Rex, clean shot onto Penguin.
Remaining.
Nowhere for him to go. It just leaves Clay Javu, last player left. He's done some amazing plays before, but he's going to have to do so much. And with that time, the time taking the spike going down there, he does get that 1 kill onto Lig, trying to open up the site a little bit. Does he give himself an opportunity now to work with? Oh, but unfortunately, he is going to get tagged, and that spike is going to continue to tick down. He might be able to get that kill, but Lunley's good for it, and that's the round win. 9-3 into the half here. Avengers are dominant.
That they are. Exactly what you expect to see from the Avengers in the finals. When Javu and Lig topping the board, 14 and 13 kills respectively to those two. And I think it all comes down to a question of, can Powerpuff Girls win this pistol round? Get some momentum under their feet. Because they do have a good comp for attack. Obviously, Icebox is 9 times out of 10 just a brawl over towards A. But they've got to step up a little individually, start to win out some of these key fights, because Avengers is one of those teams that is going to just disrespect you, take every risk that is given to them, and, well, find success more often than not with it.
Ain't that the truth? You got a good split hold here. 3 on A. You got 1 prioritizing mid, low, and then, of course, your 1 on B. Echorex is going to be running into the action here. Gets 2, gets 3, and a 4th one falls off camera. That was Rendezvous. What the hell? That just fell apart.
Yeah, literally 5 seconds, round is pretty much over. Just a walk into
That's
mid.
done.
Now they're triple swinging into spawn. Flawless pistol round for the Avengers. That is indicative of this game, if nothing else. I barely even saw it. I glanced away for a second and I look up, 3 players are dead.
I mean, he just walked into the smoke. He saw it pop up and was like, yeah, they're probably going to be walking through this. That's the crazy thing. The thought that, like, more than likely someone's going to be in smoke. That's happened so many times now, and it feels like these players are just anticipating this. I know we see that at a high level as well, but it feels just like happening so much more here. And they're just taking advantage of it, Avengers. That round being a perfect example.
Ooh, nearly a shot there for Lig on the Outlaw. I do like the random pick a lot, even though it hasn't found a lot of success thus far. I think Leers are very good. You saw there fully pushing Lig off the line. Helps simplify Icebox a lot, while also being an agent that gives a lot of individual agency. Okay, Sean Bork is just put Lig down.
The Dino's there for the response. Has that Bulldog Clay there to help his buddy out, so we're now going to be advantage for the Powerpuff Girls. Just as I say that, though, Dino and Rendezvous, the dynamic duo working together again. Rendezvous with a shot from downtown with the Bulldog barking for that kill. Looking for another one, though. And Penguin, Coulson, we talked to him earlier. He was confident in the team here. Felt like they were bringing a lot to the table, but this matchup has been all Avengers. And he's in a real difficult spot here. He's got the spike, but he's completely surrounded. And Echo Rex finds his mark. And that's going to be number 11 here. Powerpuff Girls need to figure something out, Mimi. This game is getting out of hand.
And I really feel like I'm watching that first tournament that this team won yet again, right? When they came into that finals, it was the same thing. A 2-0 dominant semifinal. There it was 13-3, 13-3. Got a little closer in the finals, but still, they were a step above, a cut above any of the rest of the competition in the tournament. And it's looking that way again. Lig, Ranjavu, all of these guys are just playing in peak form. The momentum's on their side, and look at his confidence. Lig just pushes up, slowly backs away. No one's even going to test him.
Won't need to. No one was even around to respond. And they're playing with such caution, this Powerpuff Girls team. And of course they are, because one round here and then that's it. Keep in mind, though, this is going to be the Avengers map pick. So, you know, they get to match point with this one. You can't feel too bad if that's the case. But, hey, Powerpuff Girls have an opportunity here. Penguins needs to get that kill. Needs to find something on the outside. But he knew. He was like, you know what? I'm not going to deal with this for right now. See if I can get to my buddies. Work through this one, which is exactly what he does. Penguin gets the kill on the Lig. That's a huge drop there. And Hedgehog is going to respond in turn. So Renjavu's down. It's going to make things a little bit more challenging here for Echo Rex to work through. And Lundley, but Lundley does fall. And there's John Pork, who's coming alive here. And could maybe give him a few more rounds. They're going to need to start working fast.
Yeah, Mr. John Pork Gaultier has really had a performance these last 2 rounds. Popped off even just on that second round, getting a couple nice kills. Gets another entry here onto A off that hop up. Really precise with the Guardian. And a big round there. That's at least something to talk about for the Powerpuff Girls. But then again, the Avengers are forcing back into this with some kind of buy of their own. And there is still a risk to this. That 1 round win is by no means momentum garnered just yet. This is going to be the round to determine if there's really any chance at a comeback.
Oh, does he check the corner? He does get the eyes there. Okay, well, he'll back away. But Lig, just kills happening. And Dino's like, hey, you got that guy? Cool. All right, let's keep going. Psychotic.
They're literally just walking around the map and killing everybody. This is crazy.
And I also can't help but feel like, I don't know, man, the Chamber, I would just much rather them have a means to just dump the...
Have like
yes,
real
you could,
flank watch too?
Yeah, you know, you could dump some util there for Chamber, but like, I'm just...
He TP'd into their spawn, guys.
Uh-oh.
They're literally... We're 40 seconds into a round that was supposed to be an anti-eco. Yor was TP'd into their spawn, has walked up on them, spots 1, 2, Renjavu. Dude, this team, they're on another level.
They're nasty. And don't forget, though, Lotus coming up next. That was the game that started the Powerpuff Girls on their run here at the NA Console Valorant Open. They were able to make a comeback happen there, and after getting, you know, really shellacked on that Haven. This time around, though, it feels like this is kind of the similar situation, but it feels different. And it feels different because of just how consistent this Avengers team is. Doesn't feel like when we saw them play against the, you know, their opponents previously, the Flow State squad. Renjavu, though, backs away from this. He's all right, though. He's got a teammate there to back him up. He sees where these players are going to be pushing him through the smoke there. That wall has a little tiny gap that he could look through. But Renjavu gets 2 and ends the game as Lig finds 2 of his own. And just like that, it is over. 13-4, Avengers get map 1.
It's a complete different clash between these 2 teams, at least on the map number 1 here of our grand finals. Renjavu and Lig ran circles around the opposition here of the Powerpuff Girls. On the attack side, it was A hit upon A hit with perfect trading, incredible crosshair placement, incredible individual performances. And on the defensive side, not a hell of a lot changed. It looked like they were still attacking in a lot of those rounds, walking things down, taking every fight that they possibly could even have an opportunity to, and getting rewarded in near all those situations.
Yeah, it just felt like nothing that Avengers was doing could go wrong. You know, even when you were getting some good reads from Powerpuff Girls, right? Like, I wanted them to get aggressive. They did exactly that on the defensive side. But then once you flipped it around and the map kind of, the tone of the map kind of changed. You had Powerpuff Girls really scrambling for information because they really didn't have anything to give them information. And then from there, it just all continued to crumble. Look at Renjavu. What a game from him. 21 frags to start things off in this series. A great way to kick things off if you're the Avengers.
It really is. And just look at the scoreboard here. every one of their players having big moments. It's so interesting to watch this match versus the semifinal that we got to see the Powerpuff Girls in, because there we could praise them on their individual form, we could praise them on all these different things they were doing right, but then they come up against NBA Lig and his squad, and it just looks like a different game. It looks like a different team. It's just a complete outclassing. Icebox was a very good map choice. I think they played this Yoru Jet comp super well. It was a game where they didn't let their opponent breathe once. They were always picking up the pace. They were always taking every fight. There was never a moment of hesitation, and that kind of Valorant is just so suffocating to play into.
Yeah, I mean, even in that final moment there, you want to talk about suffocating. You literally just had them surrounded, TP'd into the back of their site, and then at that point, they're like, no clue what the heck is going on. They still weren't even able to make it down B long. Like, that's how tough it was for them to get anything going in that last round. So that one really, I think, shows and tells the story of the game. Avengers just had their way around Icebox. It felt like a home map for them. They were comfortable, they were cool, and now they are one map away from back-to-back championship wins, which is awesome for those guys. But we need to see some life out of the Powerpuff Girls. They're gonna have to lick their wounds and get ready for this next one, because it's their map pick of Lotus that's gonna be coming up next. Can Powerpuff Girls force this map 3, or will Avengers go for the back-to-back? We'll be right back after this break.
Hey everyone, as we kick off some of our 5-year anniversary celebrations, I wanted to take a few moments to chat with you about what this journey has meant to all of us here at Riot, and what we hope it's also meant for all of you that have been on the ride with us. Maybe get a little reflective, nostalgic, cozy, a little vulnerable. So what was going on 5 years ago today? Well, for one, we were at the start of a global pandemic. It's hard to look back at 2020 and not consider the impact that the pandemic had on all of us, including us here at Riot. And despite the unprecedented circumstances, we made what felt like this impossible decision to release the closed beta of Project A and introduce all of you to Valorant. On the Riot side, we had all these hopes and dreams and conviction and promises for the future. We had core beliefs around what makes for a great tactical shooter, but also some ideas on how to put a twist on such a beloved genre. And we were ready to serve and ready to work our asses off to meet your expectations. 5 years ago today, we were dropping beta codes and frantically fixing bugs, and many of you were watching streams and learning how to play the game, deciding if it was even worth your time. 5 years ago, we were trying to figure out how to build and host esports events completely virtually. And now, we're only a few days out from the playoffs, bringing us to Masters Toronto, one step closer to Champions in Paris, our biggest champs yet. From PC only to our expansion onto PlayStation and Xbox, from serving most of the world to becoming truly global with our release in China, from a handful of inside jokes to more memes than we could ever make sprays for. 5 years ago, we were meeting each other, getting to know each other. We were at the start of our relationship. And now here we are, millions of us around the world, building one of the most exciting communities in gaming together. 5 years brings a lot of opportunity. 5 years also gives us moments to reflect on what matters, to look back on all of those original promises we made on Val. All of those things still remain at the top of our list of priorities. But over the years, as more players come in, as the game evolves, those things are put to the test. More agents means more ways to combo abilities, which can sometimes overload combat more than you'd expect, and so we're taking a look at that. More players means more opportunities for bad actors to challenge our original systems. Things like smurfing, things like stream sniping, things like toxicity. So we're taking a look at that. When those core promises are challenged or deteriorate, it becomes our top priority to address it, and we might not always have a fix right away, but we are always working on those things. There is so much work to do, and there always will be. Look guys, at the end of the day, we just want you to be able to hop online and get into a good game of Valorant. Over the next several weeks, you'll learn more about how and when we'll address the things I mentioned, get an update on replays, and a bunch of other stuff. I mean, we are really hoping to get a version of replays out to you around Champs time. I'm not sure we're always great at letting you know that we hear you, but we do hear you. You have held the bar incredibly high. You shouted us about the things that matter, and we are inspired every day by that conviction. by your commitment to and demand for improvement, whether that's in your own games or improvement you'd like to see from us. And we'll get there. But for right now, we're celebrating how far we've come together. For some, 5 years might not seem like a long time, but when you really look at it, some of you graduated high school with this game, some of you finished your degrees, and some of you even met loved ones, got married, are parents now. You built a community around this thing you love and this thing that we love making for you. I look at where we're at 5 years later, and the biggest word that comes to mind is gratitude. Gratitude for you, our Valorant player community. You have shown up in ways we never could have imagined. So on behalf of the entire team here at Riot, thank you. Thank you for your creativity, your dedication, your late nights, your infinite drive, your sick plays, your content, your teamwork, your everything. As we pass our 5-year milestone, we're looking ahead to making Valorant the place you return to for the next 5, 10, 15 or more years. We are more committed to this game and to this community than ever. We've got a lot of cool anniversary stuff planned for the next few weeks, so enjoy, and we'll see you all in game. Thanks, everyone. We're making new games, and this one's different.
I'm so freaking excited to try out Valorant.
This is our take on a competitive shooter. We want a attack shooter with more creativity.
Okay, you guys are gonna see this epic play again?
More expression. And a lot more style. We promise we're in this for years and years to come.
Now in such a cheeky little spot.
The first to etch their names in the history books.
I know it.
Go.
What's the move?
We killed them all.
Look at it. So now here they're protecting it. Here it is.
You did it!
Enemies close. Track them down.
Buddy.
We're out of time.
Feel like a comeback kick. Got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more.
Players up above, a flash ready.
With the ace and my team went gold.
Let's go!
If y'all carry.
Don't worry, guys. I got this.
Win one more.
Spike down. One enemy remaining. 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 Last player standing. Spike down. A. One enemy remaining. 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 One enemy remaining.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NA VALORANT Console Open Tournament number 2. Golden Boy here alongside Mimi as we get ready for our second map. Players are loaded up, ready to go, so we're not going to waste any time. We're just going to jump right into this. But if you are just joining us, the Avengers, the team that won the Console Open number 1, are up 1-0 in our grand finals after, honestly, Mimi, just a dominating performance on their map pick of Icebox.
That was a shellacking on map number 1. Pulled out this double duelist Jet Yoru comp, looked super good with it. Attack side was just going through a hit after a hit, winning out on every team fight. Lig was looking on point. Rengenator was looking on point. Everybody was popping off on this team. But this is a map that we saw be good earlier today for their opponent here. And you're going to see that same comp coming back out from the Powerpuff Girls with this Neon Yoru, which I really liked the first time we saw it.
Yeah, I did too. I was a little worried about how they're going to be handling the utility from the Sentinels that would be posting up around site, but they handled it quite well, and they responded with, you know, some great just burst out, like get in your face, slide through, shoot you in the chest a couple of times. Like they were doing a good job with that. On the other side, though, what we're seeing here is, I would argue, something just a little bit more traditional. Seeing the raise on Lotus is quite common, so we'll be looking to see what Lig can do if he locks that in. Rendezvous on the Yoru could be a problem, and overall it's just going to show that this team, similar to all the other squads that are playing in this, Mimi, they have a lot of versatility. You'll see someone play, you know, like Dino played Jet one game but then moves on over to the Viper, now is looking to float the Omen. So there's just goes to show, like, even if some players have specialties in some areas, the capabilities and the trust that they have in one another to be able to play anything is quite big.
For sure. And while we saw their opponents here on the Powerpuff Girls locking in the same comp that they've practiced with and scrimmed with, you're looking at a team on the other side, up one map in this series, who self-admittedly have not played a single scrim, have never practiced together, and are just here having fun, talking through the agent selects right now as we see them popping into the server. So little bit of a different approach from our two squads, but clearly it is working right now over for the Avengers.
Yeah, it definitely is. Everything you could possibly want to happen for Avengers. If you are in the Avengers, it's amazing. You know, they're having a great time over there. Powerpuff Girls, they're certainly going to be figuring out what the hell went wrong in that Icebox game and how do we rectify it here. And I think the number one thing that we have to take stock of is how does Avengers look to play here on the defensive side? Because we know that they don't mind getting aggressive early on, taking that space, getting in your face. So that's going to be a thing that I think Powerpuff Girls need to be ready for. Otherwise, this could also be a quick game like we saw in Icebox.
Absolutely could be. Stakes are big here. It's $1,000 difference in pricing between first and second place. You do not want to be the team going home, not taking that trophy, especially for this Powerpuff Girls squad. They have players who lost in the last tournament to NBA Lig and the game, and they want to make good on that this time.
Ooh, look at this here. There you go. Getting real up in their face real fast now, but Lig was ready for it. Good trades coming in, but that leads us to a 2v2 now. Echo Rex has eyes for mid. A is going to be wide open. He'll link up with his teammate. And Echo Rex has been great this series, so maybe he keeps this one going. So is Hedgehog Lover, though, throughout the tournament has found a lot of successes. Of course, Coulson, guy who we had seen previously play for Alpha Wolves in Console Open 1. And they're actually going to check up top and not go. They have a lot of time to work with, so they don't want to give up too much here.
I think they
See if they
really
can
want
find a straggler.
a pick before they get this spike down. That's what they're hoping for, at least. Clear out a little bit more space, ensure that they actually have the room to safely plant that spike. But the space they just took is immediately getting recaptured towards spawn. They're going to instead explore back towards the breakable door.
Uh-oh. If he gets an inclination out of players here, he could end up hitting him with the stun. But Echo Rex coming out, not ready for this one. Gets back in. Here's actually the flash into the stun, preventing him from being able to get inside. Spike is down.
They have no idea about Lonely,
good read. Oh, they had no idea. And he put the TP right in front of him. So he's just going to remove that one. But Lunley dies. He falls, and you know exactly where Hedgehog Lover is. That's going to put Echo Rex in a really bad spot here. Lunley, excuse me, not Lunley. Hedgehog Lover has the health. Echo Rex is very weak, and that is going to do it. Echo Rex knew that things were going to go south there if he wasn't careful. And he crept the corner very slowly, and Hedgehog Lover had that pistol trained right on him.
That was a really nicely played pistol round down into that 2-on-2, taking the time to clear through spawn, clear and try and find any opportunity to get a pick there early on. Comes down to a 1-on-1, and Hedgehog Lover just repositions to a great spot there to win on out. Finally something going right for the Powerpuff Girls in this grand final.
Let's see if they can continue to add on to this success here. And oh, good response. We weren't seeing that a lot in the first game when Powerpuff Girls were playing on Lotus. They weren't sending those stuns over toward A side to try and like block that door, prevent them from being able to take space. And that has actually opened things up here for Ren to get inside. He's actually going to be, I was going to say, he was so close. Actually ended up getting a trade there. So, you know, a little 1-for-1, not the end of the world, but I'm sure they would have loved and been able to keep that Yoru alive. Oh, man, the shotgun's ready, Mimi. And they have the wall here, too, so this guy's just going to get trapped.
Flash up, though. Echo Rex turns it. Oh, I don't think they're checking on him. Oh, does he go too early, though? Shows the Bucky, and now they're just going to run out of here. See their lurk, made it into C, courtesy of that Neon, and they'll follow up off it.
Dino trying to find one, finds two, maybe gets himself a third one here, but the paranoia is going to be a little wide.
Last player standing.
2v2 again. It now comes down to the star, NBA Lig. He's got himself the Sheriff. Does he find himself two? Gets one. That's a headshot. Looking for the second, and he gets it. NBA Lig gets the clutch, secures the round. Massive win there for them. And that's the reason why Lig is on this team, to win out in those big moments just like that.
That little readjustment on the second Sheriff shot is nasty. Gets the kill onto the player close, gets one shot in, takes the time to flick up, find the head, and wins the round out on the Sheriffs. That was the anti-eco for the Powerpuff Girls. That was their chance to finally have any semblance of control. And Dino and NBA Lig, the two of them, they deny that opportunity. Look at that. Moves just to the right on a strafe, goes out of the focus mode, goes back into focus, gets that kill, wins the round. Hell of a job to Lig.
Yeah, that right there is just good heads-up play. Good micro adjustments. A player who has a ton of experience, as you noted earlier, with how many games he's played. This guy is truly something special, especially on the sticks. We'll see, though, whether or not Powerpuff Girls can respond. And so far, it has been just them Poking for info. You got one player that's going to be creeped up. That's Clay. He's so far up here on the B side. Waiting to see if anyone maybe comes in around, like tries to lurk through mid.
But look around Javu over on the other side too. Has this embed over towards Rubble.
Might have to get out of there if he's not careful. He doesn't know the shots are coming, but hey, that's good for them. They'll get that Vandal. And A site's available.
It is. Rotates are going to be pretty quick, though, and they don't actually capitalize fast enough to beat Echo Rex on this rotation. He'll have a stun, double flashes, Stinger all ready to lock this space down.
30 seconds
That one
left.
stun just slows things down. Dino's got the cross. They're waiting for the flashes to come in here. You can see some of that utility. What the hell? Hedgehog Lover found the shot with the Sheriff. Looking for another one, though, but it's going to be Echo Rex with the Stinger. He gets himself a couple there for his efforts. Now looking to see if anyone else is going to try and get a little ambitious to push inside of this A site here. You do not have a lot of time to work with. You got to protect the body. Spike goes down. Clay Javu, he's been great. Can he continue to be great here? There goes the Rolling Thunder. And Echo Rex gets 2. Almost there for the ace, but he doesn't find it. Now it comes down to a 1v1. You got Psychotic Goat. And on the other side, it's Lunley, who's also had some amazing moments. And oh dear, this isn't good. Peekaboo found him, and that is the round. Powerpuff Girls needed that one. Like every round against Avengers is necessary because this team can just turn on the fire, and before you know it, you're down 5-0 and things are going south. So every round here for Powerpuff Girls has really just been a Herculean effort, and it's really come down to these ones, these 2v2s. It goes to show you, like, they're shooting each other. You know, no one's like rolling anyone here.
That's so brutal for Coulson. I think makes a great choice to use the Rolling Thunder to flush backside. But look at that. It doesn't catch on to the guy with the Stinger in the corner. And he gets 2 kills because he's not stunned up by that. Everyone's running around the corner thinking it's a free kill onto a stun player. Instead, 2 kills out of the Stinger. And then a 1v1 that Lunley wins on out. That is tough for the Powerpuff Girls. And their money, it's not going to be great yet again. You see Bucky's, you see Sheriffs, and you see Renjavu on this off angle. Punish.
Okay.
Nice spam.
There you go. You have to make those anticipations, right? Like, they like to be sneaky. They like to hide in these corners. It was very smart to pre-fire that. It's a common spot to shoot at, but regardless, it was really heads up from them, and they're going to reap the benefits of that. Get themselves a gun, as you had noted. Economy not the greatest. John Pork, though, will fall. Lig does find the mark. There you can see Pork. He was actually lurking toward B and ends up getting punished for being a bit too overzealous there. Meanwhile, toward the C side, you only have one player left alive. It's Lunley. He's waiting. No one's shot the gun. No one's done anything. No one even knows that he's here. He gets one, looking for the second, but it's not going to happen. Hedgehog Lover's there for the help. Dino, though, coming in for the help as well. He's got a Sheriff that never seems to have an issue connecting with the dome. That time around, though, was Psychotic Goat. Coulson gets the kill, and it's a headshot to boot. We're back down to a 2v2 again, Mimi. It's every round has gone down to the wire.
Seemingly so. 2 flashes available. NBA Lig backs away. Hedgehog Lover tries to reposition around front sight, but it's going to get blinded up by the breach in just a second here. Swing, well timed, gets one. Trade from Echo. An L1 against 1. The Neon slides forward. Utils in hand, and Psychotic Goat wins it out. These are the rounds that they needed to convert, and finally, Powerpuff Girls wins one of these close 2v2s.
Yep, and you have the Neon, so you can disrupt the timing with the sprint, slide around, just as we saw there. Lunley almost pulled off something again. Shout out, though, to Hedgehog Lover for just getting in there, getting the info as to where they were, and it allowed the opportunity here for the Neon to be able to just swoop in and get the kill. Well played there by Psychotic. All right, no mound presence towards C. They're just going to play back and anchor C is Avengers. Well, they put some bodies over toward the B site here. You do have some help coming in the form of the breach. So look at John Pork. He's getting reckless. He's in there. I shouldn't even say reckless. In fact, it was quite calculated. He knew that there was going to be someone lingering about. It's been Lig a few of these rounds here. Oh, man. And the Razor wire comes out there. It's going to prevent them from being able to use their primary weapon here. But here comes Lunley with the classic. He can't do much with it, but he's got to do everything with the classic. Gets 2 kills.
What a dink as well. I nearly got that third kill. Out the smoke now.
Just ridiculous.
They're working on a retake, but it's only going to have to be Dino. And surely this is too much to ask. It is. John Pork locks up the round. Powerpuff Girls take the lead. And it feels like the first time I've been able to say that all series.
Now, how does Avengers respond? The C hits have been a little rough for them. They haven't really been able to hold up on there despite the utility that's been placed down. It's been a bit of a struggle for them to hold that site. They have been doing good on these lurks, so I do wonder if we're going to see an adjustment here from Avengers. And I think, yeah, it seems like we are just going to get that. And both teams might have read each other's minds as they're both going to be heading into a collision course here toward the rubble side. But instead, it's going to be a little bit of a course correct here for Avengers. Uh-oh.
Good stun.
John Pork need to be careful.
Yeah, he'll stay back for now. Javu's worked into B, trying to lurk on up and gets rewarded with a kill onto Javu.
It's another one, didn't he? He did that last round against Lig, right?
Yeah, they've got to deal with these B lurks because a couple times now people are getting too aggro B, getting picked by that. And I think you're seeing some of the overzealousness, some of the hyper confidence getting a little punished from the Avengers.
Sometimes you also need to let your opponent make a mistake. And that's what Powerpuff Girls are doing here to Avengers. They're letting them make those errors. But Lig, very rarely does he make a mistake in his play, though. But he lets away from that angle and ends up paying for that with his life. John Pork does manage to get the kill, and you got Powerpuff Girls inside of the site, Mimi.
Yeah, 3v4 now. Rolling Thunder. Lots of ults for the Avengers to try and win this round if they want to really put it all into it. John Pork, tucked in, has the ultimate, can come back to life at least once in this round. But already dead for the first time. He'll be coming back in just a moment. Now, in comes Echo Rex. Doesn't use the ult, can't use a thing because Javu has knocked him out of this round. Dino, though, the flick! It's stunning from Dino! Now a one-on-one and Hedgehog Lover! 9-5. He wins it out instead, steals the round back, and keeps the Powerpuff Girls in control.
Holy moly. I'm about to have a heart attack with the way this one's been playing out, man. Every single time you think that there's going to be a little bit of an advantage here. I'm shocked that Lig backed away and didn't hear anyone else inside of the tree, because I really thought that you could hear just all those players pushing in. And he looked away as if there was more, there was like a flank that was going to be more of a problem to deal with. I'm sure you'll go back to the VOD and be like, well, that's unfortunate. Might not. Who knows? Doesn't even scrim. We'll see. Couple trades happening here as the Yorus are going to be able to get some of their marks now.
Already up through a space here. Javu kicked out of that angle from the aftershock. Powerpuff Girls taking it a little easy here. Might be a re-clear idea for the Avengers. They have a Rolling Thunder, Paranoia. Any of these ideas could just push back into the space. But instead for it now,
but look at Clay. Look at Clay at C. I mean, I say you just keep going, brother. See what else you can find. You've done the due diligence. You checked all the angles. Now it's time to see if anyone's going to be hiding about. You know, like this is a rough one. They're taking so much space, and Avengers need to respond. Granted, could see Dino here maybe get this big kill. Highly unlikely because he was caught with his gun out, or with his knife out rather. And Clay makes him pay. So they get that kill on the lurk. They have a player who's deep inside of the site. Hedgehog Lover as well is going to be joining his teammate there. Thus getting the best out of Echo Rex. And Mimi, we're starting to see Avengers really be taken to the task here.
We are. Yeah. It all comes down to their macro. They have had a gap either on B or C almost every round in this half, over-rotating into this A fight, because Powerpuff Girls have almost always shown a 3-strong fight towards A, and then have either walked a player up B, walked a player up C, and hold on, I'm talking about the past of these rounds, but in the present, Lunley might be making something out of it. Into a one-on-one now, or a one-on-two that is, with the spike ticking and a player under him, he doesn't check, and yeah, Penguin Muncher won't let it get out of hand.
Yeah, not happening here, not on their watch. And they'll get themselves around. Big one for them as they continue to add on 4 in a row here. Last time in Icebox, it was all Avengers. They weren't able to get a single thing going in that map. Even with some of the round wins that we saw, it was all for naught. Whereas here now, you know, you got Powerpuff Girls feeling a bit more confident, as they should. Hedgehog Lover's been hitting those shots. He knows what this team is capable of. He told us just that.
Let's see how it changes now. Instead of just giving the space on A, Avengers heavy fight into it instead. They embed a player front B, and they have a more forward line on C. This time, they have real map control. But are they going too far? Echo Rex is just walking into this smoke. He has the Rolling Thunder. You don't want to die early in this run. You don't want to take undue risks. That might be just what they're doing. Renjavu, though, him and Echo Rex both do not suffer for their aggression.
He got the kill through the smoke there, Mimi. that's what Echo Rex did. That is crazy. And he can keep going, too. Spike's right next to him. He's just waiting to see if anyone's creeping about, and he does have vision, so he's going to back away and tell him, hey, listen, I see where that breach is. He's over toward the mound, so go ahead and handle this, but Hedgehog Lover's got some work to do up ahead. He's got 2 players to work with now. Never mind, scratch that. They're losing their targets all over the place. Now it's just going to be left down to that one breach that was called out earlier. It's Penguin. And Penguin's had some moments, for sure. But he's going to be dealing with 3 members here of Avengers. One of them is going to be a little weakened, though.
30 seconds left.
And he should be able to get this next kill. Oh, he was not able to finish it off. That's unfortunate, too, considering that Dino is already just so weak, and they play that one beautifully. A stun and a swing gets them to kill and gives Avengers a sigh of relief here for a moment. They got their first after losing 4 straight.
And I want to set expectations. They're playing a double duelist comp with the breach. I expect them to be a lot better on the attack side than on the defense here, especially considering that it's Lotus. So, like, if Avengers win 5 rounds this half, I think they are on pace to win the championship. If you're Powerpuff Girls, you want to be doubling down and put a damn dominant half here on your attacking side. And I want to see them using these ults. They've been holding them for quite a while on both teams. This should be the rounds where we see the Rolling Thunders, where we see these Euro ults, where it gets explosive.
And I want them to be just a bit more, you know, conservative with this, right? Don't just throw everything out there. Use this dimensional drift to give you those resources, to give you that information. And then, you know, use, like, if you need to, the Vice ult or the Breach ult, whichever one. But I want to see them try and at least hold on to a couple of these here. Rolling Thunder's going to come through. Clay Javu's able to get the kill onto Dino, but NBA Lig still alive in the back with 5 HP. Finally gets wiped out courtesy of John Pork. Now it's going to be up to Renjavu in the backfield here. Does anyone keeping eyes on this? No one's paying attention. No one's looking. Oh, no, that's 2 players down now. And we're down to a 1v1, but the Avengers, they have Lunley left alive. He can't get this kill, but it ain't going to happen. It's Clay, and he finds Lunley and gives the Powerpuff Girls their 6th round. Mimi, were talking about what they needed to get in order to feel comfortable going into that next half on the attacking side. I think it's going to be a... they're going to need to shut it down like 9-3 pretty much at this point. They have no other choice.
Hey, but they're on the course
Can't give
to
up
do
anything
just
else.
that. Very nice round here. A lot of ults get used. Their backside fight ends up being very successful. And the Avengers, we're seeing them be a little less coordinated. I think the, like, difference in practice and how much they actually play together is showing, despite the skill of the Avengers, showing that macro is really just as important on a map like Lotus, as it's going to be a lot of players tucked in this cubby. Aftershock didn't hit onto Lig. I don't think they're going to clear this corner. Lig might just go crazy here if no one else checks on him. But his teammates, they're all dying around him, and maybe any impact he could have, it would have to be mighty outsized. That's one. Lig needs more, and the sliding neon, that's too hard to hit.
Yeah, that'll break the crosshair placement for sure. And on console, too, it gets even harder with the way the aim assist will just drag your aim across the screen. So really just nowhere for him to go. And it was always going to be difficult with these guns, right? And that was always a challenge. But Lunley did manage to pick himself up a Vandal. Those 3 players are going to be stacked together, holding the angle, waiting to see if anyone comes in through the door. He does have an ult, but I don't know if you necessarily want to use that unless he sees all 3 players in here, in which case that'd be hilarious. Oh, never mind. Okay. Whew. The way that they train their aimers right on the head of these players is just crazy. It's so steady.
Good to show. If you are a player on console or on PC, of course, but crosshair placement is just so important. When you have that little bit of lateral aim assist, if you just know about where to expect players to swing, exactly where head level is, and you don't have a very incredibly super slow reaction time, you can be so successful just by being patient and holding angles in this game, especially if you're you know, maybe a lower level player. And there's going to be people who are super aggressive. So work on your crosshair placement. It's such a foundational skill to Val, to any TAC FPS.
It really is. And you're even seeing like where they're placing their crosshairs, right? Like specifically in certain areas as they're making their way around corners and stuff. The game kind of gives you a lot of tools to be like, hey, this is head height, you know, so just be mindful of this.
Intuitive.
Yeah, it really is. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We got yourself 2 players are going to be stunned on inside of the site here. You also have a Rolling Thunder potentially to use, but it seems like the fight just became a battle royale inside of the A site here. But John Port gets 2 despite being flashed. What the hell? All right, but you know where they are, and you have Lunley's ult ready to go.
2v2. Guns are going to be gone. John Pork, what can that pistol do? Wait, he didn't get seen. He didn't get spotted, and now it's a one-on-one. Lig against John Pork. John Pork on for the ace, but Lig denies it today. It's a 4th round to the Avengers and a 3K from their star.
Now, Mimi, you talked about what that number is going to be for Avengers to feel good for them going into the attack. Now, granted, it's the Avengers have shown that when they're on the attack, they're very aggressive. They're don't give you much room to breathe, right? But they do need this round. This is a big round here because it'll make it a little bit easier for them. You flip sides, you win the pistol, you get the round 2 eco, and then you're like, okay, we're back in this. We're tying the game up here for your Avengers, and that's when that pressure gets put onto Powerpuff Girls, who were looking really good with the lead. This round is really big.
Someone needs to look at Renjavu. No one is looking at Renjavu. 2 players present. 3. How many can he get from that? That's one. The Rolling Thunder! Was that the friendly Rolling Thunder that hit him? Oh, it's a calamity! He's been griefed by his own teammate, and now they're losing the fight! What is going on? Oh, it's all gone so wrong.
He had everything of it. Every player was just staring right at him. or actually staring away from him, sorry. And instead, he ends up getting hit with a Rolling Thunder, having to concede all this space. Echo Rex now.
Player standing.
Oh, can't get the shot. Maybe it's going to be Lig. You're looking to go, boom, finds one, but no. Instead, it's going to be the Psychotic Goat who gets 3 out of that round. It's 8-4, a big round win for Powerpuff Girls as we get ready for the next half.
That is one of the most Valorant rounds I've ever seen. He sees 4 people. He gets breach-ulted by his teammate, and he goes
I feel like I was watching you, Brendan, Josh play for a moment.
Whoa. Wait a second.
When Josh just ults someone for no reason.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's fair.
Oh my god.
Fair.
All right, well, it's silly round, but that's what Powerpuff Girls wanted. 8-4 is a very good attack half. They do still kind of need this pistol on defense. You know, it's tough to win on defense of this map, but maybe their macro is going to be all the more better.
Yeah, we'll see, right? I mean, Avengers on the attack on Icebox, they were a touch one-dimensional, but it didn't matter because 1, it was Icebox, but 2, they were just hitting these shots. So there's going to be some attention for sure that will be we will have to pay here for Avengers because they have explosive opportunities here, as they usually do. Penguin Muncher out. That's a fat stun. It's going to nail a few of these targets.
They're cut off by the Vise wall,
inside his sight. What?
Wow.
Lonely swings the corner. Just bodies Clay. Wins the Vice duel. And that's now just Avengers getting that plant off. But they're looking for the optimal area where they can set that down. They have full site control. All 3 members of Powerpuff Girls lingering outside, waiting for the chance to go in here. And Dino, he's got vision right where all 3 of those players are.
On Icebox, they were really good at getting proactive in these post plants and cutting off the retakes. You see it here again. Dino getting up, playing ahead of this smoke. Lets the first one by it just for the kill. But that's only 1 for 1. Maybe not quite good enough unless John Pork arrives in this round and cuts them all down the butcher on the C site. John Pork wins it pretty much alone.
Yep, and that was the fear that Avengers had, right? You wanted to win that last round. You needed this one here because you get a little bit closer, but now you have the Powerpuff Girls extending their lead in Game 2 of the finals. Well played by them. Do not count these guys out quite yet. They want to win a championship. They want to dethrone the defending champs in Avengers.
That they do. Another big round here. Gonna be just the eco here for the Avengers. But you know, this team willing to buy up into sheriffs, willing to do stuff with these lesser weapons. John Pork, I mean, he's willing to do the same. Keeps only a sheriff this round, but it's just 1-for-1 to start here.
Not bad. Not bad at all. And you also got a little bit of information, right? He saw a few bodies over toward Rubbleside. Meanwhile, Lundley. Deja Vu. Does he see him? Here he comes around the corner and tags. That's 70 damage done. He knows he hit him. Good effort from Clay to try and see if he could secure the kill, but it does not come to fruition for him. They're instead just going to double back here toward Mound, just play this one out slowly. Meanwhile, all that's going on. A site still being worked here. And they have clearance, so they can't get in there and put that spike down. They should be fine to do that. But wait a minute.
This lurk timing for Lig is really good. Walks into B. Oh, Hedgehog Lover. This is an off angle. He has to check. He does it. Oh, my. So good out of him. Checking every last angle on that hit.
He had a slightly better gun there with the Bulldog. He's got it again here, but this time Dino will be able to find the target.
Another player taking the same spot, though.
Mm-hmm. Comes big stun now. Deja Vu, good for the shot. Push coming through as well. Dino needing to deal with a player up top, but he cannot land the shots, and that is going to be a full clear. Number 10 given to the Powerpuff Girls, and we might be looking at an Avengers here that is going to be going, or rather dealing with a tied series, and I don't think this team has lost a map yet, so well played by Powerpuff Girls if they continue this pace.
Powerpuff Girls, 10 rounds already, and this reminds me so much more of the team we saw in our semifinals. If you recall there, they lost map 1 dominantly. Then they bounced back, won on Lotus, went on to win map number 3, and took that series home to make it to this finals. And it was all off the back of simple stuff on defense, giving space, playing retakes together, not taking individual risks, and you're seeing that already here in this eco. Or this anti-eco round, I should say. But it's going to be a fight in this one. Everyone is set up towards A Rubble. Here we go, GB.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, this is going to be a bit of a barn burner here, and Penguin's going to try and lay that stun out, but NBA Lig got ahead. He's able to get one off on Psychotic Goat. Now look at the one here, but Hedgehog Lover does not have the vision that he wanted. Lundley instead is going to be able to get the connection, leaving Penguin all the way tucked in the corner. They know he's there, and they're letting him know that they know he's there. And unfortunately for Penguin, not long for this world. It's all left up to Deja Vu, and you'd called it, Mimi. It was a brawl at the start, and that's exactly what they got. Avengers got the better of them there.
Deja Vu, a tough spot here. 1v4 now. All of his teammates dropping on that first duel, but that's a nice one. Opens it up onto Deja Vu, but he's going to get pushed through here. Already players taking spawn past him, and he's not looking behind. Lig on the perfect angle. He's got the kill. They've got the round. Avengers not out of this map yet.
And what happened there was a great read from Avengers. They saw that aggression, and they were ready for it. They had the slightly stronger weapons there too, so that was something that they could definitely use to their advantage. Meanwhile, as we take a look at what the collection is going to be here for our friend Psychotic Goat and the rest of the squad, Powerpuff Girls, still debating, okay, what do we want to opt for here? They'll get a shot.
The buy is weird, right? Like, if they lose this round, money's pretty much going to be broken. And at that point, Avengers is going to be, what, up 7 to 10? Really closing on you. This is a pretty important round after they've decided to force into it.
Mm-hmm. Big round here. Psychotic Goat gets in there, but Lig's going to make him pay. Even with stun, he's able to get the headshot. Now it's time to blow something up. What is Lig looking for? He wants a target. Finds one. Bingo! Is able to find that mark onto Penguin Muncher. But just as I say that, Hedgehog gets 2. John Pork and Hedgehog, though, are going to fall, leaving once again your last player. It's Deja Vu. He's been great before, but in this 1v3, Lig's still alive. You're going to have to deal with so much here. You got Echo Rex, too, who also continues to be great. right. Hell, Rendezvous has had moments. You are going to need to pull something off amazing here if you are Clay. And they know exactly where you are, homie. Good luck.
Yeah, spotted now for sure. Stun goes in, 3 players all ready to go. Lig does the honors. 4 kills in the round, a 6-1 picked up for the Avengers. And we talked about it, GB. That was the catalyst on the money. Look at it now. Sheriff's getting bought up. This is brutal. And who else but Lig to be leading the charge? He had a slower map in that semifinals, but here on map 2 of a grand finals, when the stakes are the highest, he is 20-12.
Whew. You needed him in this moment, and he could very well continue to add on to that here. Very much will, as a matter of fact. You didn't see very well. He will. He is looking to find these openings here, but wait a minute. You got Psychotic Goat pushing forward early on. That grenade's fat. It's done so much damage. Oh, he even got 2 out of that one. Ended up killing Penguin Muncher. So he gets 2 kills, 1 on Hedgehog, 1 on Penguin. The zoo's falling apart here.
1 enemy remaining.
What a
that was the round. I mean, hey, we knew that it was going to be rough because of the bye that they had. But just
I didn't expect it to be over 20 seconds.
Exactly. Yeah. I didn't expect that part. But hey, you know what? Quicker that you get to the guns here.
Yeah, this will be the next important round, really, of stunting this comeback. I do like the way that NBA Lig and the team is playing these fights. Having the Yoru TP passed as you're sending in this nade, sending in the raise on the satchel, it's just so overwhelming to deal with as a defender. And you see, Powerpuff Girls are still trying to find a solve. They want to fight space for a rubble, but they know they can't full commit to it. And you see how they change up out of that, right? Putting 2 players back onto the site proper and putting their breach in a position where he can stun front B, where he can stun A long, and they can go for a really aggro re-clear play.
And Rendezvous on the lurk gets punished there from Clay. There goes the stun, as we noted before. It's going to slow things down just a touch. They hear at the door, hear all this commotion happening. And look, wait a minute, look at where NBA Lig is. I don't think they're prepared for this. I don't think they're ready for Lig. No, they are not. And Lig gets the kill on the Penguin, so you're going to lose out on that stun there. That's unfortunate. Lunley finds 1 onto Hedgehog, and then Psychotic Goat goes down 2. And it feels like when Avengers are down and out, they dig deep and find these kills, Mimi. And they are literally back into this one because this is another round that was big for them. You win this, it's huge. You know, you obviously take those guns away from the hands of Powerpuff Girls, just make it that much more challenging. And you start to believe that this comeback is possible.
This was a very Avengers round, but Clay Javu is trying to do it his way. Not that next one. Dino shuts it down. And the way that they play their attack is incredibly overwhelming. We can't keep talking about it, but they're all hitting this A site together. They're all swinging backside together, and you see the comms break down for the Powerpuff Girls. They have 2 players backside. One person gets stunned, tucks in. The other is swinging alone, thinking he has his teammate there. Nah, his teammate's tucked in. It's 2 isolated 1v1s lost. Well, all that's happening. Breach runs through the smoke, dies as well there, and it's just these slight mistakes in the comms, these slight mistimings, and every time Avengers is going to take that little crack and wedge it open.
Wedge it open they have, but hey, you got Clay, who's just been such a consistent hand for this team. He's got a kill, I think, pretty much every single round. He's found success somewhere. Big connections happening as Lig goes down now. That certainly is going to throw a wrench into the play here. And Powerpuff Girls have so many ultimates to work with too. So that is something that I think they can feel pretty good about unless this round starts to fall apart. But nope, does not. Clay's there for the connect, but hey, never mind. It's Echo Rex gets his kill. Oh, they do not have options, Echo Rex here. You can go through the door, but they're going to know that you're going through the door. And even if you fake that, they're going to be ready for it. But instead, it's going to be this A hit. Or a push rather, to try and get control. And there's the dimensional drift. Echo Rex now knows exactly where these guys are, and he ends up killing him.
Not like this.
No, not like this. Does Penguin push up?
30 seconds left.
Does it prompt movement? He's kind of trying to bait this out. They know that this next one's going to have to be a commitment, which is why they're moving. 18 seconds remaining. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Echo Rex. No shot. He gets 4.
You can't let him do that, man. That is illegal. What I've just witnessed. They even invested a Yoru ult into that, but it's so well played. Yoru ult stun combo comes out, and you're seeing the breach nerfs there. It takes like a half second longer for the stun to proc. He jumps out of it, kills the Yoru out of the ult, and then perfectly, masterfully, dare I say, isolates the two 1v1s and wins the 1 versus 3 clutch. Good night, Powerpuff Girls. That is an incredible round for the Avengers to steal.
That is a heartbreaker. That is a heartbreaker. And look at the ults that we have online across the field here. Both teams. I mean, and even then, you know, I think Renjavu's really close to it as well. Yeah, he's just one kill away. There was Rolling Thunder. And there goes the Razor Vine. So that is going to prevent them from being able... You can't use your primary there. As you can see, it is going to get locked. So no access for that.
Gonna be another one of these ults, though.
So problematic.
Oh, Shorty's out. Hello, Kenjavu. Good night. Taken down. And now it's a bit chaotic in this site. Still only the secondary weapon. Still swinging through and trying to win this out. But the Powerpuff Girls better within the pandemonium on the C site there.
As far as ults go, though, I think if you're Avengers, you're happy with the fact that Renjavu's got his dimensional drift. This is going to open up a lot of the map for them to take advantage of. Even if things are a little bit weaker for them on the buy front, as you can see, they're getting some half shields, some regeneratives as well. I think you're seeing Renjavu with a Bucky there.
Who's next? Yeah.
And there it is. So he's going to pop that.
Yeah, going to have the dimensional drift, so not a bad combo with that Bucky online. Looking for a victim here. Doesn't see one. Instead, they'll just happily take this A site, pop up with the Bucky. Little damage onto John Pork, but it's not going to be a kill. He's going back at the nade kills John Pork. That's a weird one.
What is this angle from Dino?
Yeah,
he's got
the off angle.
Top. He's waiting.
John Pork dies twice to utility in this round, and now Lunley's just running it forward, taking every fight afforded to him. The Thorns go in. That'll stall out any of these players swinging in from spawn, and the timer starts to tick on this post plant.
Deja Vu has gotten a lot of kills for this team. Do they know where he is? They do. They do. They got Reed, and Clay wasn't able to find it. It's all down now to Penguin. Do they know where he is? It feels like they don't have an idea, but never mind. They found him, and they're only within 1 now. Oh, crap. This game was looking good for Powerpuff Girls, but each round that passes, Avengers keep inching closer and closer and closer.
And it's the same thing that we saw in Icebox. Powerpuff Girls start to pick up rounds by being a little more disciplined, playing these slower retakes, grouping together in spawn, and immediately the Avengers counter out by going for deep fights in every post plant, taking their opponents off guard, not giving them any space to set up that retake, and winning it out as a reward. It's now 10-11, and it's going to be another big A fight. Here we go.
Uh-oh. Well, Psychotico's going to try and see if he can make some space, get past that rubble there. But instead, it's actually going to be 2 big kills being landed on Lig and Dino. Excuse me. This is going to require the Avengers to have to back away from this. Remember, Powerpuff Girls get this win. They're at game point here, and will force that map 3. Avengers have been doing so well to get back into this one, but a few rounds that I'm sure they would have loved to have been able to get back would have been huge for them. That being said, C wide open and available. How does this work, though? If you are Avengers, what do you opt to do here? Because it feels like the name of the game is just going to be take a little bit of space and just play these angles. Maybe they're not expecting it. They're also coming in with some weaker guns too.
Powerpuff Girls have to take this really slow. They want to play together. They want to trade out. They don't want to get caught off guard before they can actually commit a retake. And I think all of them going together through the revolving door is a great call. Only leaving the one late backstab there to win out this round.
They got the cross. It's going to be really difficult to get in. That's 2 kills for Echo Rex. Finds another one. Good try there from the Clove, but Psychotico on the flank didn't even see that one. Oh, man, good play there.
Time? It's pretty close. Psychotic
It's
should
good.
have it by a second. Woof.
And there it is. Game point on map 2. If Avengers want to win, they're going to need to force this one into OT.
That they will. It feels weird to see them down in a position like this, getting tested on a map, getting put up against the edge. Had an impressive streak of rounds going, but losing that last one now. Playing from a pretty big disadvantage. No ults available for either team in what is a very big round, in what could decide if we're going the distance, if we're going to map 3 here.
I think I think their Vice is just one away from the Vines. So we'll see if maybe that could be a thing here. Oh, okay, Lig's going to also just try and get this rocket. He's going to have to do a little bit more than that, and that's certainly not going to help matters. Hedgehog finds his target. Psychotic Oath, though, inside. It takes out one, and he's got a teammate there for help.
This might just be it. A 2v4, but Echo Rex, that is a very big kill to find. Now back into this one.
But I do think that if they're not able to find Hedgehog, he will use his dimensional drift. He's already setting up for it a little bit. They're hearing the footsteps.
I think.
Yeah. Here it is. Needed to take it out a little bit sooner, but they unfortunately do not. That's going to prompt some movement, make them run around here. He's going to recall, come back in, looks for one, gets the kill onto Renjavu. Now it's up to Echo Rex. He's been great, but how good can he possibly be here?
The newest
Got
addition to
26
this
seconds
team.
to work with.
Wasn't playing
going
with them
for a
when they
deep
won it
plan.
last time. Now, very close in. Is that Yoru? And not hit by the ultimate, so he'll fight forward. The gun's not out, and the map is done. The Powerpuff Girls 13-10. They take the first map that Avengers have given this event off of them, and they push this series to 3.
We got a game, folks. We got a game. We're going to map 3 in the grand finals. You love to see it. Wow. That was awesome. Well played from Powerpuff Girls, because really it could have easily crumbled at the end there. Things were looking a little dire. Avengers were getting away with some shenanigans in some of these rounds, but you got to give the credit to the Powerpuff Girls. They kept things together and they never let go. And this leads to a big win. They know that they can do this. They know they can take the Avengers to the task. But man, did the Avengers make them work for this. A 13-10 conclusion, Mimi, goes to show you just how dangerous and dominant this Avengers team has been.
What a head-to-head we're seeing here. NBA Lig, 303 ACS, Hedgehog Lover 95, 300. Both those players have just been incredible in this map, in this event thus far. And this one going the distance now. Could not have it any other way.
Oh, yeah. This is good. We're going down to our final map. And what better place than to determine the winner of the NA VALORANT Console Open than Split, a map that has been in the game. It was actually one of the first maps that were launched with the game. It actually wasn't in the quote-unquote original list. It was added when the beta came out. So I think it's a little apropos that we're ending here, celebrating 5 years of VALORANT and ending with the Split. But boy, oh boy, this has been a treat for sure. I did not expect to see such fight Mimi coming out of this squad on Powerpuff Girls, but they did it. They're forcing this map 3.
They're showing how good they are. They're showing why they practiced, why they came ready for this one. We're going all the way to map number 3. The champion gets decided when we come back from this break and get to watch Split. Don't go anywhere.
Hey everyone, as we kick off some of our 5-year anniversary celebrations, I wanted to take a few moments to chat with you about what this journey has meant to all of us here at Riot, and what we hope it's also meant for all of you that have been on the ride with us. Maybe get a little reflective, nostalgic, cozy, a little vulnerable. So what was going on 5 years ago today? Well, for one, we were at the start of a global pandemic. It's hard to look back at 2020 and not consider the impact that the pandemic had on all of us, including us here at Riot. And despite the unprecedented circumstances, we'd made what felt like this impossible decision to release the closed beta of Project A and introduce all of you to VALORANT. On the Riot side, we had all these hopes and dreams and conviction and promises for the future. We had core beliefs around what makes for a great tactical shooter, but also some ideas on how to put a twist on such a beloved genre. And we were ready to serve and ready to work our asses off to meet your expectations. 5 years ago today, we were dropping beta codes and frantically fixing bugs, and many of you were watching streams and learning how to play the game, deciding if it was even worth your time. 5 years ago, we were trying to figure out how to build and host esports events completely virtually. And now, we're only a few days out from the playoffs, bringing us to Masters Toronto, one step closer to Champions in Paris, our biggest champs yet. From PC only to our expansion onto PlayStation and Xbox, from serving most of the world to becoming truly global with our release in China, from a handful of inside jokes to more memes than we could ever make sprays for. 5 years ago, we were meeting each other, getting to know each other. We were at the start of our relationship. And now here we are, millions of us around the world building one of the most exciting communities in gaming together. 5 years brings a lot of opportunity. 5 years also gives us moments to reflect on what matters, to look back on all of those original promises we made on VAL. All of those things still remain at the top of our list of priorities. But over the years, as more players come in, as the game evolves, those things are put to the test. More agents means more ways to combo abilities, which can sometimes overload combat more than you'd expect, and so we're taking a look at that. More players means more opportunities for bad actors to challenge our original systems. Things like smurfing, things like stream sniping, things like toxicity. So we're taking a look at that. When those core promises are challenged or deteriorate, it becomes our top priority to address it. And we might not always have a fix right away, but we are always working on those things. There is so much work to do, and there always will be. Look guys, at the end of the day, we just want you to be able to hop online and get into a good game of Valorant. Over the next several weeks, you'll learn more about how and when we'll address the things I mentioned, get an update on replays, and a bunch of other stuff. I mean, we are really hoping to get a version of replays out to you around Champs time. I'm not sure we're always great at letting you know that we hear you, but we do hear you. You have held the bar incredibly high. You shouted us about the things that matter, and we are inspired every day by that conviction, by your commitment to and demand for improvement, whether that's in your own games or improvement you'd like to see from us. And we'll get there. But for right now, we're celebrating how far we've come together. For some, 5 years might not seem like a long time, but when you really look at it, some of you graduated high school with this game, some of you finished your degrees, and some of you even met loved ones, got married, are parents now. You built a community around this thing you love and this thing that we love making for you. I look at where we're at 5 years later, and the biggest word that comes to mind is gratitude. Gratitude for you, our Valorant player community. You have shown up in ways we never could have imagined. So on behalf of the entire team here at Riot, thank you. Thank you for your creativity, your dedication, your late nights, your infinite drive, your sick plays, your content, your teamwork, your everything. As we pass our 5-year milestone, we're looking ahead to making Valorant the place you return to for the next 5, 10, 15 or more years. We are more committed to this game and to this community than ever. We've got a lot of cool anniversary stuff planned for the next few weeks, so enjoy, and we'll see you all in game. Thanks everyone.
One enemy remaining. Last player. Down A. Planted. One One enemy remaining. Last. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down. C. One enemy remaining.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NA VALORANT Console Open Tournament number 2. Golden Boy Mimi on the mic, and we are ready for our final match of this whole tournament. Of course, it could only end like this. All these teams competing in VALORANT on console, looking to hit that top prize, looking to get to the top of the mountain, but instead it's only 2 teams left. You got Avengers, your console 1 champs, going up against Powerpuff Girls, who just had a massive resurgence on their map pick of Lotus to win 13-10. Mimi, we're getting ready for split here, and look, I have no idea what the hell's gonna happen.
For real. If you asked me at the beginning of this finals, I thought this would have been a quick little 2-0 for the Avengers, just like it was last year after watching their semifinal. And also after watching Map 1, where they absolutely stomped on Icebox. But Map 2, it was almost the same as the semifinal that the Powerpuff Girls played in earlier today, where they get stomped Map 1. They have a resurgence Map 2. There, they went on to win Map 3. But we'll have to see how this one goes. Neither team has split on stream just yet today, so we'll get some new comps, some new ideas coming on out with a lot on the line. There's a grand of difference, $1,000 between first and second place, so the pressure is on, and the history is there too for this Avengers team, trying to win back-to-back if they can close out here, or for that other squad, for those players, 2 of them that were there in the last tournament that lost this very finals, trying to get their revenge on the Avengers.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the maps and what we know are going to be coming up here. As we had mentioned previously, we got Split. It's going to be on the docket, but if you're just joining us, you missed out on 2 great maps. Avengers looked really strong on that first map on Icebox, but then you ended up going to Lotus, and it was a beautiful game from Powerpuff Girls. They managed to get that win. It all ties up. We're going to this point here, and as noted earlier, we were getting some, some little info facts from our team here, and they were talking about how this Avengers squad, and you casted it, did not drop a single map in that first event, and this is the first dropped map that they as a squad has ever had. So Powerpuff Girls have to feel very, very good about themselves. They achieved like a massive achievement because this Avengers team, Mimi, has been so dominant. So it's great to see a team finally bring it to them.
It really is. Finally someone dethroning them. But there's always that difference between teams who can make it close, who can get a map, and who can actually go out there and win in a series. That's when it is going to get decided here. I'm really excited for this. I expect no different than what we've seen thus far with double duelists going on through Lig. I'd expect to see the Rays, maybe seeing a Jet there alongside them. This is the map where you can get a lot of creativity coming out with the compositions. You can play the Euro, you can play the Rays, you can play the Jet, you can play most every initiator in the game. Yeah, right? It's always been.
Yeah, so, if anything, watch this be the double duelist map and these guys not run double duelist.
That'd be funny.
I could easily see that happening with the way things are going. We're waiting on, I believe, Avengers to ready up, and then we'll be good to go. So once they're ready, we'll start this map here, but we thank you so much for joining us. By the way, if you haven't had a chance to check out Valorant on console, you can do it. I mean, you should. I actually, I'm a filthy casual, by the way. Right now, I have the Xbox set up in the living room, and I just pop in Valorant on console when I'm chilling, sitting on the couch, waiting to do something, and play a little swift play game, play a little DM game, even if it sucks on TV. Don't get me wrong. For me, because I have not a great TV to play off of, but it's still a good time. So, you know, if you haven't had a chance, check it out. It's free. You know, might as well give it a whirl. A fun multiplayer game to have on your console is always a good thing, and one that is, you know, tailor-made for the audience too, which I think is really cool.
Yeah,
it's
a very well done port. It's very, very fun to play. So definitely try it out.
I've played everything, so I can't agree.
Our teams are getting ready checks right now. We're into Agent Select, and there it is. Double duelists. Lock it up. Yoru Rays coming out. John Pork on the Clove. A very nice looking comp there. Yeah, that's kind of funky.
Is that a Sky?
I mean, they've only ever played solo initiator, and obviously Sova's a little bit more difficult here, especially if you don't have lineups.
Yeah.
It's basically impossible to play him. Sky is not bad. It just sucks that she doesn't have refreshable utility anymore. You have 2 flashes. That's it.
Yeah. And on the other side, you're going to have a few flashes if you stick with this, right? You got the Yoru, you have the Breach as well, so it's going to give you some options. You do get at least 1 flash. You get 3 flashes total with the addition of Echo Rex's Omen.
Sure.
But,
that's something to work with.
I mean, it's something to work with, right?
This is like a 2022 comp. We're celebrating 5 years of Valorant. This is a comp you would have seen at the release of Valorant. So I respect that. They're rolling back the years. They're doing something classic. This comp was the split meta for quite some time. Or if you ask, I don't know, like 2022 MIBR, maybe it was a little more recently too, or 2023. I should say.
Yeah, didn't they run this on?
A lot of teams in VCT ran this comp way after its expiration date. But that's because it's still good. It's never been since like the early days the best comp, but it's always been a good one. And there's a reason they're locking it here. Double duelist, Sky, simple stuff, flash, dash, double dive, all that good stuff. It's going to be on the table. So hyped to get into this one. Money on the line, revenge on the line, a chance to go back to back. It is going to be a good map 3 here.
Yeah, and I will give the flowers to John Pork committing to the Clove. That's their agent. They stand by the Clove. They have played Clove every single map, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, so pretty cool that this is like a hard commit for this individual, and it's been all right for them. You know, like the Revive has had some moments where they've been able to pull attention any which way, which has been pretty cool. And also, you know, just having that extra body to be able to come back into the game, having that extra smoke in death is also good. So, yeah, you know, there are some really cool elements that we're seeing here with the Clove, but this is it, Mimi. For all the marbles, all these teams competed for this moment right here to be in the grand finals, and it all comes down to the final 2. Avengers versus Powerpuff Girls. I've been loving the thematic battle between these two, but oh, wait a minute. It comes out strong for our friends in the Powerpuff Girls, because they start this one off and they're able to get a big pick right out of the gate here. But never mind, Renjavu went in there for another one, and just like that, Penguin was just waiting for him.
Yeah, I think he was trying to hold anti-flash there, expecting a Sky Flash to re-swing on that fight. Instead, it's just someone walking on up, and he ends up looking a little silly. It wasn't necessarily a bad play, though, because the trade was right there immediately. 4 on 3 now. They're just going to convert this one into a B hit. Stun ready to go. NBA Lig has got the pressure on.
Okay, so that stun gets hit. Here comes the nade. I was going to say the stun will actually be used to try and force Lig off of that position, but look at the TP coming in. Lig, though, dealing with a lot of work now. He knows that there were going to be a few more players there, and try as he might, he will not be able to stay alive. Now it's down to Lunley, but oh, never mind. Lunley is going to be not long for this one. Last player, Echo Rex. And even though he does find a kill, it's an immediate trade. Good job on Powerpuff Girls. Really just playing for one another and making sure that whenever they lose someone, they're there for the pickup instantaneously.
Yeah, that was a nice simple round. Go, get your initial pick, freeze for a second, wait for your refreshable util to come online, go for the re-exec with the stun, and then have some good setup in the post plant. Not going to see too much of a buy coming out of the event. I say that as they all buy sheriffs. No surprises, though, honestly. The Avengers have always gone for these kind of like small kind of sheriff force buys. We've seen it on a lot of their round twos. They've won a lot of them because of it. So
look at this
careful
aggression
here if you're the Powerpuff Girls, and they were ready for that push down mid from Renjivu.
Renjivu wanted to see if he could take some space in mid, and you know that sheriff has been good for this team time and time again. But here though, when you're going cold like that in mid, you got some strong guns on the other side. It was always going to be a difficult one to try and pull through on. Now, as we take a look at where the game's going, they are looking to more than likely end A. And they only have to really deal with one sheriff here. It is Lunley, and Lunley's nasty with it. He sees it. So he saw that utility. And you see exactly how this is playing out now. Lunley has no other choice but to just wait this one out. The inevitable demise, potentially, but he actually gets 2 off of that. He ends up taking out John and Psychotic Goat, giving his teammates something to work with. That's a good old-fashioned console trade right there, if I've ever seen one.
That it is. 2 on 3, though. It's just the Bucky in the hands of Echo. Lig's going to try and clear through Heaven, but there's a late lurk holding there from Clay Javu.
He's got a bot. He can clear this if he's suspicious of a player there.
So that's also a bit of money to invest on a round like this.
Yeah.
And yeah, Clay Javu picks a great timing on that swing, and Powerpuff Girls, they lock up their second round. Okay, so they start this one strong, and thanks to not really overbuying into that last round there, they can actually choose to buy a couple rifles in here. They're going to pick up an extra one while still keeping money to buy next round. I wouldn't hate to use that 5K on Clay to get another gun, really make something of it. And yeah, that's what they're going to do. They'll buy a gun over for Psychotic Goat, force a Bulldog onto Clay, and really try and win this bonus.
Which they can if they keep playing the way that they are here. I will be honest, the first round it was Avengers just getting caught with their pants down multiple times. So they need to be careful here. On the other side though, Powerpuff Girls feeling good. Opportunity now, they're going to try and break this, which they will. Success. They'll play this one patiently. Through
the smoke
Dino.
spams?
What is happening? They just know that someone's going to be there. They always have this thought that someone's going to be chilling in smokes. It has to be a tendency that they see all the time on this platform.
Yeah, and also I think just even hearing the orb there and just having like, because remember there's no pings anymore. You just have to kind of have the map knowledge to know exactly where to spam. Show some experience there. Get that one done. Going off just a little audio cue.
And you can see where some of those pings on the mini map are going. So they know, hey, keep eyes. There could be something here. NBA Lig now. Waiting to see if there was going to be someone around, but there was. And while that's going on off screen, Dino and Lunley are able to get a couple kills now. Lig, he's going to run into one here. Does he have the read? No! Hedgehog Lover actually found him, but Dino there to back up his boy.
Satchel over the tripwire, spotted immediately, and the wild spray midair. That's not going to get the job done. Avengers, they win out this round. The extra investment from the Powerpuff Girls is not
like
going to net them anything. Yeah. When you think you're being super sneaky and it turns out you're just satcheling straight to your death.
It's like, wait a minute, what if I go to the skies? Take to the air! Just popped in the air.
All right, where are we going now? First real gun v gun round here. Gonna be a lean towards A from the Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I would, now that they got some guns, they got some comfort, maybe they try, well, they have that trip there. So I have a fat chance that they're going to be pushing toward mid. That trip is there to tell them if anyone's going to be trying to make their way through, which gives you an idea that they're not really looking to prioritize that, but instead they're going to try and hold these sites. Lig's now on the rotation. Here comes one of the sky flashes. Gets one for their efforts. Looking for a second. Oh, man, that spray took 8 years to finish, but he finally does manage to get his mark there. That being said, it's down to a 2v2. Sorry, 2v3. Avengers have the life lead. They have the advantage. One player's going to be on site. It's Kejavu. Or Clay, excuse me. And Psychotic Goat gets a third kill. Psychotic Goat is putting together a nasty round here. They need to stop this guy in his tracks, but he's got himself the rocket. He's going to do some damage onto Echo. Meanwhile, Lig, he gets around the corner and sees these players focused on his fellow Omen. And that will give them round 2 on the board. We're all tied up.
You mentioned that trip in mid. Powerpuff Girls are going to have to start defaulting that and breaking it every round. Because you see how it's affecting the way that the Avengers are calling their rotations on defense. They heard noise B. They were instantly comfortable stacking 4-1 and totally dropping mid control because of that tripwire. You see a little replay here. Had a really spray from the round before, and now in this one, Lunley doing great work as that anchor, and here comes those 3 players flooding out from heaven. Flash, double dive, and that's going to mop up the round, putting the Powerpuff Girls back down onto an eco round here, with just the Sheriffs in hand, as they are instead going to work space in mid.
But there's that trip we had talked about before, so they are going to handle this, and they will. So this is going to give Avengers some information. Hey, here they're hanging out, and look at where Lig is. Lig is actually waiting in the wings. Might actually be able to get a few here if you're not careful. Meanwhile, Rex, he's going to drop back over to that off angle, and he's waiting. So smart, Lig. He's not giving up any position. He's making him sweat a little bit for this one, and that is going to be profit. He gets one. John Pork down. Hedgehog Lover's got to back out of this one. Great use of the grenade. Oh, my word. He's going to play off of the boom bot here, too. He's got a rocket. He could bust out if need be. He might try and save that one for the next round, and he'll get out of this one quickly.
I think you see some of the struggles of the Clove there. That smoke falls so early, gives an opportunity for Lig to win a fight back into mid. Trades will put this into a 4-on-2 now, but this player's just getting held. Clay Javu, I don't see a world where he gets out of this one alive, and he won't. Penguin Muncher alone in main, still tripped off, still with 3 players ready to spin around and put him out of this round. Okay, that's a nice flick, but now down to 1 health.
Yeah, he is going to be cooked out of this one. There it is. Didn't really even need to get the contact on the player. Just the damage through the penetration on the corner was more than enough. And you got a few ults available for the Avengers here, Mimi. This is where things are going to get a little worrisome because, you know, you just can't see Powerpuff Girls, excuse me, losing another round here. It will be heartbreaking for them. They only have 2 ultimates available. They will have Clove, John Pork, if they are able to get a pick or an orb. So maybe it could work with that. Where are they positioned? Actually, I don't even think they're going to prioritize that. So no, that's not going to matter all that much. That is a deep trip.
Yeah, it has been causing problems. Needs to get broken pretty much every round if you're playing default for the Powerpuff Girls. I'd like to see them working up mid, dealing with the trip, and then, you know, getting an embed in vents, going back into one of these late side execs. That's the kind of pattern you normally see on split. They're going to pressure B main a little just with the Roomba. Break at least the camera. Still both tripwires up.
Yep, and they know that they're cool for this, right? So once that trip goes down, that's going to give them the indication as to where things are looking. And here it is. Big paranoia coming through. It's going to get a flash, force them off. They're also going to have a flash of their own now. Things are going to slow down a bit as now they look to pivot toward B. But look at the response, and Dino's ready for it.
Feels the pressure in mid, absorbs it by going into the B main fight, gets a kill there, and is immediately tucked back on this side. Same thing happened over towards A. Lurk got activated, that shut down, and now Powerpuff Girls 3v5. They're walking into the blender. This site is too well held. Dino dips away and gets into cover with the rest of his team. Nah, he wants to go in, go deeper, get more. A 1v2 in main now. Gun up. A high-low setup.
He is all up in that business. But you know what, though? He has the Omen there to back him up. So if he was in a bit of a pickle, he'd have some help. But that's the round. That's it. Nowhere really that Powerpuff Girls can go. They're stuck in the back of the site here, and they're just going to need to hold on to their stuff for that next round. But, man, the time, they're making them really, really take their time here because they don't quite have the info that they want in these situations. You also have Dino popping off.
Again, same ask here. Slow the rounds down a little bit. If you want to play default, you're going to have to be breaking these strips. And if not, I mean, it just has to be a double duelist dive and get an early opener, just overrun the sites. It seems like they're choosing on the latter. Not a bad call. They have the breach ult online, but they're going to be going into a pretty heavily held site with the Sky, excuse me, on that A site, locking things down. The 2 players ready to fight ramp.
If Lig sees them bottom ramp, I think he's going to go for the blow up.
Pop that rocket.
He's going for it. He's going for it. Here it is. Here comes the party. Boom. He doesn't get the shot. He doesn't get a kill. That's crazy. But instead, he finds another one. He's going to walk right in, holding the Roomba. And the Roomba's going to be his death knell there. Finally, Dino goes online with this sniper. And the spike is going to go down. 3 players playing forward here. You got one that's looking to get inside of screens, but Renjavu's not going to let him have that opening. And now he's going to have to deal with it. But Echo Rex was there for the pickup. Hedgehog can't stay alive, but it's down to Penguin. And it's Echo instead who finds the connection and gives Avengers their 5th round win. We said that as soon as they saw something, they were going to hit that go button, and hit that go button they did.
Avengers does a great job yet again of getting early rotates into heaven and using the power of the double dive comp to flood out. Having that raise going over with the rocket, the jet dashing in together, it's such a potent combo. If you're just throwing in flash, throwing in a paranoia, any extra piece on top of that. You even see that anchor smoke on the site. That gets these players safely out into elbow and makes it a lot easier to actually win on that retake. Up 5-2 now. The Avengers are back in their flow state. They've won the last 5 rounds in a row, GB.
No, I mean, flow state's the other team.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, they're out of the tournament.
Just messing with you.
No, you're right. I got it wrong. That's on me. That's on me, dog.
How could you? You're a terrible person. Oh, no. Oh no, I was right. I was seeing this one happen. It's like, wait a minute. He's looking really intently over there, and they have been keeping a person in the vents the entire time. They've left a body there, whether it was Lig or it's Dino. They're leaving someone there every single time, and no one is checking it. That middle trip has been just poison for them.
And I feel like I'm watching the first map again on defense, where the Avengers are just holding space together, walking up and taking their risks. And how does he win that? Renjavu just swings into main. 3 players are holding, gets a kill, gets out just fine, perfectly safe, perfectly happy. Not a care in this world.
Oh, Lig's on the flank. Hedgehog's got to be ready for this. He sees something. Oh, man, that is rough. He had a judge too. There's just nothing Penguin can do. He knows he's basically in a real bad spot, tucked between multiple players of Avengers. And it doesn't matter. They delete him.
Good night. 6-2 now. 6 rounds won in a row. The Avengers are looking unstoppable right now. Powerpuff Girls, they have a Yoru ult. This is the round that they really need to win.
I think if you
What can they cook up with it, though?
Yeah, I think a few things here, right? Firstly, you know, I think if you have that Yoru and you're really struggling with that trip in the mid, you might as well just send the Yoru there every time to destroy it. I know that you probably want to send it for the B main, but they're just not doing anything about it. Which, hey, won't really matter here. This Dimensional Drift is going to allow Hedgehog to get straight over to the other side. And they probably heard that, so they have to be anticipating this. And if anything, he ends up getting tagged there by the dart. So now they know exactly where this positioning is going to be coming from. But they are ready for the plant, and it's successful. Here come the cabbages, though, getting a few tags. Lig with a kill and a headshot. Echo Rex as well off screen. You're seeing a few more of these frags starting to come through. It's a 2v4. Last player standing is just going to be Penguin, and Lunley just makes it look easy. Moves in and gets the 2 he needs.
And I feel like I'm watching them play a retake server right now. It is just retake on retake with well-played team play, with the Paranoia on one side, a Sky Flash on the other, and the 2 duelists sending it in as a duo. The Avengers, 2 on point right now. 2 well put together.
I see people in the chat are asking about the bounties, and it is going to be the OG agents. So, you know, Cypher, Raze, Jet, Omen, Brimstone, Breach. Brimstone, the greatest character of all time. You know, stuff like that.
The greatest character of all time. Why?
Because he's voiced by Steve Blum, who's the voice of Spike Spiegel from Cowboy Bebop. One of my favorite animes of all time.
That's fair.
He
does have a good voice.
And also, Rivington pulls off the ball. Oh, no! Dino had the angle. Poor thing was just had to look at his demise right down the barrel, straight to the dome piece.
Nearly a second there on the Psychotic Goat as well. Lig and Dino holding the line. What a well-timed swing. Lig is taken out finally by John Ford, but there's still players here. There's still an op, and it's Dino bringing through yet again. Dino, this operator has taken command, taken control, and might just take this trophy.
Hit the YY ladder stall, fakey. Do it. Believe in yourself. Get in the next phase montage. Oh, what a shot. And Rendezvous
Shorty.
just goes in there and bodies him with a little drop kick from the shorty.
8-2. Wow. This is a shellacking.
It is. It's tough. It's tough to see, especially given how good this Powerpuff Girls team was in map 2. The game plan was so sound, but that, you know, maybe it's split. Maybe it's just the confidence, right? Maybe it's the 3-site maps that kind of threw Avengers off for a bit of a loop. But one thing you cannot dispute is that Avengers are hitting these shots. This is all them. Here comes Raze. Showstopper in hand. Psychotic Goat looking to just clear sight as usual. Okay, job done. Mission accomplished here. Show that one out. Ooh, does some damage to Lunley, but not enough to get the kill.
Same round we've seen many times before. This time it's a 5-on-5 though, but there's a Raze Rocket ready to go out from heaven. And Dino, he's connecting again. Here comes the Raze Rocket. Here comes the retake. No one's looking at Rendezvous. And he gets 3 kills. Lig gets the last. And the Avengers, I mean, quite literally looking like the Avengers, the way they're retaking these sites, flying in together. It's just super.
Last round before the
And the stream's been taken down because of you.
Hey, if my terrible reenactment of the Avengers team is enough to trigger a DMCA takedown, I gotta say, technology's gone far.
Yeah, write your personal apology to John Riot, buddy.
Sorry, Johnny Riot. Didn't mean to. I can get you an issue, a couple copies of some comics, maybe to make you feel better. There's a good one, you know.
Man,
hey, this is rough.
Yeah.
This is sad. It's sad because we know Powerpuff Girls are, you know, they have the talent. We've seen them be able to pull off some incredible plays. But I gotta say, it's just simple, fundamental things. Like, look, this right here. They had a guy looking at it, but he ends up getting flashed at the worst possible time. And this is just all crumbling. But hey, Powerpuff Girls can at least be all right with this because they have been able to, at the very least, be able to get that life lead, that player advantage. They'll use that Rolling Thunder just to prevent that play. But they used the Rolling Thunder to just force someone back that wasn't even there. That's just how much respect and honestly fear you got to put toward Avengers, and especially Lunley, who has been dynamic in this series.
1v2 for Lunley. Both players posted up in main, a double swing. Surely he cannot win this, but that's one. And Lunley! I just can't believe it. Every moment that it looks like it's going wrong for the Avengers, they win it regardless. That's a 10-2 half. That is 10 rounds won on the trot, and that is the Avengers running away with this tournament.
Oh, man.
Switching sides.
That is tough. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, though, Mimi. Split was favored for the attack for a while. It's always kind of been back and forth, right? Am I tripping?
I mean, pretty famously defensive sided for the start. I think in like VCT, it swapped around a lot. Teams got a lot better at playing the macro on attack, but generally still considered like by the community defense sided.
Well, let's see if maybe Powerpuff Girls can mount a little bit of a comeback here. But
I
they
do
can't...
respect the chance to find a cope, though. That was a good try.
I'm just trying. I'm just keeping. You know, we got viewers. We gotta sell them the narrative. You know.
All right. I think the narrative is that they have to win this pistol round.
They do.
If you lose 11 rounds in a row, man, it might just be over.
Cannot let them get away with this. Psychotic Goat. Oh man, he got 2. That's insane. I want to see from that point of view, man. That was so fast. That was 2 shots, his little 2-tapper. But Goat was not going to be able to stay alive there. The gun did not shoot fast enough against the classic. Lig, okay. Headshot through the structure.
Bomb picked up. Gonna try and bring that spike back towards B as long as Lig can get something going and lurk his way in. There's a cam, a tripwire, and the Cypher himself all watching that space.
Yeah, so much that he has to do here. And then you got to get through the player in vents. You have 50 seconds to do it.
Hello. Okay. Oh, I got really scared for a second that Lig
too.
was going to do something diabolical. Not today, though. Instead, that kill might open up back towards A. He doesn't know, though. Still wants to get another pick here. Knows there's at least someone down on this B site.
30
Zeph
seconds
will pop up the ropes off contact, but the angle's tough. And
oh, wait a minute.
getting away now is Echo. Diving back. He's going to run for the hills.
Run, boy. Fly. Believe in yourself. He might get cut off, though. Right at garage. Yep, he gets cut off. He can double back, though. Ooh, there it is. All right. He didn't have enough time, actually, so it wouldn't have mattered. All right, well, there you have it. This was a crucial round win. But, Mimi, I keep going back to the fact that these round wins are coming off of, like, 2v1s, 2v2s that, you know, they need to win. So I want to see a bit more control as they're in the defense here. They get the guns. This should be clean. Let them, you know, you shouldn't lose too much out of this one, especially that Phantom you just picked up.
You're saying that as it's an Avengers Sheriff round. How many Avengers Sheriff rounds have we seen this tournament?
This is true.
Today.
They just push.
A lot.
I know, but
yeah.
hey, if you end up getting what you got from Psychotic in that first round there, maybe, just maybe, you know, you need him to open up, get himself a big round. He's got a Bulldog here to work with.
Wouldn't hate to see
so
it.
much of this.
I don't think he's going to be given a chance on ramp. Everyone is just full barreling into this site. And they're giving the respect. Powerpuff Girls is playing a 5-on-5 retake here.
They need to be careful about that Cypher bringing up the rear. Because if they're not mindful of that, it could very well catch them off guard. Well, won't need to worry about it too much for right now. Dino, one kill there onto John Port. Maybe Lig finds another one with this Stinger, but it's not going to be a thing. Now you got yourself the Sheriff. Echo Rex looking to get the kill, but he does not secure it there either. You're so close to it. Rendezvous, though, gets 2, gets 3! Oh, my word!
That's not real.
No!
1v3, only a Sheriff and GB. We talked about it. These Sheriff rounds from the Avengers are just unbelievable.
You said, hey, GB, it's an Avengers Sheriff round. I don't know. And I
stopped believing.
Why.
I stopped believing when it was a 1v3, and then he pulls that out. My word.
What the hell? That was wild. Well, you know what? Before I was like, hey, maybe there's an opportunity here. Maybe there's a chance. But with the way that this is played out, if you're Powerpuff Girls, that is deflating.
They're on Sheriffs now. It's about to be 12-3 unless they can pull off their own miraculous Sheriff round. But something tells me they don't have that same magic dust ready to go. Here comes the retake. 4 players all flooding in, but it's the Rifles holding the line for now, holding it down. Trades go back and forth, but it's all coming up, Red. It's all coming up for the Avengers as they lock in their 12th round. They're 1 away from winning this tournament.
Match point.
Wow. Avengers just barreling through the site, giving no quarter to their opponents whatsoever. And I'm sure their opponents would ask for no quarter. So, hey, respect is given, but you got to end this one here if you're Avengers. This is it. Powerpuff Girls, your only chance to win the NA VALORANT Console Open is to win an absurd amount of rounds, 9 rounds, and then you have to win in the OT. Make no mistakes. Against the Avengers.
It's got to be perfect, and that's not the start they wanted. Already losing Hedgehog Lover, arguably their best player gone, and the spike coming down on B.
There goes the kill, though. That could be one that they needed and they could build off of here. Taking out Rendezvous, who's been very difficult for them to have to deal with. And there's John Pork. He's getting in the action now, but he is removed subsequently. Immediately gets a third. Oh my! And it's just the last player left alive, Psychotic Goat, and he's got himself a judge. And unfortunately, the law ain't gonna help you here, buddy. There's nothing that you can do with this weapon. He's looking around to see if there's anything of value that he could pick up. Clock is ticking. You hear the spike continuing to get closer and closer to the inevitable. And Psychotic Goat, you kind of just need to accept what the reality is here. What do? Can you get in there, maybe get a kill, blow someone up with that? Nah, not gonna happen. Instead, that is gonna do it. GG, the Avengers are back-to-back NA VALORANT Console Open champions.
Couldn't have it any other way. They went undefeated in their first win. But here, they suffer one map loss. That doesn't matter to them. They rally back on map 3. They dominate the way they did for the same players. Only one new debutant in Echo Rex, and they do it again. What form out of these guys? Lig looking just as good as when he won it last time. Renjavu stepping up in that last map. Lunley and Dino keeping their form as well. And what an impressive debut as well for Echo Rex. This team is champions back-to-back for a reason.
Unbelievable. Congratulations, Avengers. And of course, as a comic book fan, I salute you for the name choice. Way to rep us nerds with pride and honor, because the Avengers are the two-time champions. They did so amazingly in this entire bracket. And yes, they did drop a map, but that just goes to show that people are putting in that work. They're getting a little bit better. They're catching up to them, finding areas. But then when it matters most, Avengers, they dominated in that split game. And it felt like just at a certain point, Mimi, it was an inevitability that they were going to win. Renjavu popped off with 19 frags. Lig had some monumental moments. Dino was always there to back up his teammates. And then you had Lunley and Echo Rex, who every single time they were on the screen, I mean, Lunley got that incredible 3K with the Sheriff that pretty much put the final nail in the coffin for Powerpuff Girls. Just crazy, man. Crazy.
So impressive from all of these players. And I just have to reiterate, this is the second one of these tournaments they've played. Today was the first map they lost, and they still won the series. They have only lost one map in all of this. It is just really, really incredible stuff.
Man, we got to figure out who should be the MVP of this. I honestly don't know. You could take your pick from anyone on Avengers. I'd like to probably give it to, I'd like to see Renjavu had a great game. Lunley with that clutch was so important. Man, everyone had a moment in this game, man. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, to me, it feels like trying to think back across the tournament. It's easy to be a little recency bias, but I feel like easy suggestions. NBA Lig, of course, kind of the team captain for this squad. Really impressive again. But yeah, Renjavu was great. Top performer in this last map, map 3 of the grand finals. Had some great maps earlier on as well. His name has got to be up there in the discussion. But really, all of these players were so good, and it's going to be tough to deliberate on that official MVP as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's going to be very difficult, but one thing is for certain, this was such a well-deserved victory for Avengers. They played hard in this tournament, and yeah, you know, a little nonchalant about the way that they are, right? They don't put in scrim time like, you know, some other teams might have done, but I don't think that like diminishes anything from their opponents nor them. It's just how they approach the game. It's how they, you know, how comfortable they are with one another. Let's remember, I think this is the only team in the tournament that kept the core part of the roster together.
It is.
So, you know, you're looking at 4 players, and then you bring in Echo Rex, who was just phenomenal. You really are playing from behind here because of just the familiarity that these players have with one another and the trust that they have in one another to be able to pull off these crazy, crazy clutches that happen so many times. Damn.
Yeah, just watching back these moments, Dino was so good too. I feel like almost losing his name in all of the stars in this server today. Super good stuff from them. Even seeing Lig moving away from the Jet. He played Jet every map in the first NA Open series for console. This time getting a little bit more variety in the mix. Go Rex as well with that nice clip. It was just a team performance across the board to win this tournament.
And we're figuring out right now who the MVP of the event is going to be, as well as getting one of the members of Avengers, your champions, on the line to talk. Wait, that was Renjavu. Oh, I took that away from Lunley, or from Ren. Sorry, Ren. I did not mean to. That was a shame from me. That was Renjavu with that kit, with those 3 kills that basically, that was it. That was the game right there. The fact that you're able to clutch up 3 guns focused right on you, and you pop. It just doesn't get it. Honestly, that might have been MVP worthy right there, just off of that play alone. Sorry, Lunley. But you did have some moments. You did have some moments. I want to give you some flowers, you know?
True indeed.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just trying to rustle up the players to get a quick interview with our winners, but Yeah, just a really cool tournament across the board. Again,
Yeah.
it was fun to watch how things have progressed a little bit from watching the first one. I know this is your first time getting to really sit down and watch a ton of like top-level console Valorant. Any takeaways on the day, GB?
I want to play. that's it. I have it downloaded on my Xbox. I might actually bring it here to the setup and play in the office.
Gotta get the high refresh rate monitor. You're gonna get all sweaty with it.
You know, you gotta make sure that the heat's brought up in here, so that this way I could just look like that meme of the guy wiping his brow as he's trying to play. You know, and look, I saw some of the discourse in the chat, folks talking about console this, console that. Look, at the end of the day, guys, play video games and have fun. Okay, life's short.
True.
All right, trust
Good
me.
take.
It's if these guys are having a good time playing something that they enjoy, then who are we to say, you know, yay or nay either way? Because at the end of the day, this is they're putting it all out there. They're having a good time. They're playing this game. They're making some money and having some fun in the process. So we're waiting on getting. I think we're going to get Rendezvous on board for the interview. I'm very excited to talk to him because I mean, Ren was just unbelievable throughout the series. But Mimi, this is your second time doing the console open. Any things that you saw from the first time around to this time around that maybe were a little bit different you weren't expecting?
I don't know. I think stuff with this that was the same first off is just how good the mechanics are, especially with like Sheriff, Guardian, the player's crosshair placement, that kind of stuff was still super impressive to me. I think things that changed a little bit was comps. We were seeing like early days of Teo, of him being really busted back then. Today we saw a lot more double duelists, a lot more kind of super fast play comps. There was a lot more teams that were playing pretty slow in the first tournament.
Yeah.
But I think more than anything is that we saw our winners playing pretty much the same style again. But I do think we have our interview ready to go here. Let's see. I think we might be getting Renji into this one. Rendezvous, thanks so much for joining us. Congrats on the win, man.
Appreciate it.
Oh, are we hearing you? I don't know if we hear your mic.
You guys hear me? Hello?
Oh, there you go. You're good. You're
Yeah,
good
we
now.
can. Hey.
What's up, buddy?
What's up?
Congrats.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, how's it feel, man? Two-time champ, you know, you guys are playing great. It's got to feel nice to know that, you know, the team was really just hitting everything, and also you were just unfair out there.
No.
It's crazy. No. How's it feel, man?
It was like really fun. I love my team. We were like really confident. I played really bad in the last map, but I knew I had to come back and like redeem myself and kind of show a little bit better. And
hey, I respect that. And you definitely did. Walk me through that 3K at the end when you marched onto site with the Sheriff. You just out there like the Lone Ranger and you find yourself a couple targets like it's nothing. I know that you guys are all good with the Sheriff and we've been watching it all day. But walk me through that moment. Did you think, hey, if I get this, I get this. If I don't, I don't? Or did you have like a plan to try and win that one out?
Yeah, so I honestly went into there thinking like this round was lost. So I walk out and then luckily the Cypher Heaven didn't like shoot me fast enough. And then aim assist on console was really, really good. So I kind of just abused the aim assist by flicking behind the wall. We call it a Lunley peek. And
a Lunley peek.
Yeah.
Okay. I like that. I like that.
That's awesome. You guys know this tournament. Last time you played, when you won, you went completely flawless, did not drop a map. This Grand Finals was the first map that you guys have dropped in one of these tournaments. What was the approach then? After losing on that second map of Lotus, going into split, what was the team talking about? How did you guys bounce back to win so dominantly?
I mean, honestly, the reason we lost that map was like completely me. My team didn't like mental chalk. We always like went into the next game thinking like we were gonna win. Like we're not losing again. And that's what it was.
What was Lotus? Just something that, you know, you guys play Lotus a lot? Because it feels like y'all just kind of send it on whatever maps you want for that first pick. Was Lotus just kind of like a difficult one for you guys?
Yeah, so we don't practice, scrim. We don't do anything. We literally
Lig told us.
Yeah, so like Lotus is like a ranked map, of course. Yeah, I read it down in ranked, but like trying to play like how did it ranked like that, it just didn't work out. I just wasn't able to find a kill.
Yeah, we talked to Lig, we talked to some of the other players in the tournament already. I wanted to hear from you though a little bit. What's your background? Did you play Valorant on PC? Do you come from other console FPS? What got you involved and really into Valorant on console?
I've been playing like FPS like games my whole life.
On console?
Playing on console, PC.
Hell yeah, man.
So
that's my guy right there.
I played BO2, BO3, C.
Okay.
Played a lot of games. So
nice.
as of 2020, I got my first PC, and then a little bit after I got my first PC, VALORANT came out. So I got a beta key, and I played the beta, and I was like hovering around a diamond my whole career. I hit a Mortal 3P, and then
nice.
I had to quit because I never upgraded my PC, and VALORANT came to console, and I was like, I liked playing VALORANT. I can play it again now. I want to play. And
what was it like then to kind of get to put those skills together, you know, knowing how to play the game on PC, but being a really good player at console FPS and actually getting to like play in tournaments and go out and win them? I bet that's a really cool experience.
Nah, yeah, it's like ever since like beta came out on console, I was playing unrated, and I was like, I know I'm gonna be good at this game. So like, it just came down to me trying to like find a platform.
It was your year, bro. It was your year,
literally.
you know? Because you're a COD player, so you know exactly what I'm talking about when I say it's your year. So no, that's awesome, man. Hey, by the way, while we have you here, you know, figured we go ahead and why don't we go ahead and award you the MVP of the event. Congratulations, Ren. You were unreal, and everyone from the crew as well as ourselves, we all felt you deserved it, man. And congratulations, dude. You get an extra $500 on top of the money that you won here today. So well done.
Actually feels amazing. Thank you.
Maybe you put that toward upgrading a couple of the
yeah, for sure.
Bit, you know? Hey, man, I want to give you the floor. Any last words you want to give? And of course, you know, any thanks that's out there. Floor is yours, buddy.
Not really. I want to thank my team. My team's amazing. Like, they always, like, even when I play bad, they don't talk bad to me. Like, if I do some dumb stuff, they just,
that's awesome.
Everyone stays calm. My team's amazing. Like, we literally are the 5 best players in the game. Like, I love my team. I hope we keep playing these tournaments and keep winning, and yeah.
Awesome, man. Hey, dude, it was a pleasure to have you, and congratulations, seriously. You know, you played so well. You had so many big clutch moments. I know you said that you felt like you weren't playing that well in that second map, but in the end of the day, it doesn't matter how you start. All that matters is how you finish, and you're finishing this bad boy as a champion. So congratulations, Ren. We'll see you down the line, all right?
Appreciate it. Have an amazing day.
You too, bud.
Thanks so much.
Take care of yourself.
You too.
All right, well, there you have it. The Avengers are your champions, and Renjavu is your event MVP. He had such an amazing performance there, Mimi. It just felt right. Even though there were great players across the board, everyone had their moments. You know, when you look at like how they got here, the big things that they need, Renjavu was always in the mix every single time. So it's so well deserved from him.
Yeah, it really is. Renjavu had a great performance in their earlier semifinal, in this grand finals where they win it 2-1 as well. Just excellent performance across the board from him and from all the team there on the Avengers, winning this one out 2-1 over the Powerpuff Girls. Big shout out to all the teams that played.
Yep.
I think we had an even better turnout than previous. This was not just the day that you guys watched today, but this is a 3-day tournament. There was 2 other days getting played off stream with a ton of players from all across the console scene duking it out to get down to these final 2 teams that we just watched. And yeah, it's just really cool. Super excited to hopefully see more competition from the console side of things in the future.
Yeah, same here. I think that there's always going to be different strokes for different folks. It's always great when people have an opportunity to live out their competitive, gaming dreams, playing, whether it's a small tournament like this, actually not that small, quite big because of the amount of teams that have entered. So whether it's playing a competition like this, and I know 10K prize pool, a lot of money. So, whether it's a competition like this where you get that opportunity to shine, or even if it's like, playing some game battles matches, if that's still around, or even some of these other, opportunities like ranked and stuff like that with your team's premiere, because you could do that too, I believe, on console. So just opportunities to play organized competition, no matter what the platform is always a plus. And there's definitely, they really own that. They show that this is exactly what you'd want to see, teams putting in that work and getting those dubs. So congratulations, the Avengers, once again. But before we close things out for the day, though, we got a couple of things to go through here. So stick around with us, because we got some more money to give out, right? Because we got the bounties throughout the event, and I don't know if we're ready to go with those, but I think we are. Yep. So let's go ahead and revisit the bounties and what these players were playing for, because it wasn't just the 10K prize pool. They also had some bounties that they could do, like, for example, whether it was being your event MVP, like Rendezvous, who got himself an extra $500. Shout out to NBA Lig, who gets the best KD award, an extra $250. And we have the gameplay clip, which we'll review in a minute. But for all these guys here that you're seeing the names, John Pork, Rendezvous, Echo Rex, these players shined on the OG agents. Clay also, they're all going to get money. What is it, $100, right? Mimi is what they're pulling here. Yeah, so there you have it.
And you can see also it's for each of those original agents. Some of our players are doubled up as well. Clay Javu gets Cypher and Jet, showing some range there. Echo Rex pulls home with the Omen. Lig gets Best Raze. Best Sova goes to Rendezvous, who's also our event MVP. And John Pork rounds it out by taking home the Best Viper.
There you go. And as you can see in the bottom left corner, we have one more MVP, or sorry, one more bounty, apologies, to give out, which is going to be our gameplay clip, the best gameplay clip, which we do have 2 clips ready to go. But once again, congratulations to Renju, your MVP, to Lig, who had the best KD, and all those guys who scored big with their with the OG agents, which was a really cool bounty that we got to see, especially one celebrating 5 years of Valorant, which makes me feel old. Let's talk about these gameplay clips. We got a few that were submitted here. What do I just cue them up and we just watch them?
Yeah, let's watch the first one. I think it's ready.
Let's bring it up here. Let's see. I don't know if we talk over this or not, but we'll find out.
I think this one is Khan from our semifinal.
All right, let's go ahead and listen to this. Talk over it. Sorry about that. We can talk over it. There you go. Okay, which one was this here? Trying to figure this out. Oh, this was the ace. I'm pretty sure this was Khan's ace.
Yeah. The movement is really nice on that second kill. Gets ready for the third. Perfect crosshair placement. Flicks back around and gets it down to 1. Figures out that player is going to be inside the smoke, and you know he wants to get this ace.
You know what I love about console Valorant is, like, when you see them move, it looks like you know when they announced Project A for the first time and you saw them move around and everything looks so smooth. That's how it looks like they're playing the trailer. Yeah, it looks like they're playing the trailer. That was it. All right, so that was your first clip. That was Khan with the ace. Okay, that was a good clip. We were excited about that one. We wanted to see what more he could do, and he had a bit of a tough series, but overall, I think Khan quite impressive. Let's go ahead though and bring up our next clip, and it is going to be another ace. I think you might know this if you watch the entirety of the show here, and this one is going to be from Repeak, who had so many moments. Repeak was fun to watch from the Flow State squad. Yeah. It was very impressive.
Yeah, Repeak was really, really strong in this whole series. Remember, this went to 3 maps, was really pushing this other team here, and, well, lines up there, over towards the connector, gets a reload, and now it's down to a 1-on-2, just him left, gets the first kill, spins around for the second. It's just so clean with that last kill onto Clay Javu. All right, well, I believe the community now, you guys in chat are going to get a chance to vote, so make sure you check that out and pick which one you like best. GB, which one's doing it for you?
Oh, man, you know, I think I kind of want to go with the Klon Ace because that was the first one we got on broadcast, and it was super hype when it happened. So I'll give it to Klon in this one, but Repeaks was great too, but I like Klon. What about you?
Yeah, I also liked Klon's, but for me, I think that Repeaks has to do it. That end there where he 180s and flicks onto the second player, I think is really cool. It is funny, though, that it is basically the same clip on the same map at the same position, right? It's both B site attacking aces on B hits where you're flicking back and forth fighting both connectors. Just funny that that's how it ended up with the clips we got submitted. But yeah, pretty cool moments there. We're living in the future compared to you guys' chat, so we're just gonna wait for you guys to get your votes in and make sure you guys can get your say on this one. It's big stakes though. What is it again? $250 for the best clip of the tournament, and that power is all in your hands, chat. So make sure you use that wisely. Pick a good clip here.
All right, and I think now we're starting to see the stream. They're going to start to get these clips in, so we'll be keeping eyes on it. I'm already couple of the votes coming in here. Some people saying they really like Echo's 1v4 on Lotus. There were a couple good plays there, which Echo's, I'll be honest, the Echo one was crazy. The Rendezvous 3K was crazy, but these were clips that were submitted. Want to be very clear here.
Also,
we didn't pick this. They submitted it.
Both of these were also aces as well, which those other clips were pretty sick, but not quite on that tier. But yeah, really nice stuff. We're just watching these roll back through as we go. While we wait though, GB, we're not just talking about this console tournament. We're also talking about the 5 years of Valorant and kind of celebrating that milestone for the game, which is pretty cool, right? To still see it thriving, have a big player base, have a successful esport, and now be launching on different platforms like console, getting played in a bunch of different countries. Do you have any extra memories to share? I know we talked a little bit about it earlier.
Oh man, I mean, look, you know, the first event I ever got to do was in Copenhagen. And again, same thing there. I thought I was just going to do that one event and then just be done, you know, but here we are years later, still doing it, still talking Valorant. And that was a fun one because firstly, Copenhagen's incredible. So if you ever get the chance, that place is a utopia. So seriously, good city, great bike paths, amazing spot. But also it was fun to have our first in-person and also crowd experience in Copenhagen. And also, you know, shout out to the robot voice lady from the walkouts back in the day. You know, the robot voice lady was a character in the show. So hey, what are you gonna do, right? But yeah, no, there's been some awesome moments. I mean, I would say if anything, like the thing that, and I think you might feel the same way too, that always hits the top for me is being in Tokyo, getting to experience an FPS, because you know I also have a bit of a fighting game background as well. So you know, I did not think that I would ever see an FPS game, let alone me work an FPS game in Japan of all places, which traditionally has not been known for FPS titles.
But it's big there. I mean, it has like the second biggest fan base out of. Or I suppose the third biggest fan base in Asia, I believe, coming out of Japan there. That one was really cool. For me, two things to add. One has been the agent releases at live events and being there for the crowd. The one that really sticks out to me was being in Champs LA and having that show match. I forget which character it was that got revealed, but just seeing that live agent reveal and watching all of the crowd kind of...
Wasn't that Gecko?
I think Gecko was already out at that point, but...
maybe, yeah.
But there's been a lot of them. I go to like Clove coming out at Masters Madrid. I just think it's always so fun to see like people live getting to all together experience like that new thing coming to the game that they all enjoy. And I think kind of tying in like the game and the esport is really, really fun. But we've been yapping about it. There's been that history with the 5 years of Valorant. You guys are going to see it in the chat now as well. But we can announce the winner of Best Clip of this tournament and an extra $250 on top of their prizing is none other than Khan with his ace. I don't know if we want to show it one more time here to bring it home. There it is. Khan's ace. A very impressive clip, GB.
Yeah, and there were some good, I mean, look, Repeak's ace was also amazing. For me, this one was just cool because it was like the first one, and you're really seeing Khan like get in there and really just establish himself. And a couple of the players really drawing that attention for him, gave him the openings. And then from there, I like that you could tell the team kind of just held back and was like, all right, Khan, go for it. If you think he's there, go for it. And he sent it all right. Ended up getting that kill. He saw that recon dart go in, and then that was it. Jumped in too. So it wasn't even just like, you know, a normal ace. No, he also jumped in for the shot as well. Gets himself 5 for his efforts and an extra $250 in his pocket. Congrats, Khan. You deserve it, buddy.
Yeah, final wrap-up. Event MVP was Rendezvous. Best KD, that goes to Lig. He nearly edged out Rendezvous. Had .02 better KD across the event, so nearly winning that one out. Best Breach performance, Echo. Best Cypher performance and Best Jet performance go to Clay Javu. Echo as well takes home Best Omen performance. And then for Raze, Sova, and Viper, it's Ling, Rendezvous, and John Pork, respectively. Congrats to all our winners taking home a little extra money on top of the prizes they're already taking home. Remember, it's $2,500 for that top squad and $1,500 for the squad below that. So a lot was won today. A lot of great Valorant played. Was just cool to get to see these players really putting it all out there on console again.
Yeah, it really was. And it was super fun. I want to thank the folks who tuned in, even the people who entered into some heated discourse. It's always healthy. I appreciate folks just supporting these guys. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, boys and girls that are just trying to play the game, have a good time, make a little bit of pocket change cash along the way, whatever they can get. And then, of course, win the lion's share of $10,000 and also all the bounties. It was a good time. And it was just great to get exposed to this side of a game that I've been covering for such a long time here, and also to get a chance to cast with you, and also to cast, because I haven't casted since the Ignition series, for goodness sake.
We really are celebrating 5 years of Valorant by going back to the beginning with GB casting. But yeah, this is a good way to celebrate it, a good way to see kind of the next step of this game coming out on console. So if you're a PC player, if you're a console player, just go out there, play some Valorant, have fun. Hope you got inspired. I definitely did. Maybe I'm gonna re-download Valorant on the Xbox after this.
You're gonna join me on Xbox, Mimi?
I would actually be down to run some. That would unironically be really fun. Because I know whenever I've invited you to play on PC, you've gotten all like intimidated about playing with me. Open parentheses, I'm Diamond. I'm not actually a good player, but I don't know. It'd be fun.
Hey, I agree. It's playing with you, your group always was a scary thing. So yeah, you come into my world this time. I got you covered. No, but for real, guys, this was a blast. Play what you like, enjoy what you love, have a good time. Just overall, play video games. It's the best way to kind of get your mind off of stuff, especially these days. So thank you so much to everyone who tuned in. Also want to give a special shout out to the E-Arena production crew, the crew that put in a lot of work to make this event happen. It was a super smooth show, and you have those people to thank for it. So they worked really hard for your guys' entertainment, and they paid off big time. So a huge shout out to the crew behind the scenes that made this event happen. Shout out to Mimi as well. For myself, I'm Golden Boy. Thank you so much, and you'll catch the both of us in Toronto from VCT Masters Toronto. It's going to be wild. We cannot wait to be there, and we'll see you guys very soon. And most importantly, we'll see you on some console Valorant. Take care, everybody.
Bye.
One enemy